What does Canada Day involve?
What are you guys even thankful for?
You mean Canada Day or Canadian Thanksgiving?
Sorry. That's sorry. I think Canadian Thanksgiving. Yeah.
As far as I know, well, not that I've ever experienced an American one, but like, yeah, it's typically turkey, which I don't eat, obviously, or I'm just like the odd person out of my family. But it's usually a family gathering. We have whatever the turkey and a bunch of other stuff that I also don't eat.
I just picked up 2 pounds of turkey today. Cajun turkey, so good.
Turkey's fire, man.
Yeah, and then
you don't like turkey, or you're a vegan, Corey? I can never keep track with people's diets.
I'm technically not vegan, but I'm largely vegan, or I'm an imperfect vegan. I eat a little bit of dairy, but I don't consume animal flesh. Let's put it that way.
Ethical reasons, or
hey, before we go down the vegan route, Corey, what is basically the reason why you guys are doing this? Like, is it the same reason as American Thanksgiving? Like, pretending that Canadians liked the Native Americans and didn't,
I think so. I actually don't really know the history of I think it is essentially the same, but I don't know why the date is different.
Do they not teach you this?
No, Corey's a type of Canadian. He's a French Canadian. Okay, they're different.
Actually,
they're different than regular Canadians.
Because I'm in Quebec, and in Quebec in high school, I get Quebec history, not Canadian history.
There's different brands.
Canadian
There's different brands
history,
of Canadian. Yeah.
There's BC. There's British Canada. There's French Canada. Then there's the Letterkenny Canadians.
And passing Quebec, that's mandatory. As in you cannot graduate high school without passing Quebec history.
And then you get to Toronto, and they're all just Indians.
So, okay, that's interesting. Latitude, what did they teach you about Canadian Thanksgiving?
They didn't teach me shit. Okay, I'm from America. I'm from the streets, and we didn't learn anything about Canadians.
The streets of Harlem, of course.
Streets of Harlem.
Not Harlem, but there were streets there.
There were streets. That he can assure you of. There were streets around.
How upkept were these streets like? Were any potholes?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the occasional pothole.
Here, and I mean this sincerely. I think I've said this before. I was technically in the country. I'm not part of a minority, but in my school, I was. So
technically,
I think you have mentioned that before.
Of Swedish people,
no, white people. White people are a minority.
Okay, all right. What did that teach you?
That I don't fucking know. There's human beings of all different colors and stripes. Isn't that pretty?
No, did you get treated differently because you were white? He wants to know your struggle.
A bit, yeah, but it's not a big deal.
Did people follow you around in stores thinking you were going to steal stuff?
No, that never happened.
No. You ever been asked to condemn terrorism?
Maybe, but not in the context of I'm just minding my own business and somebody approaches me and it's like, hey, do you condemn Hamas? No, that's never happened to me.
Based.
I've had somebody ask me if I was going to condemn white supremacy a few times.
Do you?
I mean, sure.
Sure.
If they ask for it, I'll give it. I don't really mean it.
I really have to.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, sure. What I guess.
If it makes you happy, sure.
I
why
mean,
not?
yeah. I mean, it affects me so much on a day-to-day basis.
I'm not doing anything particular today, so I guess today I'll condemn white supremacy.
Yeah, problems in my life,
All right, so we're still waiting for half the panel.
On a separate note, totally unrelated, I'm just curious, has anybody seen that new Joker movie? Because it's tanking and bombing like crazy.
I heard Modi watched it a couple days ago, and he said it was just the most god-awful thing that he's ever seen.
I think it's projected to make a $200 million loss. It's just really awful.
Yeah, I've heard, but I haven't watched it. I didn't
know it came out, so.
Oh, that's a problem.
If that tells you.
It's a musical. Apparently, that's why it's bombing. It's a fucking musical.
No, I don't think
that's not why. That's not why
it's bombing. It is a musical, though.
It is a musical.
It is, but I don't think that's the reason it's bombing.
Yeah, apparently it's just god fucking awful. Like it's like a courtroom film, and like the
Bro, I'm not gonna
ending
go
is
watch a
apparently
musical, dude. What the fuck?
yeah, courtroom musical, and the ending is just like atrocious. Apparently, it's maybe the worst ending ever. Is what somebody wrote.
There are many musicals that have done well. I mean, they've won Academy Awards and like, well, I don't
Outside
think
of
it's that-
Grease,
Don't hide the ball though, right? Like if you're gonna do a musical, tell me it's musical
Call it a
before I
musical.
go and see it. Yeah, I know.
I mean,
didn't
they
see it, but-
advertised. They advertised.
Well,
it.
yeah, they did.
Did
Yeah,
they?
they let
I've seen plenty of advertisements for it, and I have not seen one indicating that it's a musical.
Oh no!
Did you watch the trailer?
No, I didn't
Yeah,
watch the trailer. I'm talking about
Anyway.
like ads, like I'm doing something else on some website.
Whoa,
And then
whoa. Like, no, as far as I know, like, no movie poster that, like, Moulin Rouge didn't say is a musical under it, or like Chicago didn't say is a musical under it, or Greatest Showman didn't say is a
they
musical.
should have.
Those
Maybe
are
they would have
based
gotten
on
better
musicals.
ratings. Also, happy Columbus Day, everybody.
You mean Canadian Thanksgiving?
He wants to
Yeah.
start a fight over Indigenous Peoples Day. I see the look on his fucking face.
Look, I am not racist against the Spanish culture. I hear Spanish spoken, and I think it's fine. And if you like
And
Christopher Columbus,
really-
you think that too. Spanish,
really
where does
the
that come from?
Hold on, and really, the Spanish are actually heroes. They saved many indigenous people from the evil Aztec Empire. I mean, it's really that simple.
They
And
did.
if you were getting sacrificed up to 80,000 people at a time and eaten, being turned into pozole, I think you would be real happy if somebody was.
Haven't you seen Mel Gibson's Apocalypto?
no, now the cartel sacrifices them, and that's better.
Yeah,
that's much better.
Our friend
At least you get
Black
high
Floyd, he looks upon the visage of the original colonizer, right? The original ethnic
Saviors is what we're
cleanser,
going for.
and he's like, "That's a hero that we should celebrate." I
Yeah,
hear,
well,
I
actually-
see you, Black Floyd.
Actually, you know why they have the what's that the stereotype of the white savior? It's because the Spaniards actually were white saviors. They saved the other indigenous people from the Aztecs, who were literally turning them into pozole and eating them. But hey, this is true. This is true. There's archaeological digs. They show.
I know Gibbs
Human
frames
pozole
things.
is more pozole.
Gibbs frames things in a kind of incendiary manner, but it absolutely is true that most of the army led by Cortez that defeated the Aztecs, like the vast majority of that army, was other Native American tribes that were sick of being enslaved, raped, and tortured by the Aztecs. It's true.
Who gives
pozole
a fuck
is-
about the Aztec Empire, right?
The-
Like,
the
like who-
Incas were also good guys too,
like-
right? The Incas were also bad as fuck.
who
I mean,
the
we can go.
fuck? No one gives a fuck about these individual empires. When people talk about Indigenous Peoples Day, they're not like, "Oh, we gotta defend the practices of the Inca or
That's
the
absolutely
Aztec
what they do.
Empire."
That's
No one
absolutely
gives
what
a
they do.
fuck about the these empires,
Oh,
right?
revisionist history.
Yeah, no, you mean revision. No one gives a fuck. They care about the
So-
ethnic cleansing. They care about the genocide.
You're right.
You-
Like the Aztecs were doing.
You, go
The
ahead.
Aztecs were
Feel
doing.
free to knock over. Hey, I'm consistent on this, right? I don't support any genocidal regime. I don't support Israel. I don't support the Aztecs. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one of which era it is. I don't support them. So if you want to knock it over, right? If you want to knock over the Aztecs or knock over Israel, I'm going to be supportive of that, right? But like no one is talking about that when we're
How
talking
about
about
the Incans?
indigenous People's Day, right? Talking about the genocide, right? The people who are the victims of all those things,
Yeah, the victims were the Aztecs, though. They're,
and also everyone
Yeah.
else at the
What
end.
about the- oh, I got
After
another
the
one, I got
Spanish
another
took
one.
over,
how
and
about
then
the
enslaved them.
How about the Karankawas here in Texas? They were cannibals as well.
I do want to ask one
Or
question
the
though.
Comanches.
So you're right. Like Native, like the there's like a book, the myth of the noble savage. This idea of like, well, Native Americans, they were all just peaceful before. It's not true at all, for sure.
Mm.
But one of the things that Kamala said during her anti-American speech, as she's running for an office of America, is
Anti-American.
it's a colonial nation, right?
Let's
Um,
go.
It is a colonial nation, and if you swear allegiance to the Constitution, you are swearing
She's
allegiance to a
correct.
colonial constitution. Now,
are.
you are, yeah, and I think it's a good thing, Prime. But of course, you're
Of course you
consistent.
do.
Perhaps
You're a colonist.
yeah, sure, absolutely, yeah.
Colonizer right
Well,
here.
yeah.
Go ahead.
The word-
Somewhere
you're
down,
looking for is
somewhere
winner.
back, you could probably
Winner.
find somebody who was, but I personally am not. But Kamala said spreading disease. That was one of the allegations that she put against the colonists. So she talked about like I think the first two examples, I forget what they were, but they're just like, stealing land, killing or whatever. It's like whatever. I guess those are like things that you could morally condemn. But then the third one was spreading disease. And this one I'm super skeptical of because like, is this something that we would before germ theory hold somebody morally accountable for? Like,
Well,
there's this concept like, oh, these immigrants are coming in spreading disease. Well, these are people that had no conception of germ theory. And
Well, the
yes,
British
the
did.
smallpox and no, not actually as much as you think, right? But then there's smallpox, et cetera, that spread rapidly throughout the Americas. It's true. The vast majority of Native Americans who died from smallpox, dysentery, et cetera, that was spread from the European colonists. Nobody's denying that. But there's a question of, is there like a moral weight to that when they didn't know that that would happen and they didn't intentionally infect the Native American
Just weak
population with
genetics.
smallpox?
I mean,
Wait,
in
we didn't?
instances where
We did not.
it was
We have proof. Wait,
purposeful,
where's we have proof
then
of this?
it's condemnable.
We don't. So
Well,
a lot of
Wait,
people.
how do we know we didn't do this intentionally? Wait, hold on.
There's no evidence of it, right? So we didn't have germ
At least for
theory.
the Spanish.
There
at least for
is-
the Spanish.
You
So-
didn't have germ theory, but if you're sick and you're near somebody who's sick, they get sick. I mean, you could think
Yeah.
it's bad juju or like the spirits or whatever, but you don't need germ theory to know that.
Yeah. Oh,
Sure,
sure.
I got
But like Europeans have been living with smallpox and diseases would spread amongst each other for a long time. And now they had miasma theory, this idea that bad air caused it. So like there was some
Done it
tangential
all the
relations
time.
with germ theory, but like they had no idea that the Native Americans would have just gotten wiped out by smallpox, right? This was
No,
not
they-
known.
They had to have known they'd get sick, which would weaken them.
why would they know
They
that?
couldn't wipe them out.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
They may have thought that like perhaps they could have like figured, well, we get sick, so maybe they're going to get sick too. But it was not well understood that like I have smallpox, therefore you're going to get in contact and you get smallpox. What they thought is that disease was spread through miasma, which is bad air. Entirely different theory.
Wait a minute, hold on. I think this is simple. Now, I'm not a historian, so I haven't done like a historical deep dive into this. But my understanding is like there's like the smallpox, blankets.
the
That
British.
were
No,
spread.
it's not even the British.
now-
So I can explain
wasn't.
that. No, I
Okay,
can
please,
explain
go
it.
ahead.
Yeah. So there is of all the allegations of intentionally spread disease, there's the only evidence that I've ever been able to find is there is a single letter from a commander. It was in the British military, and I forget which year it was. This was well after the Spanish conquering of Americas. And there was a British officer who suggested, well, so this would have been like around the time of germ theory, suggested, well, what if we put the smallpox on the blankets and give it to them? And it was a request, and there's no evidence that request was ever met, and there's no evidence that smallpox was ever spread amongst the tribe that officer was talking about. So there was one letter indicating a suggestion. That's the only thing I've ever been able to find. Otherwise, it just seems to be.
everyone
That's
dying,
why-
and then everyone dying from smallpox.
That's
No,
why-
everyone was
that's
dying
why-
well before then because
Like, wait, so
spread disease.
So that's why I couched my I couched that in that way, that like, oh, I'm not a historian, I haven't looked into this. So I'll leave that alone because I don't know. But like to answer your question more directly, because there's two things you're asking here. One, is it moral? Do the Europeans have moral culpability for unintentionally spreading smallpox, right?
Yeah.
Or any other disease? I would say no. For that, no. They had no idea. Yeah, so I'll just leave that alone. However, two, like that being said, there was an idea. The other thing you're asking is that, like, well, did they know about how to intentionally spread disease? And I think that they did. I don't know if they actually, did that in the Americas, right? Again, I'm not a historian, so I don't have some sort of large bit of knowledge on this. But like, they used to, like, when they were like sieging like a town, they would like throw dead bodies into those towns, right?
Talk about the Khanates and Kaffa. Yeah. So like there is history of this happening, but we do actually have like a relatively good transcription of like Cortez's invasion, right? Because Cortez went back multiple times. And when he first went there, like Montezuma thought he was a god because, they thought the Spaniards were gods because they showed up covered in shiny metal. They had all this weird, unique things, and they believed them to be these demigods.
And blonde hair.
Yeah, these demigods, right? and there's no evidence of like, them intentionally spreading disease or cows or whatever. But when Cortez left and came back with a bigger army, right? The Aztecs had been wiped out by smallpox by the time they got back. That's why it was so easy to destroy the empire, is because they had been ravaged. It seemed as though the Native Americans were incredibly vulnerable to smallpox, to where even like minor exposure was enough to cause a widespread epidemic and wipe out a large percentage of the population.
So no, that's not what I was referring to though. I was talking about in Europe, right? Like sending bodies over walls, right? Like you're surrounding a
During the
town.
plague.
Yeah,
Did you understand? Then I don't know why that.
So the reason why, because what I assumed is you were connecting, well, like they are throwing dead bodies or spreading that kind of illness. But keep in mind, like the reason they thought that caused illness was because of miasma theory. So dead bodies smell bad. If you smell in the bad smell, then you get sick. And so we're going to launch smelly dead cows over, and then you're going to smell that smell and get sick. That was the idea, like, and night air. There's also like pseudoscientific shit. But with the Native American smallpox spreading, like I haven't been able to find any historical evidence, and it seems like a lot of the epidemics, at least initially, the history that we do have, it doesn't seem to indicate that the Europeans intentionally spread this disease, right? They didn't know the Native Americans were so susceptible.
I wasn't connecting those two things.
Okay,
but I was just saying that, like, the idea that they knew that they could they could spread disease. I'll go to you right after Gibbs. Like through this method, right?
Sure.
So it's not like the Europeans had no idea how to do this. Now, whether they actually did it within the Americas, I'll leave it up to historians to argue.
Yeah, there was miasma theory, which is like there's a somewhat of a connection between bad smell and disease, obviously, right? Rotting bodies spread disease. They also smell bad. That was the connection in the European mind at the time.
Yeah.
But it's imperfect, and it doesn't account for epidemic spreads.
Gibbs?
Yeah, but you know what else we do have evidence of, while Lactoid's on this tangent, is the worldwide death rates due to lung cancer caused by tobacco and deaths via cocaine, both of which were purposefully introduced to Europeans by the Native Americans. So we want to talk about purposeful introduction.
And syphilis. The Native Americans
and
gave
syphilis.
Yep.
On purpose, because they knew syphilis was caused by by sexual contact.
I don't know.
And they gave it to I don't know. I'm just lying about that part. But the cocaine and tobacco, we do know that they gave to them purposely. Now, why they did this? Who knows? However, we know that they did it, and we know as of at least the most recent estimate in modern times, tobacco's killed 8 million people, and we don't know how many killed in the Asian games.
Tobacco killed people. Like fully, we didn't know that
we
it was
had
bad
guesses.
until like the 50s, bro.
Well, but hold on. As long as we're holding people responsible for things they don't know about, then it makes sense. We should probably hold them responsible.
I mean, and you have to know that if you railed a line or something back in the day and you suddenly got a heart problem and died, that it might be related. You know, there's
they didn't have. Hold on, they had coca leaves they were chewing on. They didn't have like rails. Yes, they didn't have cocaine. Yes, they don't have. They didn't have like the fucking cocaine lines that we have today.
They had crystal meth too. Did you know that?
Same, but different.
Okay, so hold on. So this is some new information that I'm hearing. The tobacco, I knew the Native Americans had. I didn't know who invented cocaine. Right? I don't know when that was invented.
It was the evil Incan Empire.
The Incas chewed on coca leaves.
The evil Incans, because they were also bad, terrible people.
So that's not cocaine, though. To be clear, it's not cocaine.
It's not cocaine.
No,
you are right. It's the plant that cocaine comes from, but it's very different.
You know what it was? It was population control. It was population control used by the Incan Empire to keep their masses subservient. It was.
I don't know about that. Maybe I have no idea.
No, it was used like coffee.
That's not. Hold on.
Bro,
guy. Come on.
A bunch of
Lactoid. I'm not being dishonest.
MK Ultra.
Right?
You're right on this. It's totally different than cocaine.
Unfortunately, we can't have sources for the Incan because they use not. You're
smiling your face. I'm not sure if you are.
You say MK Ultra,
Gibbs is just going after you.
You're high right now.
I'm not high yet, but we're getting there. And I will say, listen, there's a reason why we don't have any records on the evil Incan Empire. It's because they use a knot system to pass messages along instead of writing. So they could have been doing MK Ultra the whole time. We don't know. That's why their peasants probably were chewing coca. I'm just saying. And coffee.
Also, the idea of syphilis came from the Americas?
Yeah, so there are a few diseases. So when the Europeans came, there was a lot of diseases that wiped out the Native Americans, but there were a few diseases that were endemic to the Americas that the Europeans hadn't really gotten yet, and one of them was syphilis. There's probably a few other ones too, but syphilis was the most notable one. And then the one that just was just devastating to the Native Americans was smallpox, right? I mean, that's what wiped out the majority of them. And then dysentery, and then a few other. Measles was a big deal as well.
You know what? We can all agree that it's great to live in the modern day with antibiotics.
Yeah, and not having to be worried about getting sacrificed and turned into Bazzoli. Big fan.
Arguably, Christopher Columbus
don't you follow that
in line. Oh yeah, that's
I
a
mean,
good
now
point.
personally, I would, if the apocalypse times comes, and you're not in the Gibbs group, you're going to be on the menu. I'm just saying,
I know you're mentally preparing for that.
we're ready. It's coming.
All right. But to be clear, like chewing, like the
Coca leaves.
the coca leaves, right? Like you can, like, true cocaine comes from that, but like cocaine is a concentrated version of this, right? Like it has very different effects than like the numbing effects of like chewing on coca leaves, right? Or whatever euphoria you get, right? We can understand there's a reason why like those cartels, same thing.
Good old Pfizer cocaine. Although at one time it was made by Bayer. Like you could buy cocaine on the shelf.
Yeah, there's a
in
reason why they spend all
Coca-Cola.
that time and money, like refining coca leaves into cocaine, right? Because they would just ship the leaves. They didn't have to put that effort in. They would just ship the leaves. They're the same thing. Clearly, they're not the same thing, right? It's like with the forest, right? A forest has wood. That's the same as a chair. Well, no, that's not how that works, right? There's a process. Part.
If I cut a tree down and sit on the log, it's the same thing as a chair. What do you mean?
There you go.
It's more of a
Nailed it.
bench.
Not that
Nailed that.
mobile though.
Yeah.
Well, you can roll a log. It's real mobile.
You know what? If
But-
you're that strong, kudos.
Yeah,
Beef,
yeah.
That's what's for dinner.
So let's talk about while we're waiting for for a few more people to show up. Let's talk about the campaign. So guys, what are your thoughts on the campaign? Do you think Kamala is in trouble? Do you think the Harris campaign is in trouble? What's going on?
Well, according to the keys person, it's a lock. Kamala has the keys, according to Lichman, the historian, and but
I don't
Yeah.
know what you're referring to. I'm sorry.
He's
Yeah,
a
you haven't
hack.
heard of him?
Yeah, you can listen to him. I don't like him.
The
But,
14 keys.
I don't know if he's like I'm obviously not going to like say he has any sort of like scientifically rigorous, but like whatever, he's got some sort of process.
No, he doesn't. He has a process that is identical to cutting the head off a chicken and throwing it into a big circle and seeing where it ends up. And hey, it's been right the past 8 times, so it's going to be right the 9th time too. The polling shows that they are dead even. Trump historically overperforms the polls, and he is either ahead or almost exactly tied in the swing states that he needs to win the election. All the betting averages put him ahead. I think Polymarket has him up by a total of 10%. He's at 55. She's at 45.
Yeah, 55.
Yeah, and then even the other betting websites. Yeah, but no, this matters, right? Because people are putting their money on this, and the prior there's other betting websites.
A lot of people make
also have an ad.
choices subconsciously due to what they want to happen.
Fake
so
news. That's we've already been on. This is a really interesting argument that you bring up here, and I've really pushed back on this on many panels now. That is actually an inherently bad gambler's tactic, and people that are betting on elections tend to be better bettors, at least as far as winning money wise, right? And when I say I want to push back on this. I'll give you an example of how like an MMA fight card betting system would work, right? You would go and bet 12 fights, and then you'd see one, you go, hey, this guy's the 8-1 underdog, and he should really be like a 3-1 underdog or 2-1, right? And you'd bet like $500 to win like, I don't know, 4,000 or however much, right?
I
And so-
understand how that works.
Yeah, so if you're
I'm just saying,
betting
like,
on a
in
large
this
scale, why do you
situation,
care who
people-
wins? If you care who wins, then you're a bad
people
bettor.
are more attached to who wins the presidential election than they are who wins a singular MMA fight. So
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so even more so, right? Like, you would have to want to be unbiased if you're really betting on something that people care about. You're gonna want to read the room and go, "Hey, I really got to take myself out
If you're a
if I'm gonna
good
put
bettor.
money on this." Well, yeah, I mean, people that bet
A
on
lot of
elections
people
tend to be
fucking
better
suck.
bettors. Well, the statistics say that people that bet on elections are better bettors.
well, yeah, better than other ones, but still obviously the human.
Either some of us are giga chads, some are afraid to put money on stuff.
Some of us don't have money to put down
Look,
on stuff
well-
right now.
Well, I mean, with Biden's inflation, how can we? But I just want to
Yeah,
point out. I
exactly.
just
And
want to.
continue for these
with
policies.
the 2 weeks
Biden's
I wasn't
global
working for the
inflation
fake
up.
hurricanes.
Biden's
or whatever
inflation
the fuck
Canada.
it was.
Which might have been caused, but I'm just kidding.
So it is.
Mm.
Look, she can win. Just to be clear, I don't think it's a lock. I think the polls are incredibly close, and it is possible that she wins. I do think that Trump is ahead right now in terms of like how we're just measuring it. You know, if I had to bet today, I'm betting that he wins the election.
Also, Polymarket
here's-
declared Vance the winner for the record.
So
It's official.
the way I see it as an observer of this is I see a lot of pro-Trumpers being out in the streets, right? A lot of MAGA in the streets. They're vocal, they're loud. I can see them. I can see a lot of never-Trumpers, right? I can see never-Trumpers in the street, and then those seem to be the biggest push for Kamala that I'm seeing. But then I don't see too many people who are like pro-Kamala. Like
A
anywhere.
lot of them. I feel like
the discussion I'm seeing every single time about Kamala is, hey, do we like her, guys?
She's not Trump.
And then the way it's working is, like the pro-Trump guys are like, they're in it.
Oh, yeah,
The never Trump people are
they
also
love
in
Trump.
it, so they're gonna vote for Kamala. But they're not. It's not that they're pro-Kamala. They're just against Trump. And then I don't see a pro-Kamala crowd. I don't see them anywhere. I see a lot of infighting. I see amongst, like, you know, especially right now, we have the Palestine thing. There was a huge divide going on between like young progressive like black people and then like the pro-Palestine divide. On like
Never voted.
there was
Most of those people aren't regular voters. Like, honestly, the studies showed that most of those people are not people who go out and vote. So, I mean, they are activists, but not necessarily consistent voters. So, I mean, if there's infighting
but if all the people that are vocalizing their opinions are not pro, I don't see anyone who's like happily pro Kamala. Name like who?
What do you mean, like name individuals? Like
No, I mean
John,
not
name-
individuals, but where are the groups? Where are
Harry
the probes?
Sisson. Harry Sisson. He is in favor of anything that anybody puts
like
up.
where
that's blue.
where are the hats? Where are the where's anything that's like pro Kamala? Where's the
they've been
what else?
doing a lot of that stuff in the villages. I mean, more local
in Michigan?
organizations, democratic
Michigan, all of Dearborn and the surrounding Detroit metro area in Michigan was receiving literal pamphlets and flyers delivered to their houses. How like Kamala's like so pro-Israel, that's the pro-Israel party. This is like there's billboards being taken up. I see no pro-Kamala anything.
Well, I think you could say the same thing in 2020. Like, it wasn't the whole talking point is like Biden's like hiding in his basement, and you know he's just like not out.
And nobody's got like Biden signs, and nobody's riding for Biden.
And he got the most votes of any president in history.
Allegedly, right?
Yeah, you're high, Gibbs. So don't take it.
Gibbs is great.
No, I mean, you know what else though, just to add to what Aliyah said, is like I've seen a lot of people that I know that are real. Like, remember, I'm not really a huge Trump guy. I guess I'm riding for Trump or whatever now, but like I see people I know that hate Trump, right? But then like today, someone sent me the clip from the Trump team that they put out today, and Trump and whoever's on his team are goddamn savages, and they're fucking hilarious. And this was the clip today, was Bill Clinton saying, and I quote, if we had vetted the people, that Lincoln Riley would still be alive. If we had vetted all these millions of people coming through and forced her through, she would still be alive. And then as soon as he finishes saying that, the clip goes, brought to you by whatever super PAC paid for by Donald Trump. And I'm like,
they do that a lot.
Yeah, and my lefty friends have been sitting this all day. They're like, I don't really have a response for this. And I'm like, now these are the normies, but like, I'm like, that's hilarious. It's because like they're savage, and Trump is cool. Like, how awesome is it to see these like memes where he's like, oh yeah, I got shot for my country, and he's like, fight, like he's just like a savage.
Lincoln Riley, who was that again?
Somebody was killed by
say her name, Prime. Say her name,
Fucking people are killed by citizens every day.
Yeah, sorry, which one?
I don't really think that's too much of a talking point.
She was essayed and murdered by.
That's great. That happens a lot.
Hold on. I actually don't know who she is, so I want to hear.
She was a young woman in Georgia that was, I believe it was Georgia. She was essayed and then murdered by a person that had been convicted of murder in another country.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And they had been let in specifically by somebody on by the Biden admin.
Wait. I didn't know this person had been convicted of murder. This person had been convicted of murder of a different country, and they knew this when they let this guy in.
I don't know if they knew this or not, allegedly, but the Biden administration allowed them in, and then we find out they're for murder in I don't know what country.
Well, if they didn't know by that logic, I mean.
Well, that's why they wanted the Lincoln Riley bill to people arrest people and see if they had charges in other countries that they had their look, and then shot that down.
Problem with that kind of thing, I just think this focus on one instance is kind of.
What about?
know.
I mean, I give you lots of instances if you want me to start listing local news reports from our area. I mean, how many murders and assaults do you need before it's an issue for you?
Ollie.
How many murders and assaults happen in your area that are specifically done by illegal immigrants compared to non-immigrants?
Last week we had 16 members of Tren de Agua arrested at a apartment complex after they tried to burglarize several homes. And then in Dallas the week before, we had a 67-year-old woman who was beaten, assassinated, tied up, and then had a bunch of stuff stolen by 3 members of Tren de Agua in a suburb of Dallas last week. This is just last week. How many times is this okay for this to happen? Like, I get that, yeah, you can argue citizens do this, but these people aren't even supposed to be here. They're literally here illegally. That's kind of the problem.
We probably need more, judges to prosecute.
Or just the wall, like, so that like they could come through and then they can be vetted.
So I'm looking right here. So
the asylums. Okay.
Well, this is the controversy about Laken Riley. This person, Jose Antonio Ibarra, entered the U.S. illegally in September of 2022, and between that time and the murder, he had been arrested in multiple various jurisdictions for various crimes, and they just kept letting him go afterwards, and then he killed her.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that an issue with like policing, not necessarily?
Yeah, we gotta say what kind of crimes, because this happens with like sexual crimes all the time.
So it doesn't appear to be like the crimes that he'd been like was.
When we say illegal immigrant, was he what? Was he asylum seeker? Did he
he just crossed the southern border.
The border at random?
Yeah,
are you sure it was that, or did he like overstay visa? Like
According to Wikipedia, it says the suspect is a 26-year-old Venezuelan, Jose Antonio Ibarra, who had entered the U.S. illegally in September of 2022, crossing the U.S. southern border with Mexico near El Paso, Texas.
Let's go to Ali. Sorry, Ali, you want to jump in?
Well, not about this. If they want to keep going,
and
on this topic, we're probably in the corner.
Coincidentally, Venezuelan. After we've been talking about Venezuelan crime wave coming through the southern border of Texas. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, it's like we say these things and everybody else goes, haha, y'all don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, well, you're not having to deal with this clearly.
Here's the thing, like a lot of the things that, we're suggesting here about people, committing crimes and stuff like that. I mean, crime obviously happens. Obviously, I think people should be vetted more, but I mean, there are already measures for that people are proposing that I have no problem with. So sure, I guess. I just don't think it's justification for
even ICE, right? They are saying that 13,000 people, undocumented people that they're not aware of, like that have crossed illegally, not asylum seekers. These are illegal. This is according to ICE. 13,000 have probably been convicted of homicide in other countries, and that's okay because hey, we don't need secure borders.
Okay,
wait.
It was shoplifting, a DUI.
I've heard this before. And how did they know if they weren't asylum seekers, they just crossed the border illegally? How would they know their identity, let alone their criminal history? I'm confused as to how they figured. I'm not like saying you're lying. I'm just saying like how would you even know?
Well, that's NBC News reporting it. So I mean, NBC News would be lying. I mean, they're pretty leftist. So if they're saying it's probably way higher,
that's great and all, but I'm asking how.
I don't know. I can.
I'd assume it'd be the criminals that left. There's data of the ones who. Oh no, actually, yeah. I wouldn't know.
Well, hold on. Isn't this one of the criticisms that because they're illegal, we can't like determine?
I mean, I would say they probably have an estimate. They probably know the ratio. Like, oh, we've caught these people, right? We know they're known associates based off after they've done something, and then they can estimate. That'd be my guess. I mean, I'll post the story. I mean, it seems like that's what they're saying. They have like estimate ways to like estimate the data.
If that's the case, Black Toy, then we should probably vastly open up our legal routes so that people can legally cross the border, and we can have better documentation of them.
That would be one. That would be one position. But frankly, sure. But frankly, I think
documentation was bad.
Oh, hold on. There's a number of so. I don't know. My perspective is if like you just immigrate to a country and then you start committing crime. Now I agree. Like these crimes, it was shoplifting, stuff like that. So it wasn't like major, but like if you just come into a country and start committing crimes, why should this person stay if we can deport them?
I don't know.
Sure.
No, I'm fine with that. I mean, it depends on the severity of the crimes. I'm fine with like, especially within I don't know, a few year, like they're kind of on like probation almost a little bit, just slightly. Like if they commit like serious crimes and they get sent back, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, if it's they're committing a felony, then I'm
why
okay.
does it have to be a felony? Like, let's say somebody comes in like shoplifts 8 times in a row and it's all misdemeanors. Like, I still would want this person deported.
In most
Yeah.
states,
Why?
I
Wait,
wouldn't.
why do you want them deported?
Because this
Like,
idea of like
hurting Americans.
there's
Like,
people
wait, what?
who just like come in and then immediately start committing all these petty crimes. Like, there doesn't seem they're not good.
What
for
about
society.
people that live here and just commit like petty crimes? Should they
Yeah,
just be
where
jailed?
where do we deport them? We do jail them.
No, should we just jail them?
But hold on.
We should, yes, we should jail them. I agree.
Indefinitely? No,
Not
indefinitely?
not indefinitely.
Here's the
Why? You're
problem.
kicking out
Here's
the
the
other
problem.
people indefinitely.
No, hold on, Ollie. Here's the problem I have with your logic, right? Okay, this is the problem I
Yeah.
have, and I take umbrage with all the leftists that keep bringing this up. Is one, all right, America's a country, right? Now whether we agree a country should exist or not, it's a whole different topic. I didn't know that Fabian was here, but I will say this: like, hey, we're a country. A country's duty first is to its citizens, right? So the citizens are being harmed by members of a populace that are not citizens, right? Hey, guess what? That's really bad. And we should put our citizens first in this scenario. Now, should we allow our citizens to go run free? No, they should pay for the crimes too. However, if we're going to have these other people just coming in and like harming American citizenry, because that's what shoplifting is, you're harming small business owners, yes, kick them out because they're not us. It's really that simple.
So the thing is, like, you want me to take on the idea that the American government is supposed to care about its citizens in this like very specific situation where we have to kick the immigrants out because the immigrants are committing crimes that we don't like. But when our citizens are committing any of the crimes, we don't care about our citizens ever. And I don't see the
Nobody's saying
that.
That's a fake false equivalency.
No. You're saying the government's duty.
Republicans are generally tough on crime.
He said the government's highest duty is to protect its citizens, and people that are attacking the citizens are non-citizens. We need to get them out of here, right? This is like for like high crime, like felony crime. But when it comes to things like shoplifting, when it comes to like breaking like the speeding limit, whatever it may be, I don't really think that's like a deport worthy. I do think we should be what?
Well, hold on. Let me ask. Under your logic, why should we even deport an illegal immigrant who commits aggravated battery? Right? Because regular citizens commit aggravated battery, and we don't throw them in prison for life. Why even deport the ones who commit violent felonies?
Well, when you're doing violent felonies to people, and you're like, I don't think you deserve to be around people if you're doing violent crimes.
Oh, yes. So you're treating them differently than a citizen.
Me and you don't disagree. If you're committing violent crimes as a citizen, you should be jailed 3 times. You can go to
jailed, but not deported. You were making the comparison before. You were saying, well, we don't deport you as citizens or jail them indefinitely for committing shoplifting. So you're trying to draw this like a criticism of, well, we treat illegal immigrants differently than citizens. Of course we do, but you do as well. For like violent felonies. We don't deport American citizens who commit violent felonies. Why should we deport illegal immigrants who commit violent felonies at all?
Well, because once again, they're showing that they don't want to be here and play by any rules. So for the vast majority of illegal immigrants, the crimes that they are breaking so happen to be that they're existing on land that we don't want them to be on. So their crime is just existing within the land. I don't think that's deportable. I think people that want to be here, that want to work, that actually will improve our society, our civilization, whatever it may be, however you want to see it, should have a fast track to becoming Americans because they benefit, because they're coming in and benefiting us more than the people that actually do live here. So instead of sitting here and focusing all our time and efforts on like these illegals that are committing the crimes, right? We should focus in on making people citizens. And I can guarantee you that that if you make the people citizens, those citizens will be tougher on the illegal immigration than you, who is an American, because people who gain citizenship in this country typically dislike the people who are doing things illegally, that they typically have a newfound love and joy for this country. So if anything, if you want to
keep them, we can keep them. Well, I agree.
That's what I'm saying. The whole focus is on kicking out people. We never focus on bringing the people in.
That's not my focus. I know you started by saying we should keep people who want to work and have an idea of like working and being good. But people who come in and start shoplifting, these are not the people that are coming in to work and like make America a better place.
Why are they shoplifting?
Yeah, but this is the other issue.
Doesn't matter.
This is
Of
the other
course it
issue.
matters. I mean, why wouldn't that
The
matter?
reason-
That's what matters.
Why would it matter?
what-
Like,
what-
if they come into shoplift, why, like they're not being productive citizens.
If they come in sorry, hold on 1 second. If they came, that's such a ridiculous statement. If they came into shoplift, why the fuck would you like travel across the desert?
No, I'm not saying Prime.
The cartels do. But the cartels do that. The cartels do
I'm
do
not
that.
saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, because we got to get to this clip. But that language matters, right?
I'm not saying that.
Black Twitter likes to use language all the time.
Can I clarify? I know the hang up.
Okay.
I'm not saying that I'm going to cross the border to go steal from Walmart
Cartels
because
do
they have
this,
nicer
though.
things. I'm not saying that, okay? What I'm saying is that you're right. There'd be a hell of a lot of effort just to steal some, T-shirts from Walmart, for sure. But what I'm saying is, going along Ollie's logic of, I asked, why do we even deport the violent felons? And he said, well, no, because, sure, those people should be deported because they don't deserve to be here. But the people who come in here wanting to work and they do work and they do have a good record and everything, we should deport them. And I'm somewhat on board with this argument. I'm not super hawkish on immigration. I think Gibbs is much more hawkish on immigration than I am.
Well,
But the ones that come in and then commit crime, clearly they're not in the position, they're not here in America in a position to be a productive member of society if they're stealing.
Hold on.
The whole
There's a big hole in your whole argument here. There's a big hole.
They're obviously in a position. They're obviously not in a position where they're coming in because they have to come here illegally. They're escaping whatever it may be they're escaping from, or they're coming here to work. There isn't a fast track way of getting it. People are waiting X amount of years. So by nature of them being here, they are already by nature of them being here, they're already criminal to you.
Not to me.
Not to you, but in the argument, they would just have to be. So they're already breaking a crime, right? In accordance to the law. So you're already saying that they're not.
Yeah, but I care. Hold on, I care less about that. I don't care because it's a self-defining crime. Yes, they're here. Technically, that's a crime. Okay, I understand why that's weak. But what is strong if they're stealing from people? That's actually a moral wrong. You're hurting people. You're coming to this country and then you just start hurting people. If you're just here, you're not hurting people. So I don't really care all that much about that crime.
Works. One and two, I do think it depends on the context of what's being happened. I don't think stealing is always morally or
it's hurting people. You're hurting people by stealing.
Before we get lost in that part, that's a
Can I say
let Katja and then we'll get Gibbs, all right?
So, all I was gonna say is honestly, I'd feel the best argument for cutting things off at misdemeanors and felonies. I'm totally fine with people with felonies or who could do a felony getting, deported and all that stuff. I just think with misdemeanors, it gets kind of really dicey because with a lot of misdemeanors, a lot of those, I'd say the best argument to make would be that the going through the process of deporting the person, unless we're on our fifth misdemeanor, the utility of, going through the process to deport the person would be a bigger deal than just saying, whatever and having them pay restitution or face the punishment for the misdemeanor here the same as everybody else.
I don't necessarily agree with that. And what I'm really concerned about is in that case, having otherwise felonies be charged as misdemeanors. We already know the DAs play with the charges sometimes in order to accomplish certain political goals. But then also,
what are we talking about here?
So assault, let's say there'd normally be a felonious assault. They find out this guy's an illegal immigrant. Well, we don't want to go through the trouble of deporting him, or it's going to look bad if we deport him. So we're going to charge it as a misdemeanor.
So we would have to have evidence that this is going to
this happens. This happens. Yes, DAs will regularly downcharge.
At what rate are we? How often?
I don't know the exact rate. You can watch The Wire. It's very obvious from The Wire. It's a great show. They go into it in depth.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so here I want to really take this back a little bit how we began this conversation, actually, because the Dems here have done something, which is what we call bait and switch. That's what just happened, right? What y'all did was we talked about this issue, and y'all said, "Hey, what about all these asylum seekers?" All right, you know what? I probably am the most hawkish person here. However, I have always advocated for we needing a better immigration policy. I think we need to have more people in, et cetera, if they want to work. However, if y'all remember the story and the NBC article that I posted in there, both these talk about what's the issue. We have 13,000 people probably that are in here that have got homicide convictions, and this other person that killed after SA and Lincoln Riley. Guess what? They entered here illegally because the border wasn't secure and they weren't asylum seekers. So even if we did everything y'all wanted, these people still would have died. Also, the same people with these Tren de Agua people. So y'all aren't really trying to solve the problem. Y'all just hate people that live along the border that have to deal with this.
We want more like judges to process these things, and then obviously more, because if there's a way for people to get stuff processed or a better way for people to immigrate.
Why do you hate Texas ranchers? Why do you hate Texas ranchers? Because here's what happened. Just on my ranch alone.
I don't know.
Just on my ranch alone, in the last 3 months, we have had about $8,000 to $12,000 in lost revenue due to coyotes crossing through areas that we control and killing cattle to feed to their groups. This is a problem. We've installed drones. We've got cameras up that like make loud noises and shit now, and they see them to start talking to them. We have 24-hour surveillance all over our properties, and it's a problem. Now, I'm just one rancher. Imagine this being a statewide issue, and what are we supposed to do? We're just supposed to go here and go, oh, it's because we didn't give them asylum. No, these are people that are doing things illegal on our land, and y'all just don't tell us to fuck them.
Right. Do you think that
could be stopped by a wall, which is
doing it that way, or like killing people's cattle for food, like just like for fun? And if there was a better way for them to do things, safely and like different parts of it. Obviously, I think crossing areas should be established. And I mean, if you want to have more ice or you want to have,
I think they do it because they can. Why would you want to do something like that you have to pay more money for when you can do it illegally for cheaper? I mean, isn't that the whole reason a lot of people say that they're safe?
Be documented.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't in many cases. It's not. It's not. The whole reason that people come the whole reason that people don't become documented is the monetary issue for a lot of people. So no, you're wrong. Unequivocally, you're wrong. It's literally not. It is not the opposite. Money is a barrier. Okay. Money is absolutely a barrier. And there's a reason they come here illegally. On top of that, we still haven't offered a solution. Hold on. We approve the walls work down here, and y'all just don't like personal property.
And our documented avenues and lower the monetary barrier.
So, but why do y'all hate people that have more? Why do you hate ranchers?
To make it easier for people to get here.
So we're supposed to just get fucked?
No, that's the opposite of what I'm saying, Gibbs. Hold on, but let's get Corey, and I'll jump in, and you can finally understand what I'm trying to say.
I just have a question. Well, maybe to clarify it further. So, from what I understand of the Lincoln Riley story, she got through in Texas, right? From what I understand, according to you, Gibbs, didn't Trump. Why is this an issue in Texas then? Didn't Trump solve it?
I'll tell you who solved it. I tell you who solved it. Greg Abbott.
That's not my question.
This is before Operation Lone Star.
Yeah, but wasn't Trump's whole thing was he built a wall between Mexico and Texas? Didn't he do that?
I mean, it was started and it was shut down.
Oh,
by the Dems. By the Dems. The Dems shut down.
Oh, the Dems shut. But isn't the best deal maker with the biggest brain?
The biggest argument you can make here is that under Trump there was Remain in Mexico, which is that illegal immigrants, while waiting for their pending asylum cases, which you can just claim asylum, by the way, it is a absolutely abused system. And the way around this abuse system was, well, if you do that, you can do that, but you have to wait in Mexico while we review your case. It's true. Under Trump, there was record low levels of illegal immigration because of this, right? Because,
Mexico
what's the point?
Was not a fan of that policy. Generally, if something involves another country, we have to kind of work together with them for this. We can't just be
we paid them. We paid them to host the asylees.
That's great.
As far as I know, the Harris campaign also did a similar policy. The Biden-Harris campaign
also repealed it.
No, hold on. They have those stopover nations that when you're traveling to, you have to seek asylum in the first nation. These are asylum nations. There's a term.
The EU did something like that, but Biden almost immediately upon getting elected eliminated Remain in Mexico. There's a whole case there's a bunch of litigation about it.
I'm not talking about Remain in Mexico. I'm talking about another policy, and I'm not talking about the EU. I know what the EU did, but I know in America we also
tore down walls.
There's no comparable policy to Remain in Mexico that Biden did.
I'm not talking about. I don't know what you bring up Remain in Mexico. There was a specific policy where you had to go to certain countries that were established to like apply for asylum there, like the first country you're passing. So you're going from the bottom of South America to the United States, right? If it's Colombia, and Colombia I don't think was one of them, but if you travel through Colombia, well then you have to use Colombia. You have to apply for asylum in Colombia and stay there while you're being processed to move forward. But I mean, we can look into this. But I know we absolutely had this policy.
I think we should look into it because obviously it didn't work.
I believe. Well, good, because I want more people to come here. But and fuck this policy. But I believe it would happen in the Biden under the Biden years, but I could be wrong about that. So I don't want to get you out. But I know this policy fucking existed. But back to it. So to Gibbs, right? So I have two things. I want to say stuff to Gibbs and to Lactoid. To Gibbs, no, I don't want to leave ranchers to fend for themselves. And in fact, I think that would be a bad thing. I think that would lead to a lot of tragedies with ranchers trying to control their land or whatever, right? So what I would like to do is, rather than like building more barriers that forces crossers, right? Immigrants to try to get across on people's private lands, right? Forcing them to try to do that, or other dangerous methods of getting into the country. Let's vastly expand the documented lanes. If it's expensive to go through the documented system, which I think it's absolutely more expensive to be undocumented from actually knowing undocumented people and knowing their struggles. But okay, let's say that's the case. Then whatever those monetary issues, let's lower those barriers so that people will be encouraged to go through the documented route. And we'll have a place to actually do so. And the better documented we are, the better we'll be able to tell if they had committed some sort of invalidating crime, and then we can send them home. Like, sorry, you can't come here. That's the path forward. Then to our friend Lactoid, I'd like to ask about your deportation rhetoric, right? You were saying, so for misdemeanors, you would deport people, correct?
It depends on the kind of misdemeanor, but like stealing, yeah, I would.
Why now on the kind of misdemeanor?
Well, again, like my thought process of what I think should be legal and should be not, right? If they are like convicted of like possession of marijuana, I don't think there should be a crime anyway. I don't give a fuck, and I really don't care. They're not hurting anybody, right? And if somebody comes in here and they're not hurting somebody, they're just working. I don't really care to get rid of them. Like why are we spending money when they're just here working and maybe smoking a little bit of weed? I don't care. But if you have somebody who's like coming here and then it's like, oh, they're stealing from people, and now they're hurting people, and now I'm less sympathetic to their cause.
So all right. I think there's a case there to be made for a person hurting others. I think we could just like hand them over to our justice system, and then that can deal with them. They're like some sort of repeat offender, right? Like they're constantly, stealing, doing misdemeanors, right? At some point in time, it's like, okay, well, you gotta have a long jail sentence. That works for me. I don't know why you necessarily have to remove them for that, but I could probably give on that particular issue. But in any case, I want to push back on your idea that it doesn't matter why. Because of course it matters why, right? If we can find out why people are committing crimes and address that reason, then they might not commit the crimes anymore, right? So if the people are stealing food because they don't have food, well, if we give them food, then they won't steal food.
Right. This is why I was preempting this argument by saying it doesn't matter. What I mean by it doesn't matter is if they come in here and start stealing for fun, then they're the type of person I don't want in America anyway. And if they come in here and they steal because they're hungry, then they're not productive enough to work for their own food. So why are they here?
They're the kind of person I don't want in this country.
They're the kind of person that I don't want here in this country. People who can't be
homeless people.
Ideally, we would, but there's no place to send them. So I don't know where.
Yeah. So hold on a second.
Immigrants for the immigrants.
I have this. So when you come in here undocumented, you have less access to any resources. Everything is tougher for an undocumented citizen. So if you're saying that well, these people aren't in a good position to be productive, I would agree, right? Like I've assisted an undocumented citizen myself, right? Trying to navigate this one. You know this, right? Like I've talked to you about this, how difficult it is for an undocumented citizen to like get a bank account and then maybe start a business. All these things are barriers. Another reason to make them documented so that they can access the resource they need. Well, there's no reason to put these endless barriers in front of them so that they can be protected. The person I was dealing with, right, is a person who really literally wanted to start a business and was being kept from starting a business by our immigration laws. What sense does that make, right?
Yeah, I
they
agree
were
with you
trying
on
to
that.
become productive. Yeah.
And
Not
maybe,
really.
maybe we can build a bridge here. Let's say we
Okay.
did remove some of those barriers to the point
Mhm.
where it's like somebody coming in here isn't going to be faced with so many barriers when it comes to working or starting their own business or whatever. Then, like, that kind of removes their excuse if they're starting to steal now. Because now in my mind, it's like, well, if you're coming here to work and there's really not like the barriers that we're talking about here to prevent you from working, why are you stealing food instead of working for your food?
Fair.
Well, one other thing I wanted to say about, what makes it harder for undocumented immigrants to be undocumented is the fact that undocumented immigrants are at a much higher risk of getting screwed over by their employers and also becoming the victims of crimes like human trafficking and like forced labor. Like, especially in these agricultural areas, we've got people getting paid way less than they should, and they really can't go to the police because of fear of deportation. So if these people had papers, then they would be able to call out this exploitation of their labor, and then they'd have more money to pay for food. Because, I mean, if they're getting paid like $2 an hour in some cases, they're probably not going to have enough money to live and feed themselves and this and that and the other. Because obviously stuff here is more expensive than that.
I mean, I'm in favor of abolishing the minimum wage, though. So I mean, that argument's not going to ring super hard with me.
Thank you, Aiko, my friend Aiko, who resubbed 35 months.
Right, but they can't.
Thanks for resubbing 35 months. He says, I know one rancher who lost land to eminent domain for the border wall. Why does Gibbs hate Texas ranchers? Yeah, Gibbs. Why do you hate Texas ranchers?
To respond to this, as someone who's also lost land due to the border wall. You know what? Hey, sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good. And this is why I'm not a libertarian. Sometimes Texas comes first. And there's a reason why Prime advocated for Project Lone Star just a few minutes ago by advocating that we need barriers that funnel people to legal areas of immigration, because that's what Project Lone Star is aiming to do. But the evil, treasonous Biden-Harris administration came down and tore down barriers and allowed people to come in after Trump had put some of these up. So yeah, I thank Prime for agreeing with me on that. And I've also advocated we should lift a lot of these restrictions. I absolutely agree. I think that'd be better. But here's the kicker. Is that if we do that and we put up the wall, we can stop a lot of this sex trafficking, because that's what's happening with a lot of the illegal immigration. But however, everybody's so afraid of security and deterrence that y'all, because it sounds nasty, dirty, that y'all are willing to suffer and allow more sex trafficking because y'all don't want security.
Oh.
That's the hard truth of it.
Can I respond to Lactoid earlier and what he was saying about, like, I understand that you're not big on the minimum wage, but I feel like that argument goes even if there was no minimum wage, because people who, fear deportation can't just as easily change jobs because they obviously can't work ones that aren't willing to, pay them under the table or this, that, and the other. They also can't, collectively bargain or, really talk against it at all, because, like, obviously they could just call ICE on you. So having people have papers just allows them to, even in a system without a minimum wage, kind of, be able to do more there.
I also don't want to require employers to hire who they don't want to hire. The one point I will...
So if they were documented immigrant, then, there shouldn't be discrimination against documented immigrants hiring them.
In Lactoid's world, that's okay.
That's up for the employers, in my opinion. But the one thing I will say, though, that I think is fair, the one thing I will say that I think is fair is you could have a situation in which an illegal immigrant comes in the country and agrees to work for like $4 an hour or whatever, and then only gets paid $2 an hour, and they say, hey, you stiffed me, what the fuck? And the employer says, what are you going to do about it? You're going to go run to the cops? Go ahead. That's a problem. Sure. I don't know how often like an immigrant's going to get deported in that situation. Like I have had cases where arguably similar things have happened, and you're not even allowed to bring up the fact that this person's an illegal immigrant in the court proceedings. And if you do, the judge is going to go fucking ham on your ass. Like you cannot even bring that up, right? You can't use someone's illegal legal status as a weapon to prevent them from bringing a case. But I agree with you that maybe some illegal immigrants don't know that, and maybe that they are under the impression that they can't bring these cases, even if they can.
That, and then also kind of the idea of like, if somebody makes too much noise, or that they, might report something, that the employer or somebody else could just call ICE and just report them as being an illegal immigrant, like irregardless of like the court proceedings of that, just as a second thing, just contact immigration. So
Well, then the
obviously
employer will get in
people
trouble.
hearing that.
The judge will get people. The judge finds out about that. The judge will get people in trouble. Yeah.
Undocumented immigrants are always terrified of being called,
There's that too, yeah.
Interactions with the police. Yeah, well, yeah, but interactions with police in general. Hold on,
Right.
Radford. I didn't catch exactly what you said, so I want to make sure I have that clear. You're saying that within a court proceeding, criminal court proceeding,
Civil.
you can't bring up civil. So okay, so
Yeah,
civil.
in every civil case where like, so I have had multiple cases where an illegal immigrant has sued somebody for not paying them what they agreed to pay them, and you cannot bring up the fact that they are an illegal immigrant whatsoever.
Okay, well, that makes sense, right?
You can't bring them up in any of the filings. You can't bring that up to the jury. That like they are an illegal immigrant, but they have like equal access to the court system as any U.S. citizen.
So that's a good thing, right?
In terms of if they agree to a certain wage and the employer stiffs them, I think the employer should have to pay. If they contracted that, the best option would be for the employer to be forced to pay that wage. Yeah,
No,
and they have access to, and they be able to use the legal system to compel employers to do that without fear of like being reprised upon. I agree with that.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it's more of like a perceived fear too, because I mean, you even have times when illegal immigrants have witnessed crimes and not wanted to come forward about something like that. Where they're not
Why
even
sanctuary
on
cities are a
anybody's
good
bad
idea.
side.
Yeah. That's
Where
why I
they're
get
doing
that
like an
sanctuary
objectively
cities.
good thing.
Look,
it's still, like,
I'm not
scary.
super hot. Like, if you have an illegal immigrant who's not like stealing shit or like committing crimes, other crimes other than illegally immigrating, whatever. Not super hawkish on that. Whatever. My big thing is like, if it's like if someone's on probation and they commit a crime, we throw their ass, even if it's a small crime, like we throw them back in jail, right? Here we have somebody, it's like they just come in the country illegally, they just like they flagrantly flaunt our system, whatever. I really don't care all that much. But then they start to commit crimes. Like if we can get rid of them at that point, like why not? Like they're obviously not here to work. They're here doing bad shit, right? We don't want them to here doing bad shit.
This is still under the consideration that you'd understand that it's tough for them. So if you remove the barriers, then we'd agree with you. But considering that there are barriers, are you more understanding to the fact that like why these crimes are committing and why the why it matters?
I mean that. So it depends what you mean by understanding. Like I understand that people in financially rough situations may turn to crime, but whatever situation you're in, to me, that's never an excuse for crime. Like, for example, the vast majority of offenders against children, they themselves, like, I don't know the vast majority, but like a disproportionate amount of them had they themselves been abused as children as well. Like that could explain it, but that doesn't really justify it, right? It's never justified to steal from people, even if you happen to be poor.
Hold on. So hold on. Let me.
If you
I want to just talk. I just want to touch on your probation thing, because I think that's a really interesting thing you bring up, right? If a person's on probation, right, they've committed a crime, and you're on probation. If they commit a small crime, we send them back in, right? But like so many people who are on probation, they have less access to resources in general, right? Like you can't be in like federal like subsidized homes, right? If you are on probation, if you've committed some sort of felony, right? You can't live in there. Well, see, that's a problem. Because that's like so many of these people are poor individuals, and that's where their support network is in those federally subsidized housing. And so because they can't access support networks, they end up having to find other ways to support themselves. And what the thing that they know is crime, right? So like rather than try to lower the barriers for their success, those people out on probation, we put barriers in their place, and then we are surprised when they recidivate, right? When they end up back in jail. So the same thing I would apply to undocumented immigrants, right? Rather than setting them up for failure by putting various barriers in their way, let's make it as easy as possible for them to integrate into our society, to be productive members. And then after that, right, after we've lowered all those barriers, then I'm definitely more willing to talk about, right, dealing with the few who are antisocial or who refuse to integrate properly, and we can send their asses back. But first, let's lower those barriers.
Arguably, your argument works, I guess, or at least theoretically works with people on probation. Although I would argue that I have different ideas about how to address recidivism. We had multiple panels on that before. And also, I think that, lack of access to resources is part of the consequence, I think, of the bad decision that these people made, assuming, of course, that it's a crime that I think actually should be a crime. But that wouldn't exist for deportation. We wouldn't have to worry about them committing another crime in America if they're not in America anymore.
Except that they come back any which way, right? I mean, if they're
then
criminal,
Gibbs would say, let's have a wall, and then they can't get back in.
Exactly. They're not going to get through it. We have the Great Wall of China.
Yeah, but like rather than having to deal with all that,
or drone strikes.
And I would just put them in jail. We also don't have to worry about them if they're in jail for the crimes that they committed. So I would just put them in jail. I have no problem doing that. Then they can't work their way across the border because they're inside and in a prison cell. So I'm fine with that too.
So you
surrounded by walls.
Jails are expensive, and you don't
surrounded by walls. All the walls you need.
Hold on.
All the walls you need in a prison.
Prime. But see, okay, but you don't like private jails, right? And housing people is fucking expensive because we're giving these people 3 square meals a day. They got health insurance. Now we got hold on. And Kamala is trying to make transgender surgery for illegal aliens.
That's true.
And I'm not saying that. But however, let's stop sending billions of dollars.
Pay for that.
Let's stop spending billions of dollars to genocidal Israel. Then we can have plenty of money to support those criminals that we house in jail.
Wait. So we could pay for the trans surgeries for inmates? Absolutely not.
That's
a real thing. That is a real thing. Gibbs does not lie about that.
No, and I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Than another foreign country. Yes, I want the money here so the Americans can get their in-jail trans surgery and get the respect that Americans deserve. I want American money spent in America.
True.
Businesses run by Americans and employ Americans.
Yeah,
you guys have a source
doing the transgender surgery should be American.
Which one? The Kamala statement?
The transgender surgery.
Yeah, we do have sources. I have so many sources for this.
Because this was a claim made by Donald Trump.
This guy.
Wait. It was a on Twitter. I got to time. No. This is not having this is not random mega accounts on Twitter. So Donald Trump said this during the debate, and people thought it was such a wacky idea that of course it's fake. But it's actually true. In 2019, Kamala, the last time she ran for a primary, in a response to the ACLU sends out questionnaires on the policies of various candidates. Kamala Harris said, yes, she will pay for trans surgeries for illegally detained migrants. She's had multiple in-person interviews where she has repeated this claim.
That's like 2 people in America.
Allegedly, according to the newest strategy.
Where's your source on being 2 people, Ollie? It could be 3. You don't know.
The statistics tell me it's 0.0001% of just the average person.
No, there's a moral hazard
in jail.
Ollie, there's a moral hazard here. Here's the moral hazard, right? All the trans people of the world. All the trans people of the world will realize this is my ticket to a free surgery. They illegally come to America, commit a crime, get the free surgery, and then get deported back to their own country.
They want to come here. They want to go to American jail so they can get their trans surgeries. With a record.
They'll commit a minor crime, right? They'll throw a rock at a police car or whatever.
We should just build a mega mansion.
It's a court order to be able to get one now. A non-immigrant federal prisoner has now been court ordered to be forced to be able to receive one in prison. Yeah, this is crazy. Literal insanity.
In the back chat.
I already posted them.
Oh, did you?
They're in there.
I think it's just as insane, like, for example, like when Trump says he wants to deport 11 million people. Yeah, that's crazy to me. And that affects 11 million people, way more than this like hypothetical trans illegal immigrant in jail.
I think Vance is much more reasonable. He said we're going to start with the ones that are like committing crimes other than illegally immigrating, and that's about 1 million. We have about 1 million of them that have committed crimes that we have not yet deported, despite the fact that they're criminal aliens. Like they've actually committed crimes in addition to being illegal immigrants.
That's like what, like tens of millions or like a couple 100 million to deport all these people.
Just not like the criminal ones.
Punishing
like
criminals takes money.
Immigrants, that's at least 11 million, probably more.
It's way
like these
more than
mass
11 million.
deportations. Well, the big problem with that is the implementation of this. That would be billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, and probably result in at least one mass death event by accident. Because where are you going to send these people to? A lot of them, we don't know where to send them at. So what are we going to do? Got to detain them. And then when we're detaining so many people in these kind of like willy-nilly situations and we don't know what to do with them, eventually it's going to be super expensive. People are going to be like getting diseases. People are going to be, in inadequately sanitary conditions. I mean, we already saw with a lot of the detention centers on the border that there were humanitarian issues. I mean, that would just be worse with the number of people that would be added to that.
So if we did the like Prime's idea, where we got rid of lots of the barriers, made it like a lot more affordable to come into the country, still had like checks and maybe like probationary periods, maybe, or like a tally system or something, but at least made it easier for like good people, hardworking people to come into the country, and then we built a wall. Would everybody be okay with that?
So happy you asked that, because I have been asking that question since the first day I came on this panel.
But we got to do the first.
No, we got to do the wall first. You got to stop the flow.
No. Vice versa.
Like you wouldn't need the wall. You wouldn't need the wall.
Why would you even? Okay, but
well, the wall would be for criminals at that point.
But here's the issue, right? Because what you're going to get is a mass exodus event into the country. Right, and I've even offered this as a compromise. What if we even gave everybody a chance? Yeah, just or whatever out of these other countries, exodus, whatever.
Sure.
Maybe I didn't use the proper one. I've even offered this bridge before. I said, what if we just put an arbitrary date, and this was like January when I said this, and we could pick January of next year, or whatever. We can pick exact year from today, and say, hey, if you get here before this country, and you are before this time, and you get here, we'll give you amnesty. I said, let's give them amnesty, and let's just get as long as we get a background check, make sure you're not like a criminal, right? Let's give all the people that want to work amnesty. We'll give them all. We'll have a mass entrance. All right, cool. And then I want the most secure wall ever to be built in the history of mankind, and I want it like lethal force. And I want people to know, if you don't get here before this date, lethal force. If the women, children, nobody cares. Let's build this wall, and then let's also expand entry. Let's make the everything easier. Let's do it. And so you get that year grace period you wanted, but no, nobody wanted to do that. Nobody wanted.
I just think the wall would be ugly, if I'm being honest. I mean, if you really want to build it, sure. And if you think it's that much of a
Dems are just using
sure.
They don't care about immigrants.
No, I'd agree. Listen, I'd agree. I just think at that point it would be pointless because, once again, if I think you allowed all the people to immigrate, I think they would be against the criminals too. So you wouldn't really have this big push. I think you'd against people. I don't think you'd need the wall at that point. But if you want to build it, I mean, sure, it just makes Texas uglier. That's all I'm saying.
It would be less people coming over, so it'd be easier to.
They wouldn't have to come over illegally if we removed the barriers. Yeah, so there's just the issue with the wall is that the amount of people that are coming in are in troves. What's the percentage of the amount of people that are criminals, right? If you allow all the other people to come in, you wouldn't need a wall. You would just need border security.
Hold on, but I'm willing to compromise.
You absolutely would.
I'm willing to compromise for my beautiful friend Gibbs. Okay, right? If we can, on my side, right, get vastly expanded paths to documented citizenry, right, where it makes it very, I don't want to say easy, but it's a solid path, a path that isn't literally impossible in some cases.
Reasonable.
To do. A reasonable path. That's the word I'm using. Thank you. Reasonable path to citizenship. And we lower all these barriers to that make it that difficult, right? If we do all that, then I guess I'm fine with a wall, right? Like we can put up a wall. Hey, we don't want people to do things illegally. Do it legally, right? And you can, but also you can still claim asylum, right? That would have to be part of the deal because asylum, that's an international treaty type situation. You should be able to claim asylum at ports of entry. So as long as they can do all that stuff, right? Yeah, I guess we can have a solid wall. I'm not going to shoot people dead. Maybe we could capture them. Sure, but I'm not going to shoot them dead. I'm going to
It was with
shoot
nets,
back.
not guns.
The nets, right? Or the drone swarms that he wanted. That's an old school reference from Gibbs there. But okay. With the time we have before we get into the next topic, I want to circle back to Kamala, who is not in a good position. Oh, Killer Kamala. Sorry, some people might be offended by Kamala. Killer Kamala. She has squandered her lead. She was in a great position previously, not in that great position anymore. Races tighten up one way or the other as you get closer to the election day. So that's something to consider. But my understanding and what I've heard from different sources that just the way the Electoral College works out, the disaster that is Electoral College, that a Democrat basically needs to be winning 5% in the national polls to win the Electoral College. That's how that math works out, or that they need a comfortable lead, because if they're even, then they're essentially losing. And I guess I wanted to examine the reasons why. So we talked about immigration. That's how we got on that thing, right? I think one of the reasons, and this seemed to have been brushed aside previously, I'm not sure, I didn't quite hear it, is I think certainly Kamala's allegiance to the genocidal Israel regime. People thought, I hoped, let's say that, let me rephrase that. I hoped when Kamala took the nomination that she would make a change. Now, I didn't think Kamala was going to be some sort of pro-Palestine activist, right? She doesn't give a fuck about Palestine. I don't give a fuck about those people. I understand that, right? But I thought she would recognize how politically toxic it would be to continue on with Biden's policy, right, of unabashed support of an ethnic cleansing campaign. But she has proven me wrong time and time again, all right? I truly underestimated her stupidity. And so now we're in the situation where there was news that was coming out that apparently Kamala is going to try to find areas of differences between her and Biden. She's been tying herself. She married herself to Biden. Of course, she was the vice president.
Whoa.
True, right? But she has been tying herself, saying, "I will have policy continuity with this guy," other than without saying, "Hey, of course, I have differences of opinion." Kamala had a chance at The View, right? On The View, she was given the opportunity to state what decisions might she have had differently than President Biden. She couldn't think of anything. I can't think of any in any area, not a single area, where I would have made a different decision than Biden. Biden, the extremely unpopular president, you couldn't think of that? You didn't have an answer for this? Or maybe that really is your answer? That there's nothing you would do differently than the Biden administration? What a stupid thing to say. How dumb are you, Kamala? Right? Again, I thought she was a brilliant prosecutor before. Apparently not. But anyway, she's apparently looking for some sort of subtle differences there. But before she does, she's going to check in with the Biden administration, Joe Biden and Jill Biden, to make sure they're not offended before they give her the okay, so she can give a tiny bit of pushback in certain areas. I don't think it's going to be enough. With less than a month left on this campaign, right? People have been making this and this is the last thing I'll say, so everyone else can jump in. People have been saying, I think it was Hubert Humphrey was a candidate who was running against who was running it was the LBJ's vice president, I believe. But in any case, he didn't distance himself on the Vietnam War until like it was too late, right? I believe it's Hubert Humphrey I'm talking about. Hopefully I'm not getting that wrong. But he didn't distance himself from the Vietnam War until at the very end of the campaign. And he lost miserably. Like, I think Kamala Harris might find herself in that position. And I think it does matter what her position is here, because the most passionate individuals who are usually the ones that the Democratic Party relies on, like the activists who will knock on doors, right? Who spread the word of mouth, who through their enthusiasm gets other people, they bring in other people who are less likely voters. Those people aren't there. They're out on the streets protesting Killer Kamala, right? They're protesting Genocide Joe, but they're not there. They have no passion for this campaign. So I think it actually really does matter on this particular issue. But there might be other issues as well that people want to discuss.
I would say that that's a reason why people who are the current vice president usually have a tough time getting elected in general, because they are in a difficult decision where they, especially with stuff that is issues of international, world stage type stuff, don't want to deviate too much from the current administration that they are currently a part of to be a candidate for the presidency. So there's not enough deviation that can happen there, which I feel like is just kind of an issue with people who are vice president who are running right after right.
Did anyone respond?
You know my thoughts on the Israel thing, but
I mean, well, so
no, not your thoughts on Israel. Your thoughts on why she's losing, right? Like it doesn't matter whether you support the genocidal regime in Israel or you don't. You might be able to recognize that this could be a drag within certain sections of the Democratic Party. It's kind of what I was talking about.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, because I actually find this really interesting that you're saying this, Brian. I know your stance, but I saw, was it today? And I hate to even do this, but I'm just going to say it because I follow all y'all, and I saw what Brianna Wu was saying, kind of the opposite of what you're saying, right? And I know that y'all
crazy ass Zionist Brianna Wu. I've dealt with her before, yeah.
Sure. I'm not lumping y'all in, but y'all are both
we are nothing alike.
Left of me, though. You're left of me.
Left of you.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, they're clearly the same. No, I know that. I know y'all definitely have different opinions, but y'all are both I would feel like left speakers of some kind or liberal, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, so when I'm looking at this, she was saying basically we need to. So her strategy is she thinks that the reason they're losing was basically that they're pandering too much to fringe ideas, and she listed the your stance as one of them. And you're saying that you think that the main Democratic Party wants to should embrace more of these or embrace specific ones, and I just kind of find that interesting. Now I don't know which one's strategy is correct, but I do think that some of that could be hurting her chances because it is a mixed signal because you're getting these different factions, and that's always bad. I think when you have and I think at this stage Republicans are pretty much all on board with the Trump, which I think helps.
Well, hold on. But there's no mixed signal here, right? Like again, crazy Zionist ass Brianna Wu.
Sure.
I don't want to take the word.
Well, she's a different faction, is what I'm saying.
She not. Well,
I don't know. But...
Okay. All right. So let's leave crazy ass Brianna Wu aside, right? But there is no messaging here, right?
Well, the Clintons.
Every single no. I mean, again, Brianna Wu is wrong, right? Utterly wrong. Not a surprise. When has there ever been any mixed messaging from Kamala, right? And every time she's been asked about this, every time, you can find me a time, if I'm wrong about this, find me a time where she said differently. She's saying she will support Israel. Israel has a right to defend itself. She's been saying the exact same line as Biden, right? Oh, Palestinians have a right to self-dignity.
Yeah, they can't say Palestine without mentioning Israel's right to defend
Israel has a right to defend itself, and our support of Israel is unshakable, and no mention of ever slowing down arms sale. Like, if you can find me the point where she's like, go ahead.
One issue that I'm also having here, I mean, I feel like a lot of the no difference stuff is kind of like a bit of a perception. Obviously, neither candidate is what we want as far as Israel Palestine. I agree with you on that. I just feel like basically there's a reason why Netanyahu wants Trump back in office. There's a reason why a lot of Israelis, if they're polled, when they're polled, really want Trump back in office. Like, but every other, general U.S. ally is on the other side of things.
I don't like how this gets a little bit overlooked because honestly, something I realized this week, the only thing politicians don't lie about is the fact that they love Israel. Israel and being Zionist literally seems to be the unifying faction, and the only thing that a politician tells the truth about. And it's very weird. It's very weird that we get lied to as Americans about like what they're gonna do for us and so on and so forth. And yet, for every politician that's trying to become president, the one thing that we can guarantee is like factually true is that their support of Israel is like unwavered.
Yeah.
Right, because that can happen without Congress, but a lot of the other stuff that's lied about, aka stuff that's promised, that doesn't end up happening. Most of those things are, at the behest of Congress, which I mean, there's a lot going on there, a lot of, different processes, a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of
but the guaranteed thing that happens is support to a foreign country.
Right. That can happen within the executive branch without, the legislative branch having to, go through all the House of Congress and all that stuff.
I think they're also trying to make it like a message probably to like the world for whatever reason. I'm not saying like it's right or wrong, but they're what I'm saying is like they're probably more willing to lie to American people, but like on the world stage, they want to have a certain like reputation, I guess. And also like what you just said, all American like politicians like support Israel, like all the presidents always have. Obama was very like strong about this. So like I feel like when you guys are making it like a one voter issue, it's like, are you never gonna vote ever again? Or
no, it's just
Obama was actually better on this specific issue. But sorry,
it's not. Honestly, at this point, it just seems that like this is the only issue that no one seems to budge on. And like, yeah, I don't want to vote anymore if like, honestly, we can't even have the real conversation of why this seems to be so important to American politicians, why this seems to be the only thing they're willing to unwaver on, to the point where they're like, they just, when they're walking out and they're hearing the Palestinian protesters, they're blocking their ears because they're annoyed. I mean, yeah, when it comes to something that you see is so important as, once again, you literally eliminated a country off of the face of the map. We watched it happen. It was removed off of Google Maps and Apple Maps within our time. So I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of like annoying when we keep saying one thing and no politician can mention Palestine. No politician can say Palestinians deserve the right to whatever without immediately within the same breath mentioning Israel, but they can talk about Israel without mentioning Palestine.
And to be clear, right, to be very clear, Ghosty, the Biden administration represents a clear and dramatic shift in American policy when dealing with Israel, right? Like, no one expected, even Blinken, the fucking Zionist that he is, he's our Secretary of State, he didn't expect that we would have this full-throated support of Israel, right? He assumed, right, and Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, seemed to have assumed, oh, this is going to be a short conflict. So there's going to be deaths back on either side of on the Gaza and the Israel divide, right? That's going to happen. But this is going to be a short thing, right? Like we've gone through this cycle before, where there's an incident and then Israel does an extreme amount of violence back on the other side, right? But like, they get out of their system and we move on with our fucking lives. But Biden, with his completely unshakable support with Israel, this is dramatic. President Obama, put not as strong as I would like, right? But put a lot of pushback on the continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank, right? He was very different from Joe Biden. Clinton, the other presidents, going back into the past, even Republicans, pushed back more.
Crazy on Israel.
Push back more. Oh, Trump is different. Yeah, that's fair. But push back more on Israel than Biden. So you were asking, like, well, are you never going to vote for a Democrat again? Well, I won't vote for a Democrat who supports a genocide. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. I will never do that. But the other ones weren't supporting a genocide. To be clear, this was not happening there. There were fights, there were skirmishes on their watch, but nothing on this scale happened. This is a dramatic shift.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I feel like Israel, I mean, I agree, it's bad. I just don't, like, if we talk about, even if they were the same, which they're not, if we're talking about the two candidates in this race, one is, clearly worse on Israel as far as, for the Palestinian people, and that is obviously Trump. So I just feel like even if they were the same,
why is he worse?
I mean,
why is he worse?
Why is he worse? Because he is basically like, he is not going to put any restrictions. Well,
what restrictions
neither
have
is Kamala.
Biden done?
Some restrictions.
Yeah, neither is Kamala.
What restrictions have
they
Biden?
have absolutely done restrictions.
What restrictions did Biden put on the Israelis?
Conducting proportionality tests, or examining that as well. Yes.
Proportionality test?
You don't like their ratio, but they are doing it. I don't like it either, but there's a difference.
Yeah, but that's not doing anything.
Yeah, and even if they are doing a proportionality test, right? They're just dropping bombs on civilians, destroyed completely. They've completely almost.
They started on another. They went on another, doing another country now. By the way, just like
Lebanese friends. Let's never forget them, right?
Yeah, so you don't agree with it.
They're about to start a war in Iran, right?
You don't agree with it.
Right.
So you don't agree with it. I don't agree with a politician who supports it.
Iran has oil.
I believe in I believe in voting with principle for these like presidents. I believe in character. I believe in voting like with my principles and my character, and like, so yeah. Why would I go ahead and vote on when domestically? I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't really fucking matter to me who's president. It doesn't really matter. I go Democrat. Listen, I vote Democrat because I like social policies. I like democratic social policies. I'm a leftist that way. But quite frankly, I had Trump as president, and I've had Biden as president, I've had Obama, and I've had Bush. None of that shit fucking really matters. Your local government is the thing that actually matters. If we're gonna have a real conversation, vote local. No one fucking doesn't really matter who president is because it changes every 4 years.
When we're talking about somebody who's literally tried to overturn an election result before, like, we're talking about something completely different. Somebody who said that they would suspend the Constitution. We can have this conversation. We talk about J6 all day and every day, but basically, like, I mean, I feel like this is a different situation.
So hold on. So
CDS, that's one issue.
There's a security blanket for them.
Okay,
Yeah,
there has been
January 6th. Here you go.
Hold on. So to get back to this, for Israel, like I used to state this line too. Well, I guess Trump is slightly worse, but there's like all Trump is saying is that I'll put no brakes on Israel, and then all that Biden is saying, right? He'll say a different line. Was that my support of Israel is absolutely unshakable, and Israel on his watch has escalated the war into Lebanon. On his watch is escalating the war into Iran, right? We're just waiting for them to choose the military targets that they're going to be bombing in Iran, right? There's just like a thing that's going to happen. There's no pushback from the administration there. At the start of this, right?
I just don't think that
hold on.
Didn't Iran just bomb them?
At the start, after they bombed Iran,
after the election,
after they bombed, hold on a second. Let me be very clear about this. After they bombed Iran, remember Hamas's political leader, right, who was in charge of the negotiations for peace, right, the peace deal, right? The Hamas's political leader was in Tehran. They bombed Tehran. With him. They assassinated him in Tehran, right?
Doesn't Iran fund those groups though?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they absolutely do. They push.
So did Netanyahu though,
and they fund Hamas. Absolutely, they're counterpower.
That's just base capitalism.
Absolutely.
Listen, base capitalism. They funded them. They let them in. Great pretense. It's a great pretense for war.
I'll even build a bridge with you. We should sell weapons to both sides and let them wipe each other out, take their oil. That's all I'm saying.
I love you, Gibbs. But yeah, so
absolutely more money.
In Israel, there's little graphs showing how many bombs have been exchanged on both sides, at least for the Israel and Lebanon situation. And I can show you. I have articles that visually show you Israel bombing way more. It's lobbed way more bombs on the other side, and continuously they've been doing this, right? So, but the point is, sorry, that's not the point that I went to focus in on. The point, fuck, what was I going to say? God damn it. Oh yeah. There's literally no holds on Israel. If Israel wanted to nuke Tehran, like, who would stop them?
I think that
who would stop them?
I mean, for anybody who prefers any sort of left-wing policy, I just think that this is like an irresponsible.
No. This is the thing I want to ask you. Katya, who would stop Israel if they decided they're just going to nuke Tehran?
I mean, I feel like the nuclear taboo would be different. I feel like that would be a situation in which, generally, I feel like we'd interfere with that, because once you take that taboo away, then we've got a lot of other issues.
But why? Why would we?
Why? Because that would probably spread beyond the Middle East.
It would probably put us in war.
Why? Oh, progress the war that we've already started. Hold on.
Put the U.S. in a war. I'm saying it would probably.
We have U.S. troops have been sent to the Middle East. They've been sent to Israel. They weren't there, but there was small bases previously. But now we've sent warships. We're sending additional troops. Now we're sending additional support for Israel in the form of a new missile defense system. We're sending troops there, right? If they get hit, during the exchange of munitions, we're already in the war, right? So that's the thing, right? So that'll happen. If the troops are there, then they can be targets. So there's that. But if and also we've stated that if others in the region, interfere with Israel, right? The U.S. will intercede. So the U.S. is ready and raring to go into the war. Biden keeps saying his support for Israel is unshakable. So that means also sending American boys and girls to go die in that war that Israel keeps escalating. It's unshakable. So I ask you again, if they decide to nuke Tehran, who would stop them?
Well, I think that would be a different situation than
it'd be us because they have oil.
Because here's the thing, obviously, because
that's what would happen.
We're talking about a taboo that has
the oil fields aren't in Tehran
since 1945.
Yeah, but
so what? Israel is breaking war crimes, is committing war crimes as we speak.
There's
right
been
now
many war crimes since World War II. And I feel like war crimes, while bad, obviously don't have this worldwide taboo that we've been trying to, keep a handle on for the past, however many.
But what are the consequences? What would the consequences be for Israel?
What are the consequences for the politicians that support it? What are the consequences for the politicians that support it?
Who cares about everyone? Israel doesn't give a fuck about everyone. So, Israel isn't.
No, I'm saying if they're using nuclear weapons and that escalates in that way, then
so I'm asking you what the consequences for them. Why? What reason? What reason would they have to not do it? The world's going to be mad at them. The world's already mad at them. The rest of the world gives a fuck about this in a way that Americans don't. So, what would be the reason why they wouldn't do it?
The discussion. I mean, I would say that they wouldn't do it because I think that they wouldn't want to risk losing support over that, which I think would happen with nuclear weapons involved.
They're already
losing support with what they're doing on the ground, and they just started another country 2 weeks ago.
If they're already losing support, then
not American support. The only thing
not American support.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And then we as Americans who don't want to support it are looking at our politicians and being like, "Hey, we're not going to vote for you if you support it." And you're looking at us and going, "Hey, that's not enough of a strong issue for us because Trump might win presidency, and that's supposed to be the big
absolutely.
That's supposed to be the big boogeyman." When at this point, honestly, quite frankly, if the Republicans, if Trump is going to go ahead and try to make himself dictator, and the fucking Republicans want to do that, and no one wants to do anything that we want to say as Americans, no one's listening to us, then fuck it, let them try to do the dictator thing. Oh fucking well, there's other countries to go to if that's what happens.
Now we want to all immigrate somewhere. Wow.
Trump,
what if they have walls? All right,
anyway. If you let
these the walls work though.
Trump has been given money by Miriam Adelson, a big Zionist supporter, right? She her husband was something. I forget his first name. The previous Adelson who died, piece of shit. Looked like a fucking mummy by the end. But anyway, he was a big casino magnate. And his wife is both of them are either they're Jewish, but I'm not sure if they were actually grew up in Israel or anything. I don't know. But in any case, they're big Zionists. And Miriam Edelson specifically wants Trump to help annex, I believe, the Golan Heights and the West Bank, right? To just allow for that to happen. But right now, Israel is invading the West Bank. Israel is has been murdering civilians at increased rate. We saw there was
I just don't understand.
Hold on.
That's fine. I just don't understand the utility of not voting. I don't understand the utility.
The utility of what?
Not voting, because here's the thing. If you aren't voting, then your opinions.
Sorry, hold on. That's not what I'm talking about right now. Sorry, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about right now.
They're saying their one issue voting is different than yours, Katya. That's what it is. Like they care about this issue. You don't. You care about January 6th.
No, I care about the issue.
This is more important to them.
Think about utility here.
What I'm not talking about that, right? Like you don't want to one issue vote. That's up to you, right? Want to vote for a genocide? That's up to you. But what I'm talking about is this idea that one is worse than the other, right? Israel's right now is pushing out people within the West Bank. Now, the West Bank isn't militarized like Gaza is, right? It's been firmly under the control for decades. But right now, they're sending in raids. They're clearing out towns. They're clearing out towns. They're destroying infrastructure. They're literally unpaving the streets, destroying the water system, right? Making it unlivable for Palestinians because they're ethnically cleansing them at this moment, right? And that's happening under Biden. And Kamala said there's no change in policy, zero, right? So assuming she's not a liar, right? You can just say that she's not a liar, and maybe she's like, secretly a Palestinian champion, sure, maybe, sure. But if you just listen to her words, right, you're saying that one is better than the other. But if she's going to continue Biden's policy, which she keeps saying she will, right, then why wouldn't she allow them to fully annex the West Bank? Why wouldn't she allow them to fully annex the Golan Heights?
Hold on. I really feel like you're, giving these things about like how, she says she wouldn't deviate from Biden policy. She said she wouldn't deviate from Biden policies. I feel like there's deviation there, and I feel like it would obviously be a bit more distinguished when we're literally not talking about somebody who's currently having to go along with the current administration by virtue of being part of the current administration, which is what I said earlier about Chip being hard for vice presidents. It's like... We can go by Trump's record of being, in general, just absolutely unhinged when it comes to Israel.
Kamala Harris, who's received an endless amount of monny from Zionist supporters and from AIPAC, right? The one who's actually been getting that money because they've been funding her as well. None of that money means anything.
I feel like this is a problem because I feel like this means that nobody would be different than anybody on this issue, which if that's the case, then it's just an unchangeable
All past presidents have been different on this issue. All of them. Except for Trump. Yeah.
Well, he's running, so
no, hold on. That's not what I'm talking about, right? I just wanted to get a simple answer on this, to dig on this question. You're saying that one is worse than the other. I'm saying how.
I want to add one thing. Trump is also he might not have done much on the Israel front on this side, but his foreign policy, a critical thing from the left has been that he wants to be an isolationist. So in theory, he would even want to withdraw aid from Israel because he wants more isolation.
He's on the tip of AIPAC.
But this could be the same thing that she's talking about.
He's on the tip. Hold on. I've seen too many videos of the dude kissing ass.
I just want to make the same argument she's making. Maybe he's just giving lip service, and he would actually.
Maybe. Katya, you asked the utility. You asked for the utility of not voting, right?
Right. Just because.
Okay, so Biden. So the past two presidencies have been the highest turnouts in history, right? For Trump and then for Biden, these have been the highest turnouts in history. And then right now we're faced with one, we have a lot of anti-Trumpers, And two, we have a lot of people who are like one issue voters. They don't want to vote for this Palestine thing. The utility in voting is one. Honestly, you have to convince me to like that. I believe that a dictatorship is actually coming with Trump, and that Americans wouldn't just revolt against that, which is like realistic. I don't believe a dictatorship is coming. One, and then two, the utility in not voting, is to display to the Democratic Party like, hey, this is an issue that we actually stand firm on. It may have cost you the election, because if you want to look at the percentages, the votes will matter, and this cost you the election. So this election cycle, it sucks. You didn't listen to us. Next election cycle, you're forced to listen.
I just think that 4 more years of Trump, I mean, the damage to our basically trust in our institutions and the ability of our institutions to govern, and the ability
we don't have trust in our institutions now.
What if the harsh reality here is that like that's just kind of like what our country is. Like, we start a lot of wars, we do a lot of fucked up shit in a lot of places that we never even hear about. And that's just kind of like, and I'm not trying to like say it's a good thing.
Well, you're a Republican now.
Like, we're like the arms dealer of the world.
You're a Republican. Welcome to
How is that Republican? I believe in
That's what I've been saying for years.
No, I believe in democratic issues for.
We're just America first, Ghost.
I'm just saying it like literally.
Exactly.
We have the highest like military spending. We are the world's arms dealers, and we do fucked up shit like everywhere. So we can try to fix this issue. You know, maybe
if you're America first, you should be mad and disappointed that when we have emergencies in our country, like the floods and the hurricane that happened in Florida, that our citizens get fucking bupkis and get nothing from the government, while we send mass amounts of while we send mass amounts of money to foreign aid. If you're America first, just what you say.
Sorry.
I don't want to get distracted by that.
They're coming to Jesus, Lord, brothers.
Wait, Republicans are the war people.
Hold on. FEMA is providing checks to civilians who are affected.
How much?
I'm here right now, bro.
It starts with a $750 assessment check, right?
So
that's your immediate needs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then after that, there's additional funding based on your needs, right? But the $750 check is for like
FEMA.
food and emergency.
Just to be clear, I never criticized them for FEMA.
I don't want to get distracted by that because
they didn't do shit and they should have done less.
That's an easier discussion to have than this.
Well,
which is why I want to have this discussion, right? So Ghosty said, hey, America does awful things, right? Agreed. I know. But that's how low my standard is for America. America has done awful things in the past, right? And America, this is not the first genocide we funded in America. But it's the first genocide that we funded that I've been around for, that I've been a voter for. And so I won't be voting for genocide. That's like the minimum. And I feel like it's crazy. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me that I actually have to argue this in front of people. Before this moment, I would have never imagined this. I would have thought that we'd have basically agreement among the people that if there's a genocide happening, if the U.S. is supporting a genocide, hey, things have gone off the rails and the normal rules don't quite apply here, right? But apparently that's not the case. Apparently, as long as you're team blue, right? Biden's team blue, well then we'll support him no matter what he does. Literal genocide.
They'll argue it's not that word. It's not that word.
No matter what, because he's our guy. Because he's our guy, right?
Americans aren't getting enough, by the way. Ollie, you're right. We're not getting enough.
Right? These same people, these exact same, every single fucking one of them, every fucking liberal right now would be saying what a monster Trump is, right? He's beyond the pale. How could
his supporters wouldn't give a fuck.
It's bullshit. No. Conservatives don't care one way or the other.
Exactly.
I know. What I'm talking about are liberals. That's what I responded to. liberals. The liberals right now who are cheerleading Joe Biden, who are saying, well, it doesn't matter. I guess we just have to vote. Like, it is what it is, right? Those same people would be talking about, how could you, conservatives? How could you, lactoid? How could you, dibs? How could you possibly vote for this monster who's supporting this genocide? That's exactly what would be running nonstop. Kamala would be running if she was like running against them. Kamala will be running those ads, right? He's supporting a genocide. And if you voted for me, I certainly wouldn't do that. All these liberals would be doing the exact same thing because Trump is such a monster, but we're better. But once the roles were reversed,
I honestly don't
these
think that
liberals
would be the
were cool
case,
with it. It's disgusting.
No,
Yeah,
I actually
Republicans
don't
are
think that would be the case because a lot of people, I mean, foreign policy issues like that, I feel like wouldn't be like the number one attacking point, even if he was president right now.
I didn't say number one. I didn't say anything like that. I said there was going to be a attack. I didn't say like
it is an attack.
That might be another thing on the long list of things, but I mean.
Okay, then you've conceded my point there. Then you've already conceded my point. Then yes, they'd be attacking him over
I don't like it either. I don't like it either. I just don't think it's like to the point where it would, the utility would be like it would cross over to where, the negative utility of Trump getting him would be worth it for.
Hold on.
I sent two ads. I sent two ads that Republicans sent throughout one county in the state. I don't know how many states they've sent them in, but they're exhausting resources to prove.
True.
I mean, they're probably doing that in other states too, because I've seen it around here as well in Massachusetts.
My comment was about liberal hypocrisy, not conservatives being moral. They're not. They don't care. They don't fucking care. But my point, my comment was about liberal hypocrisy.
Dude,
Trump is so bad. Trump is so evil. Right when Trump does a thing, then how could he? Right? Let's march. Let's wear pussy hats. Right? All these liberals will do that. But when it comes to policy. But when it comes to when a person on their team has done it, what can we say? I don't know who's to say who's right. I mean, it's a genocide. Oh, no, it's not a genocide because once we admit that it's genocide, then we realize that we're horrible people for supporting a candidate who supports genocide, right? So they generally don't admit that it's genocide to begin with. Right? I've gone through the liberals' argument here. Anything to maintain their self-image of themselves as good people. But for the liberals who for so many of those liberals in the exact same situation of Trump is doing it, it's just another reason why Trump is a monster, right? We're different. We're good guys. We're Democrats.
I mean, yeah, I think liberals are often a little bit too bleeding heart. I mean, you know what? It's electoral politics. One person wins or the other. They should stop giving a fuck, okay? You know what? If one side's not gonna give a fuck, nobody should give a fuck. Screw it.
All right, well, that's a dumb comment, but all right.
I just want to point out, there is. I just want to point out,
that's not what I said. Is that you're saying? Is that what I said? That's not. Is actually not what I said. I was talking about liberal hypocrisy.
Just to be clear, Jill Stein has come out and said, if you think this is a genocide, she has right here pledged to stop genocide, abandon pro-genocide candidates, support anti-genocide candidates.
Third party.
Any second now. Yeah.
And the anti-genocide Donald Trump, shouted her out. So.
Well, no, Jill Stein is just she's an option, I guess, if you think that it's a genocide and you're against genocide.
That is like her main issue.
All right. So
throwing everybody else under the bus. True.
Thanks so much.
But to answer your question, this is why your earlier prime. This is part of the. I do agree. I think that this issue, as well as a few other issues, like we were talking in the back chat and some other stuff, is why why Kamala's doing poorly. I also think she's done really bad in interviews. She's kind of flip flopped, and I don't mean like a full on flip flop.
She's a hard flip flopper.
Yeah, but okay, sure.
She's just unlikable.
But she said so. Well, so she was. Her whole big thing was her ambiguity, right? Like we didn't know what she was. That was her whole thing. It was new from Biden, and then it was either The View or was it 60 Minutes? She says, "Oh, I wouldn't change a thing." Right?
That was The View.
The View. And then the 60 Minutes interview was so bad they basically edited in new answers for her, and even those were pretty terrible. And she's just bad at interviews, and I think that's one of the reasons floundering too. Well, I hate to say it, Trump is kind of cool.
Well, he's bad at interviews too. It's just he's so stupid. People find it funny, and he gets away with it. That's the only.
Well, that's the thing. That's gives his point. He's the cool grandpa, which is kind of just says whatever he wants. Blah blah. Blah. That's how it works out. And I know, you're disgusted because you're a Democrat and you don't want to vote for the other way, and then you're pro Kamala.
I'm disgusted because I think Democrats should be doing that. I think Democrats should stop giving a fuck. So I mean,
Stop giving a fuck
I
about
mean,
what?
if the standards are going to change, then might as well.
Look, they already stopped giving a fuck about the Palestinians as we just went through that whole discussion.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So the Democrats. Okay, since Kamala's inception, I've had a bad taste in my mouth. It was annoying. The whole riding with Biden thing was like great because people liked Biden, whatever it may be. That's why Corey, I was going to say. There's a difference between when Biden was silent and everyone came out and voted for him. It was against Trump. They were with Biden. But leading up to this election, all we were told was, hey, Biden's great, Biden's fine, Biden's going to do the election. That's all anyone was told. And then we just got a random switch, and then we just got given Kamala. And I'm not going to lie, the woman's unlikable. She's just unlikable, right?
I mean, maybe
that's why I'm saying I don't see much support for her outside of anti-Trumpers who are supporting Democrat, but not because they're supporting her, but because they're anti-Trump. So I'm seeing more anti-Trumpers than I am pro.
I feel like that's really, really difficult because like it really depends on kind of the circles that you are around and who you see.
I've traveled. I've been traveling between Michigan and Massachusetts. I've been traveling between Michigan and Massachusetts for the past 6 months. Michigan, and particularly in Dearborn, has been pro-Democrat forever. And the areas around, and now I'm in the Latino area here. So typically they were Democrat. But I don't see anyone wearing a Harris t-shirt. I don't see anyone wearing a Harris hat. But everywhere, you're seeing random MAGA hats. You're seeing random MAGA t-shirts. You're seeing more outward support.
Now.
I mean, I think that's different.
Wait, no.
MAGA's like a brand. MAGA's like a brand.
These are the same arguments from 2020. I'm not seeing Biden signs in the lawn.
There's a difference.
I'm not. No, there
were Biden signs in the lawn.
But
100% Biden signs in the lawn.
It's absolutely a talking point in 2020. Of like, there's no Biden signs. There's no this is just a repeat. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Harris is like super favorable and everybody likes her. But like, I mean, this is just a fundamental difference of like.
There is a difference, Corey. The people picked Biden initially.
No.
There's a huge difference.
No.
We
get into that. But generally speaking, there's an overarching conservatives or right-leaning people. They pretty much engage in idolatry. There's a reason why conservatives are more religious. There's a reason why they put God and country above everything else. Like they will idolize something, like they will idolize Trump, and so yes, they'll go all out. Just in terms of they're going to buy his Bitcoin. They're going to buy his shoes. Like that's what they do. So yeah, it's not a surprise that people are
Those
buying.
Those shoes
Harris
are pretty fly, though. I mean, come on, they're pretty fly.
The gold ones were good, actually.
They're pretty fly. Yeah, I like them.
Yeah.
No, but the polling backs up all.
Pretty cool if you've seen them. The MAGA hats are cool. They got all sorts of designs on them.
Like
right
now.
One voice at a time.
Just I want to back up Ollie on one thing, and then whoever's opposed to him can speak up. But just the shoes are awesome. But to Ollie has a point here. If there's the anecdotal experience of signs, which isn't worth very much, but there is the case that at this time, last election, Biden was polling ahead of Trump significantly by like 8 points in all the swing states. Like he was crushing him, right? And he didn't win by all the polling that he had on top of Trump, by the way. When it came to he won, but like it was a lot closer than the polling would indicate because Trump historically overperformed.
I'm from the swing states. I like anecdotally means a lot to me because I saw what happened in 2020 and I'm seeing what's happening now. Anecdote means a lot. I'm sorry, and
it doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
I agree with Corey.
Who you hang out with, the demographics you hang out with isn't everybody in your area, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of the people who you hang out with and you talk to tend to be probably, in your community, tend to be younger, tend to be this time.
Islamists, you're saying? Do you hang out with Islamists? Go ahead.
Yeah,
let them know. Let them know.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm 30. I'm 32. I'm not that young. I follow. Yeah, you follow.
Most of the people I see in real life are like 60 plus. So like, I mean, maybe I'm just a little bit. I guess
Yeah. So don't throw your. I'm just walking around the streets. I'm in popular cities.
I see something different because I'm in a different situation. Which is why I don't think relying on personal anecdotes is really helpful because you might see something completely different than what I see if you hang out with or talk to or see a completely different demographic, right, than I do. So that's all I'm saying here.
I mean, okay. Let me ask this. Can I ask a question? Because I think this goes kind of the anecdotal thing. Would y'all say that there's anything to the argument that I see this argument? The Kamala campaign seems very manufactured versus like the Trump campaign seems very organic, right? And I think so when you okay, we can argue about what. Hold on. Let me explain what I mean by that. So with Kamala, it seems like it's very like organized, prim and proper, like whatever. Like this is what you get is some kind of manufactured like idea that they put out.
She uses different accents.
However, which that we can debate whether or not that's strategy in a second. But here we come back to Trump. Trump is very off the cuff, not even his own aides know what he's going to say, whatever. Now he is good at branding, so he's organized and like polished in that way, and he's got a good team around him for that kind of stuff. However, it's very much like a groundswell populist movement. The whole thing behind Trump is populism, and versus Kamala seems like the establishment.
Well, she only had a couple of weeks to get this all together, so it kind of
which is why she's unlikable. That's more to her unlikability. She had a couple of weeks because she got randomly thrown into this.
Even Biden was more manufactured than Trump, just in that regard.
We're doing a vibes conversation.
No, wait, here's the best vibe. I got the best evidence for the vibe check. It's the best vibe. The last debate that happened. Throughout the entire debate, you can go right now to Trump's Truth Social account on his Twitter. He wasn't saying he was silent the whole debate, and then afterwards, in all caps, that's how he types. I won, blah blah blah. Right? He's the one doing all of it. Right? Kamala Harris's Twitter, very consistently, every 15 minutes throughout the debate, there was a PR styled Trump says this, but this is wrong, or Kamala's going to support you, etc.
Yeah, or whatever,
or the alleged fact checking, or whatever. But again, her aides are controlling her social media, and then you got Trump on there sitting on the toilet, right, just sending out sometimes pretty unhinged shit. But that's what people like to see because again, his they do.
Yeah, that's what stupid
his whole
side
his whole thing is genuineness, right?
His side, because we're talking about an administrator here. We're talking about the leader of administrative state here of the executive branch. We're not talking about
him.
The guy that owns
not the machine. They don't want to see the Democrat machine. They don't want to see the RNC machine typing and putting out responses. They want to see Trump putting out messages, and that's what he does. That's what he gives the people.
Well, the reason because unlike organic movements are going to be more likely.
Yeah, unlike by the way, with Hillary Clinton and unlike with Kamala Harris, the entire RNC was positioned against Trump, and he managed through sheer popularity to defeat the RNC elites. Hold on, yes. Even now, in 2016, and even right now, the RNC elites, they were backing Nikki Haley. They didn't like Trump. The elites don't generally like Trump all that much, in the RNC at least, right? They're not a big fan. And especially in 2016, they weren't a big fan. But through sheer popularity, he was able to take control. What happened in 2016? The DNC rigged it in favor of Hillary Clinton, right? We have Donna Brazile. We have the superdelegate system in my state. And then we also have, in 2024 now, we have Kamala Harris just not even elected, ascended this position of candidacy over the person who won the primary.
We could talk about this again.
It goes to her unlikability. She wasn't even selected.
Running. What are you supposed to do? Biden says, I'm
pick
not running.
Pick a likable candidate, I guess, then, or do a snap primary.
We know Biden was forced out.
We should have picked Tulsi Gabbard. She's great.
As a Democrat, why are you just willing to overlook just anything? Because, as a Democrat, I'm sorry, that is something that should have pissed you off. That is something that should have irritated you. Because I'm looking
logistically, what are you supposed to do?
Because Trump bad.
So if we break down to logistically, you just let them get away with anything they want. Anyone can do anything you want. You're just going to give them your vote anyways.
Sometimes
and
things are possible, and sometimes they're impossible. When it comes to if Joe Biden drops out, what are you going to do? Force him to run? What then? Start a new primary from day one.
They pressured him to drop out. Nancy Pelosi and Obama met with him to pressure him to drop out. He didn't just drop out out of nowhere. The DNC officials got him out.
Wait. Before then, you might as well conceded that.
Why are we forced? Why are we forced as the citizens? Why are we forced as a citizen of a country to concede when we were lied to throughout the entire election cycle? We should have been told that Biden was going to continue running.
Since the Her report. support.
Why is it that we
Thank you,
should be
Jesus.
okay and accept that we were lied
Because
to?
political
I love
parties
it.
want to win elections. That's it. Like that's what it's
So
for.
I love it.
I'm
I love
sorry.
it.
So then
Converting.
why are you voting?
Hallelujah.
Wait, so why do you wait? So then why are you voting Democrat if you think anyone just wants to win a cycle? It doesn't matter what they do, and they're not going to
No,
do
it
what
doesn't
they're not
actually
gonna
matter what they
genocide.
do.
They're
It
not gonna
matters
do what you want.
ideologically what
Wait.
policies do they support, what legislation is put
They
through,
support genocide.
what Supreme Court picks we have. Literally, these are the things that matter. I mean, like these little things like this, I don't like as
And
far as
why do
like
you
the,
trust
the
how
character-
you were
why do you
put
trust
into
the character of the
election and this
party?
and that.
Why
I
do you
don't
trust the
even-
character of the party to do that and uphold the values that you see fit if they can't
Because they
even
literally
if they
do.
can't
There's
if they
shit that's
can't even
passed. I can point to shit that's passed right now. Stuff
We
that
are
happened in
voting for
Iran.
the
I can
things that
point
are
to
passed.
literal like bills and shit.
Who
What?
would have you rather picked other than Kamala?
Who would I have rather picked? I
the
mean, at that
hobo off
short
the street.
notice, that's hard.
I would have
Like,
I would
pretty much
have
anybody
picked
Say we
having
had
the
a
choice,
primary.
Ghosty. I wish I would have had a choice to pick someone.
If
I
we had a primary, I
understand.
kind of liked Gavin Newsom at the time. I mean, but
Oh,
obviously,
The boot map. There we go. That's much better. Then we could have a
I don't think you would like
shit
any
on it.
Saying, like-
Democrat kids. I don't think you would
So,
like any
that's-
Democrat
what
kids.
I-
The
Yeah, but I would've
Republicans
liked
on
most
this
of them.
panel are
Wait,
the only
let's
people
go down the list.
laughing.
Wait,
This
let's
is
go
this is
down the
No,
list.
this is
No,
the
no.
same. Wait. This is the same
This
problem I have
was-
with Lactoid when Lactoid's telling me that he's voting for Trump and that it's a character or principled vote. And I'm like, no, the fuck, it's not, because you don't like the guy. You don't actually support him. You're just picking the one side. It's the same thing here. You
That's
don't
how
actually
real
support
votes
Kamala.
work.
You don't
That's what
really
elections
care.
are.
You're just,
All these people
That's
kind
what
of
an
suck.
election is.
Like
we could
I
have
don't
we could have
know.
You gotta
had
pick the one you
what
can
we
best
could have
have.
done.
Maybe
Well,
I've just like
okay.
because you
accepted.
let them
That's
suck
like
because
what
everyone's
we
so
could have done.
apathetic.
So
Wait,
sorry.
that's
What
why
we have
elections
done-
suck, because
Hold on,
everyone's so
what we-
apathetic to
let-
voting for
hold on,
people's
hold on,
Republicans
hold
are
on.
character.
pragmatists.
Hold on.
You gotta do
What
what's
we
best
could
for
have
us.
done, and the thing that I supported at the
principled.
time, right? Typically, I like with Lactoid said a lot of
Sorry, you
interesting
caught a
things.
stray
I don't
Lactoid.
support everything that Lactoid had said previously, right? Let's be clear. But to be
Oh, and
the
catching
thing that I
strays
supported
for you.
at the time, right? And Lactoid was here. He was there, like Gibbs around Corey, right? That like I supported a contested convention. Right, I had talked about a contested convention where, hey, we send, we
The
say that
delegates.
we open up the delegates and they can vote for whoever. Right, we get our best politicians. They make their case in front of the convention and they fight it out over days, and then we have a winner and we get behind that winner.
I'm not saying
That would've
I
been
would have
one thing that we could've
necessarily been against that. I just
don't
don't
care if
think
it
it's
doesn't
that big of
happen.
a deal for
It's
this
just
situation
annoying.
this close to an
Okay,
election.
I'm not gonna
yeah.
lie. I'm getting sick. I'm really getting sick of
Well, I
Americans
was just talking
being
to
so
Ghosty asked like
apathetic.
who would pick. I was like, we could
Like
just have done
apathetic,
that, so.
empathetic when it comes to these things, that we're just like so okay with anything happening because, oh my god, look at how close we are. That's why when you ask like what's the utility of not voting, fuck you. This is me proving that you don't get my vote. Hopefully the numbers show up that you
Somebody's
don't
gonna
deserve, that you,
win.
because of, I don't care who wins, but the point is
Okay.
you have to earn people's votes. You don't just get a vote. You have to earn people's votes.
You
We have to
own
hold presidents. We have to hold politicians,
over
whether it be local or federal. Like we have to hold these people accountable. And if we never do, if we're just apathetic to fucking anything, then we're just going to be as pathetic as we've been for the past 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like this is how it's been for the last 100 years. Like, I mean, it's
It hasn't.
So we should keep letting it happen. So we should keep
No,
doing that.
nothing, I guess.
we need to work on obviously stuff like like implementing more ranked choice voting and getting rid of first past.
But we're never going to do that if we keep being apathetic to what's happening every year, every cycle, every election.
No matter
those are
what they
things
do.
that usually happen at state elections, and these are things you can campaign for during elections. You vote for who's the best choice at the general election, and then you work towards the things that'll make stuff better while you're doing that.
Katja,
More than one thing at a
Katja,
time. It's ridiculous.
Let's pretend, and we're pretending right now. We are pretending that our friend Gibbs, the thing that he put in our group DM about one of the candidates, one of the VP candidates being a diddler, right?
Oh yeah,
was a true thing. Let's pretend that's a true thing, right? Now let's also pretend that Kamala was in on it. All right. Let's just pretend. We're pretending. Okay. All right. So we found out that Kamala diddled children. Would you vote for her?
And somebody's gonna win the election.
Wow, so yeah, they can literally fucking do anything. They can literally do fucking anything.
I mean, Trump's literally
Fuck
the
out of here. That's
and people don't
fuck
give
out
a
of here. You're not a
shit.
Democrat. The sheep thing is
Even
true at that
pedophiles will
point.
vote for
Yeah,
it.
no,
It doesn't
at
matter.
that point, that's a no.
Ghosty,
me.
bring up the burn pits. That's where.
And the Burn
Yeah.
Pit's ghosty says
Absolutely.
no.
And then I
But-
think vote and then impeach the next fucking day, okay? Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is the problem with vote blue no matter who.
The
Because it
problem is
puts
I
you in
feel
that
like
position.
a lot of these people, like honestly, why is it that there's so many of these people that are elites that are like in politics
Right,
that
that's
run
a
our
big
country and stuff
problem.
that do this shit? Why are there so many of them?
Yeah, that's a question conservatives been asking for as long as I've been alive.
You
So
didn't ask
come
her
on,
about
Jordan.
Trump.
Conservatives
You ever heard of Alex Jones?
You
He
guys
talks about
ain't
that shit
Trump
daily.
yet.
You guys are not innocent of this either, no.
Black Twitter, are we within
No.
Wait,
bounds?
hold on.
As
Hold
I
on. Alex
said-
Jones has
Bounds
been
of
saying
what?
down with the system. So I'm just saying,
I don't
Alex
know.
Jones
I'm not part of this. I don't know.
incorrect more and more here.
At
You know,
least you know what? At least it's a hypothetical prime, you know?
I will.
unless
Yeah, I'm
crazy
just, I
shit
don't know.
happens,
That
At
was,
least that's a hypothetical.
The only thing I'm going to say, because I'm not going to take a position on the Tim Walz allegations until we have more evidence.
touchdown, Timmy.
But oh god. But I
Okay,
do think
yeah,
I do think
I
let's
won't deny that Gibbs is funny, but you
if
know.
it's true, if it does turn out to be true, I will think it's kind of hilarious how for how many months now, like the running gag that Democrats have been pushing is like, you know, JD Vance is the creepy cousin that you don't invite.
Couch fucker.
Little
And he's
suspicious.
the couch fucker. He's the bad one.
Yeah.
And Tim Walz is
The
the
dolphin fucker.
wholesome uncle, right? Oh, the wholesome uncle. Okay, all right.
Well, if it
And
turns
they'll-
out not to be true, then y'all credibility is even further down the toilet. than
I'm not taking a position.
Hold
I'm not
on.
taking a position. I don't know if
Anything
it's
to
true or
win.
not.
Anything to win.
the thing is, all
That's what
the
you just
all
said.
the problem with politics really is at this point right now is all the bullshit that Republicans say about Democrats is true, but then all the bullshit that Democrats say about Republicans is true. And so, like, once again, the question is, if we just are apathetic to everything, why would these people change anything? And then where's your principle at, and where is your character at? Like,
Well, that's
is it
actually
just like,
that's the
oh no,
argument
the
for Trump,
Republicans
though.
might win. That's not enough.
There's-
But
Yeah,
Ollie,
there's two
that's
sides
been
to
the argument
things. Why
for
should
Trump.
we be the cucks?
No, but
Hmm?
hold on, Ollie.
You are the
that's-
cucks.
But Ollie, you
No.
haven't touched on something.
You're
right
letting
there.
everything happen to you. You're letting everything happen to you, and then you're standing on sidelines, being like, "Oh well, I mean, I guess."
No, but
I
Ollie,
guess
Ollie,
I'll
The way I
accept what's
see it is
happening.
You're either letting your side. They're not going to jump out the way for nothing ever, motherfucking a million years. The
So
right.
why vote for them? Why support them?
but
Why support who? What the
Why
right
support
wing?
anyone who isn't going to do anything for you?
Sorry, I think that, you know, especially if we're talking about the legacy under the Biden administration, that administration has done things for people that I approve of. So I mean, if it's a continuation of that,
Like
for
what?
the most part, like what? Like the infrastructure bills, like we're talking about, like I mean, things
there's
happened
11
as far as the Inflation
Tesla
Reduction
generators.
Act. Not anything I fucking saw, because guess what? Ron DeSantis said no federal funding, so we blame him for that. But
Sorry,
Oh,
we have to. We're going to move on to our next topic. We got. You want to say something?
I love it.
Otherwise-
Let's just shit on the DNC all night long. I love
Yeah,
this. Let's keep
I would
going.
love to do that.
Honestly, I'm
Hey,
good with-
I
I'm
would
good
love
continuing
that.
this
Fuck,
conversation.
man.
and
This is what
saving
they
this
want.
topic.
no, I think that
I'm
this is
over it.
interesting though.
And
Ollie,
this is what they'll get. As long as they support genocide, they'll get exactly this.
but hold,
Yeah, what up,
y'all have
Gibbsy?
really touched on something though. Y'all really been touched on something, right? So like the whole thing, the reason why Trump is popular amongst at least a lot of the righties and a lot of centrists as a populist is because he is anti-establishment. And I know we make fun of Alex Jones, right? But here's what's the thing Alex Jones was talking about for
boy.
decades is the uniparty. He thinks there's too many people on both sides of the same,
Yeah.
and a lot of Americans feel they're tired of the establishment. Trump is an outsider, right? And he did shake up the Republican kind of thing, like party. Now, whether y'all think that's good or bad is a whole different debate.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know for the
He
right
definitely-
reasons, though.
Yeah, well, sure, that's debatable, right? Now he has shaken up the Republican Party. Neocons have lost power. The religious right has lost some power, and in other ways they've gained. But it's kind of like it's not the same leadership at the top. You think it's the same leadership, Brian?
Any Israeli puck is the
it's
same
a different
leadership.
leadership.
It's absolutely
I'm gonna just say, by
Israeli
the way,
leadership.
it's absolutely mostly the same leadership.
Israeli
within
leadership.
Congress,
At least one side
within
on
the halls of
USI.
RNC. It
USI.
absolutely is the most. To think that the evangelicals have lost power. The evangelicals literally just did. It was called the Million Woman March in DC. This was happening over the weekend, where a million of women, right, Christian women, came praying that Donald Trump gets in because so that he can defeat Satan. I'm not making this up.
Shit, and I missed it.
Exactly.
You missed
Yeah.
it. I know, right?
Like,
It's a
my
good place
fucking
to find the
goal,
light.
people are like
But
that.
anyway,
lining up to be your wife,
That could have
actually.
been wives then.
the Christian right absolutely supports Donald Trump 100%. Let's not pretend that they don't,
No.
right? They say that he's
Well,
God's
they picked
instrument.
one. They
Say
picked
he's
one.
God's instrument, and that
Well,
he works through imperfect people, right? We know
That's
the
true.
insanity
He's
that's on
God's
the
candidate.
inconsistency.
sounds
Women
good to me.
care, right? So there's nothing wrong. So on that note, it's the same. And then you said the neocons. I'll sort of give you that one. I'll give you that one to a certain extent. But beyond that, there's the that
Party?
Trump is the concern. Fuck, I forgot. I had another point on this. Shit, I lost it. But yeah. It's like the MAGA movement is just another version of the Tea Party, right? Which is like
No, the Tea Party never had this much control or power. So
I didn't say that they did. I'm saying that it evolved into
Right,
MAGA,
in
right?
certain-
Yeah.
There was a movement that started before, and that turned into this. So, like, it's not like these MAGA individuals, this desire
It's
for
anti-establishment is what I'm saying.
to
It's
yeah
like
to,
not
yeah
that
these
it's not
anti. I hear these
How
anti-establishment.
does he show that he is though?
Republicans like just showed up out of nowhere. They were there previously, and they had been supporting the Tea Party, and then Trump showed up, and he became the spark for the movement, right? And so now they call themselves MAGA, but it's those are the exact same people. So when you're telling me there's some vast difference, I'm saying I'm not sure that there is. I'm saying this seems like the Republican Party previously, but the neocons, I'll give you that one. The neocons, I think they have lost power.
Well, this is one thing that I'm gonna raise that I just thought about from that previous conversation. Why is it that on the right, these like kind of more, fringe factions, like we're talking, how the MAGA movement used to be, the Tea Party, blah, 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 they work within the electoral system, but like pretty much every fringe or like, non like central establishment on the left type situation, elections happen and they're all nowhere to be found. Like maybe that should be changed. I mean, if we want to actually change anything, like that's a big problem.
Support for us, and we'll come vote for you. But if you don't support the fringe, why would we vote for you?
Did the neocons like support so much? Just these
well,
Tea
they
Party
lost.
candidates? You're not even.
But yeah, but
these
neocons do
candidates aren't
support
even
Tea Party
running.
candidates.
We're not even running.
What? Hold on. Like, okay, as a neocon, and I made the Alex Jones joke about the
Oh, are
Uniparty.
you?
Yeah, sure. The Uniparty is like, I would argue that like, okay, we brought Brianna Wu up earlier, right? She's a neoliberal, right? And like, on some aspects, neocons and neoliberals overlap on like in specifically foreign policy, right? So yeah, in some regards, Alex Jones is correct. Neocons were part of like a uniparty, right? In some regards, you could argue like Bill Clinton has like favorabilities towards neocon policy in some regards, right? Like you see some of this, like
compared to the
whatever.
fringe, but
Sure,
yeah.
but my point is, yeah, we did lose power. However, we still support Tea Party candidates or we support MAGA candidates because the alternative is literal socialist hellscapes. I mean, like, that's pretty bad for me, in my opinion. So, like, yeah, I mean, that's why we vote for
you know
Trump.
what, the right works within the electoral system better, and they also don't form so many factions like this. This is an overall issue that I find distasteful,
you're
but
right,
I
the
think
right
that
is
we
better,
should deal
yeah.
with that in a month. I think we should wait until after November 5th.
Oh,
and
that's
then we should
convenient,
talk
isn't
about
it?
that all
The
day and
thing
night.
with
Yeah,
that-
That's
the thing
so
with
I like
convenient.
things that are
Yeah,
convenient.
yeah.
I like-
Oh,
Wait.
Yeah, I like strategizing.
The problem with the left is you have a bunch of people who, like, honestly, we have a bunch of impoverished groups or oppressed groups or whatever it may be, and everyone wants to vote, and it's become an oppression Olympics within the thing, to where honestly we have so many fringes that no one feels like they're heard, and everyone feels like they're left out because you can't
Right, more
please
people
everybody.
should have
And on the right, it
coalitions.
kind of seems like they're all in line with the same
Well, yeah, and
idea.
they're more likely to have coalitions. I mean, that's a big thing in the left, where if you're like you have these minute differences, it's like a no dice situation. But I'm not talking about like me and you or anything like that. I'm talking about like way more minute than that. Like, people who are just, oh, well, this person's not gonna, oh, well, this person's not willing to form this. Oh, well, this, this one thing. It's like, I'm not even talking about like stuff that's like, obviously stuff like Israel Palestine is a bigger deal than that, but I'm talking small things that people have major divisive issues about within the overall group.
It's because we look to our politicians as essentially parental figures for the country, and we're like, "Hey, are you going to help me?" And if they don't help you, if you don't feel like they're listening to you or that you're being heard, then they haven't earned your vote.
Oh,
And so,
hold on,
that's
hold on.
like people are less likely to work
that's a
together.
part of the problem, but like there's a
Ending
bigger
the
issue
system is
here
something that is
with
good
Democrats, right?
thing.
Like, look at Republicans, right? We had two examples here with their lily pale skin, right? It's a small party, right? That is for one type of individual. But
And they're
for-
all one religion. They share
Gibbs
like
is
the
a
same
Mexican.
religion.
I am
Too much
Mexican.
yeah, a light skinned Mexican.
Light skin.
You heard me.
Colorism, this
I was
colorism.
surprised. A white
This
passing
is-
Mexican has decided I'll be a
is
Republican.
terrible.
Who could have seen that coming? Oh, like that never happens. Any which way.
And Gibbs, we had a trial, just FYI.
Yeah,
And,
well,
and what was the
I
outcome?
don't,
of
I,
that
don't, I don't accept the ruling of that. It was rigged.
Yeah.
It was lawfare actually against me. That's what it was, lawfare.
The Twitch
He's
law
got
firm.
his what Gibbs got his white privilege, and he's like, okay, well then I'll support the Republican Party, right? There's no reason not to at that point.
Hold on, there's a reason why other Hispanics are transferring in droves. to the Republicans.
Swedish Canadians here get their white privilege. They're like, I'll support the Republican Party. The Republican Party is for a certain type of person, white people. And then the Democratic Party is like it's actual big tent, right? It's actually has a vast coalition that it's trying to manage. So to address you, Katja, right? You're talking about these like minor differences that cause big divisions there. Yeah, it's really difficult keeping that sort of coalition together. People vast ethnic differences, vast religious differences, vast sociological standing. People like literally all of them in every specific area, anything that's especially not represented by the Republican Party, which is most things, because the Republican Party represents very little, right? All those other things, those miscellaneous things, end up in the Democratic Party. And actually, like creating a powerful coalition there is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. So I mean, I think that's the answer to your question, the salient one.
I also feel like a lot of, like people are, because people who are on the left tend to trend younger as well. Like there's less of there's more like of a disaffectiveness with the electoral process in general and stuff like that. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. So obviously a bit less likely to work within, that system, and kind of a lot of people bank on stuff making dramatic changes with like nothing in the interim, which kind of, it's what ticks me off, because it's like, well, we can want and hope and work towards something happening in the future, but if that's not right now, then that's not right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like it is or right now or it's not. Like, I
guess I would mostly agree with you, right? And actually, I'm curious as to Lactoids and Gibbs's opinion. I'll actually opinion about this on the RNC side later on. But I could agree with you to a certain extent, but then there's points where the Democratic Party actively stymies those big leaps, right? There's points in time, and most times in the American political system, it's impossible to change much of anything. It's impossible to make any significant progress
without using extra legal or really questionable means.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Edging towards, which I really don't like.
Our political system is quite rigid and resistant to change in either direction,
which is probably good because people are super fickle.
But there are these moments, these crisis moments, where big change can happen, right, in either direction. One of those moments was in 2009, I guess, when Barack Obama was first elected into office. He had a massive coalition behind him. He had both houses of Congress for a little bit, and a filibuster-proof both houses of Congress for a little bit, and he had a mandate to change healthcare. he was fine talking about Medicare for all sounds like a good thing, or maybe single payer, right? He wasn't saying Medicare for all, but single payer sounds like a good thing. But the moment he did get into office, well, he had Rahm Emanuel, a healthcare lobbyist, Rahm Emanuel, as his fucking chief of state, right? Chief of staff, excuse me, chief of staff. And he headed him up with the task of doing healthcare reform. And Rahm Emanuel, along with his allies in the Democratic Party, did everything they could to sabotage this. So all of a sudden, Barack Obama didn't know what single payer was, and he said, "Well, single payer, we'll make that our starting position, right? And then we'll compromise from there." Meaning, you weren't actually in favor of single payer, and you were willing to listen to use Republicans to do anything you could to move away from that. This is, of course, after Barack Obama himself took a lot of money from the healthcare industry. So the point is that So last thing I'll say, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say, is that people will say, well, we should be happy for this incremental change in that moment. But that what we had there was literally sabotage. That moment for a big change, we had that time right then and there. It was sabotaged by the Democratic Party. So yeah, that I'm going to criticize.
Right, that frustrates me too. I agree. I think there are definitely times where, they could, not play it so safe or whatever, especially with corporate interests, that I'm really frustrated about. I'm not saying as well we should be happy with incremental change. Mm-hmm. I think that we should understand where we're at and what is currently possible and what we have to work towards to make it possible. If we want to, work within the current situation, which right now, if the system's going to dramatically change at the moment, it's going to dramatically change in a way that I know y'all too will not like. So, we got to work within what's likely and what's possible. And unfortunately, people are kind of a swimming mass, and, you've got to kind of them over, because this is a democracy. And if we want to keep it where people have some sort of say in the government, we kind of have to not be happy about it all the time, not be cheering, but understand and work within that at the moment, at least. That's the way I see it.
Lactoid and Gibbs, and anyone else who wants to jump in. I'm actually curious about this one, the RNC side, right? Or the conservative side, however you want to put yourself. But when you have a chance. So are you guys more for incremental reform to get whatever you want, right? Whether that be immigration reform or tax reform or whatever, right? Are you disappointed when are you? Does it bother you when people within your coalition ask for big changes, for big leaps here, or? Okay, yeah. What are your thoughts?
Well, I wouldn't. It doesn't bother me when people ask for big changes. And look, I kind of where I'm at with this is, I'm obviously willing to work within the system to an extent, right? In terms of participating in electoral politics. That's we've had this discussion before, but I guess there is maybe a limit to that, right? There is a point where, let's imagine a comparable system. Let's say in 2016. The RNC rigged the whole system in favor, let's say Trump and Rand Paul or Ron Paul. Let's say Ron Paul was running and Ron Paul was pretty tied with Donald Trump, right? And I'm oh shit, easy, right? I'm voting for Ron Paul. And then Ron Paul had the the debate rigged against him. There was a superdelegate system in the RNC, which by the way, the RNC doesn't have a superdelegate system, unlike the DNC, because the RNC as a party is more democratic than the DNC is. But let's assume that they did have a superdelegate system, and those superdelegates just went ahead and voted for Donald Trump, despite the fact that let's say Ron Paul was supposed to be winning those areas. That would piss me off. That would piss me off a fuck ton. And it'd be very difficult for me to forgive the RNC if a situation like that arose. But that's really not what happened. What happened was, at least with Trump, is almost the exact opposite, right? The RNC they're limited in how much they can rig things against Donald Trump just because of the way the RNC is structured. But they were trying to hey, you vote for we want Jeb Bush, or
you mean Jeb?
Jeb, like he's the guy, right? He like I was looking at some like in the beginning, he was polling the highest. Like he was the one that the RNC was like he's going to be we got to get another Bush, and then Donald Trump's polling under 1%, and then he gets in the debate stage and just starts riffing, and boom, like he just captures the Republican population and wins, and then you kind of have a similar thing with Nikki Haley. Trump just wins, right? He not even close. So. Like if the tables were such a way where like it was obvious to me that the RNC was rigging the election against the candidate I wanted, the primary system against the candidate I wanted, and they were successfully continuing to do so, I wouldn't blame somebody for being like, fuck the RNC. Like I'm sick of this, right? I can't keep voting for this. I also would understand somebody saying, look, I hate the RNC, but I don't want the Democrat to win. So I'm just gonna have to hold my nose and vote. I understand that perspective too. I can empathize with both perspectives a lot. But yeah.
It's not like I love that, but I just think that after this election, if people I would totally support people trying to make changes in the DNC. I think there should be changes made in the DNC. You know what I mean? Like I don't it's not like I'm jumping for joy or anything. You kind of see where I'm coming from, where I'm like, okay, this is right where I'm standing right now. This is what's possible, and then this is what's possible in the further future. Like we're talking right now versus in a year versus in 2 years. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying, but to I guess to the other side's credit here, for how I understand their argument, which I think is also kind of a strong argument, which is like, it seems like this is the constant message, which is let's just get through this election, then we'll fix it. It's almost like if you've ever dealt with somebody who's addicted to drugs, right? Just one more high, and then I'll never get high again.
That's the thing. Things do change, and then things do get fixed, just not on a speed that is fast enough that people would like. But things do change.
Ever.
Yeah, it's like if ever. That's kind of like what you're telling. Yeah, if ever.
Sorry, has there been this or a push about changing how the DNC operates or whatever, and until this very second? Has this been a long-term thing that hasn't happened in the past, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, this was during the Bernie election. Right? This happened, and then previously Obama was the one who started this process, actually, because he was fighting the superdelegates when they were trying to rig it the first time for Hillary in her favor. This has been an ongoing thing in the DNC.
Right. I feel like people have just kind of they do get complacent with shit like that. Within the party thing, people do get complacent, and I'm not a fan of that. I think that people don't do enough work when it's between elections because they're just not thinking about it. And then when it is an election, then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God.
I 100% agree with you there, right? There's not enough.
Then nothing's going to change if no one cares outside of the election.
That's a people problem.
But Katya's right on this point. I think she's dead on this point because, for instance, the mother of all electoral problems, the Electoral College in of itself, right? Every 4 years, people are going to complain, especially Democrats complain about how this is a crazy system. And why do we still, they remember all over again, why do we still have this system? And then they're biting their fingernails as the votes are coming in. And we're seeing how it's bullshit that these states have outsized power, and that not everyone's vote counts the same, right? We're not in a battleground state, so they bite their nails, right? They're wondering how can we be in the system, and then the results come in, right? And if the Democrat wins, then they're done with this issue.
They're fine.
If the Republican wins, and they're like, how could this be, right? And then they'll write their articles about the Electoral College and how the Republican lost the popular vote, and then that'll be it. Right. And then afterwards, instead of doing the hard work of actually changing this, right, dealing with the electoral interstate compact, right, because there's actually some legislation to actually deal with this problem. Rather than actually supporting any of that, they all go back home. Right. So, yes, I see this multiple times on the Democratic Party and other parts, right, other parts of the electorate, where you're right. There's a problem with the mechanics of
Monday
our
morning quarterback.
Right? And then they forget. As soon as the election is done, they completely forget. Monday quarterback would imply that they, that the day after they care, but after the day after,
they're Friday morning,
the Friday morning
and then
quarterback.
After that, bye.
Then they forgot.
Gibbsy, people we would come to your side. I've told you this already so many times. all right, and I'm just going to speak for like the Arabs and the Muslims here.
Right.
They would have already been conservative had you guys not been so like all the phobias. You guys just have them: the homophobia, the Islamophobia, the racism. You guys harbor too much of that to gain any new people. I'm telling you, Arabs and Muslims want to be conservative.
Haven't you tried racism? It's a lot of fun. Come on, you should give it a shot.
And not when it's against your people.
No, you can join us so we can be racist against some other people. It's okay.
Yeah, and see, hold on. And this is actually I was
Just deliver us Michigan.
Racism is such a dirty word. Tribalism is better. I'm just saying, like, that's better. But anyway,
or
like,
nativism, yeah.
Yeah, well,
brother, they hate the tribe that you actually come from.
No, I want to say this though. I also think that, like, as far as when y'all mentioned change, right? As an RNC voter, right? When I look at it, the change that's being proposed by one side is drastically worse to me. And I don't want that change, like, at any cost, right? And then even if the Republicans are incrementally changing, going that way, or they're like, let's say slow change or like reversals in the areas I care about, like, those are good for me. Now, as far as what you're saying, you want this big change. I think you might be more far left on some issues than the average voter, and I think that that's why there's a lot of, like, maybe a kind of big thing. And like, there's people that have one issue votes, right? That aren't what the mainstream Dem party wants, but they're important votes. Like, and I think that's why you're seeing this, like, slow conversion. As for like what Ali said there at the end, I mean, you can sell Republicans on that. Racism in the Republican Party is really just Democratic lies and propaganda. You've been getting fed.
A lot of it's propaganda.
We love it. Y'all like to work.
Ali, let me ask you this: like when in your real life, when in your actual life,
you tax dollars.
When has a Trump supporter actually been racist against you?
Me?
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah,
when
you.
have they been racist against kids?
Like has any no against Ali? Like, Ali, have you ever like been walking outside and then like a Trump supporter walks up and just starts like yelling slurs at you?
So here I can anecdotally, I will give you this. So Michigan, I'm from Dearborn, Detroit. That's going to be Democrat, major city. So I go up north Michigan, Alden, Michigan, right? Population of like, I think like maybe 7,000. Who fucking knows? So I go to I go with my friend's family. They own a lot of land out there. It's a white family, right? We go to the market. Now in the market area, okay, I'm the darkest and the only person with a beard like this. Okay,
you're the darkest
one.
So
there. as I'm waiting in line, the grocery store lady, hi, how are you doing? Having conversation with the people, blah blah blah, gets to me. Hi, how you doing? Just looks down.
It's because you're wearing a hoodie. Like, if you showed up with plaid and like blue jeans with like a big, with a big belt buckle.
I was wearing a white tee and shorts, baby. White tee.
White tee. You can't do that in a white tee. You got to show up in a plaid like shirt with like a big jeans.
Yeah, you didn't
with
dress
a big
white
belt buckle.
They were wearing jeans and white tees
and a Trump hat.
Hick town.
Whoa, and a Trump hat. They all would have been. They would have been praising
the Trump
you.
Hat, like the Trump hat covers the fact you're a minority.
They would have. No. It's about what you were wearing, not about what you look like. That's definitely what it was.
Brother, white tees are acceptable.
No, white tees are like that is urban. It's not. It's not country. Come on.
Urban.
No, what he's saying.
We can't have urban.
If you're in the country,
what do you mean?
gotta wear plaid. Okay, come on, you know this.
No, you don't. Plaid's hot as fuck.
Listen,
in Michigan, no, come on.
Listen.
I don't know. Maybe there's heat.
You're in Texas. You don't understand what the weather's like up here. I'm telling you.
No one's gonna come up to me and be racist, okay? But it just so happens to be that your PR is just absolutely atrocious. You go on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, whatever it may be. You guys kind of just
the PR.
It's because
the propaganda from the DNC. It's not the actual
people.
That's
the algorithm. It's not.
The algorithm is showing you what you
unironically, I just have wait. I have to say this.
Islam being a threat to the West is a very right.
No, that's a George Bush neocon thing. No, it's the George Bush neocon thing. Hear me out. I mean this sincerely. Like the Republicans, for I think the PR reason that you're referring to, propagated by the left wing, but They are desperate, okay, for like to look tolerant and to welcome minorities. I assure
to
you,
us.
I assure
We
you,
want you.
You know
I
how
assure you,
women-
they are
Ew.
not. They are
We
not.
treated the
And women.
Irish and the
We have
Catholic
JD. We have
Come
JD
on.
Vance on fucking
Come join
stage
us.
talking about like how much he loves women and how he needs to listen to them more and how. Like, yeah, of
About
course.
how his wife has
But
three
it's lip
kids.
service.
No.
But everyone
Yeah.
sees that it's lip service. Like
She's
it's not
doing her
actually-
job. Look at her. And what'd you say, Corey?
It's all lip service, not actually convincing women. Just as I could say on the left, they're not convincing men.
Oh,
either.
wait,
Like,
no.
it's lip service.
The women is so minority, like the vast majority of black people vote Democrat. They probably will continue to do so. Now, the lead the Democrats have is slowly being eaten away. Hispanics is super close. And I don't know what the rate is among Muslims, but I know that basically among minorities, it is very close. And then black people are still majority Democrat, but it is being eaten away.
I'll make a guarantee.
We need more
women-
immigrants.
I'll make
for
a
whatever
guarantee.
reason y'all
Women is
say.
actually pretty split too,
Listen,
because
where
the
you
majority of married women vote Republican.
Where you have
demographic
The
of
majority of white women vote Republican.
the majority of
Hold on.
the majority of all married women vote Republican. The type of women that vote Democrat, like so,
Be white women.
Democrats.
I guarantee you.
Let's think. Democrats have a 3-to-1 edge on single childless women. They
Jeez.
dominate the Democratic Party.
Most married women are white women.
Married.
So it's a white woman thing. It's a white woman thing.
Well,
most married women are white women. Most women in this country are white
Also,
women.
people who
I
are
wanna make a
educated
guarantee.
tend
And
to
get married.
be
I don't know what to say.
I'll give you a
unmarried
guarantee
quick.
at higher
right now.
rates.
No, hold on.
A demographic votes Republican and causes the swing. If they shift it, so the Muslims, the Hispanics, whoever. If they
Education's the
if they come in
biggest
and swing the Donald Trump win, I guarantee the Republican Party suddenly
We'll
is going to
turn
be like,
on
hey,
the
I
what
don't
can
know
we
about
do
that.
for you?
I don't know
Not
about that.
suddenly,
Hold on.
they're still doing it right now.
I just do.
It's
hold on.
called good business.
I want to.
Maybe Gibbs will invite you over for a beer at his
go
ranch or
to-
whatever, but
Yeah,
most of
come
the
on
other
down.
Republicans
Gibbs
are
will.
like,
I'll go to Ali in a
I
second.
will. You come
hold
to me
on.
anytime.
But like at this point it is important, right? Because I hear what our friend Latchwood is trying to say, right? But like how we interpret this data matters. No, it's white women. White women will vote for Republicans, right? By and large. Now we have fine examples of white women who break that pattern. Thank you. We thank Ghosty. We thank Katja for their sacrifice there. But it's a white woman thing. White women by and large will vote for Republicans. And they'll say, because how the news will interpret this is that like they'll say that in an election, women broke for Democrats, right? Like Democrats captured the women vote. No, what actually happened is that Democrats drummed up enough support among minority women, particularly Black women, who are the most solid supporters of Democrats, right? And that's will put them over the edge. But white women will continue to just like
Well, wait. Why is it the case that we have 2 white women here and they're not voting for Trump? Explain that. Go ahead.
There you go. Why is there a snowball, right? And people told me that global warming's a thing. I don't know, right? But just to be clear, because that matters, because it shows how race interacts with our politics, and I don't want to ignore that. True, yes, there's a married women break there, right? But most of those married women are white women.
So just to be clear here, like Black women make up like what 6-7% of the American population, probably smaller percentage of the electorate. Like when I'm saying that Democrats are like 72 or 73% of single unmarried women are voting Democrat, a massive chunk of that are not Black women, right? This is, and because that makes up that one of the reasons why more women vote for Democrats, despite the fact that more married women vote Republican. Like there needs to be a big enough electorate there to push the number over so that most women vote Democrat. And a big chunk of that is single, unmarried, childless, white women and Hispanic women.
But I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that
childless thing is that's the divide they like to focus on. But a big thing here, we're talking about education and we're talking about wealth accumulation. Those are kind of like the bigger divides than like the white.
They're not bigger. They're a divide, but they're not bigger. It's primarily gender.
And there are more all-encompassing like this divide. Not we're doing quarters. You know what I'm saying?
So
one second. Hold on. No. You're saying single women that they've changed, that they become more conservative, right? Because those are white women marrying white men, and they become more conservative. Black women don't do this, right? Black women aren't becoming more conservative in that same way. Women of other minority groups, as far as I know, but I don't quote them that part. Like, don't go through the exact same process. They don't that they don't shift to Republican in the same way. That's my understanding, at least for Black women. So I'm saying the racial divide here is a thing that matters. The racial divide is different. Of course, Black women, when all of a sudden be voting for Republicans when they're married, it's fucking crazy for them, right? But white women don't have those same pressures.
Hold on. I don't think that's what's going on here. That could be what's going on, but
What about getting
I don't
married?
think what's
Makes
happening.
you like stupid.
I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think it's that people get married and all of a sudden they become conservative. I think it's the type of woman that's going to get married is more likely going to be conservative. Well, no. Also, look,
that's a little bit. That's a little bit.
I'm gonna be straightforward here.
There's white women who get
there's
married.
more corollaries than just that, right? So people who are more
like
mentally,
education,
people who are more mentally stable are both more likely to be Republicans and more likely to get married. Like mental illness, for example, instability, stuff like that. That's a major factor here. Age is also another factor. Like there's things that go into this that can explain the gap. It could be that once you get married, you tend to conservatize. That could be the case. But I think it's probably that mixed with the fact that the type of person who's more conservative is also more likely to get married, just as a personality trait.
So it's the age-old trope when, you know, if you're in your 20s and you're a Democrat, or you're a Republican, you're heartless, and if you're, you know, in your 30s, you're smart, whatever the fuck it is. I think what's actually happening is
white.
Yeah, I think what's actually happening is with the minorities that you're seeing with like a lot of the Hispanics and like Muslims seem to like kind of be a little bit 50-50 on whether or not they want to vote for Trump or Kamala. It's kind of split. And then also the married people. I think it's because there's this idea that if you, one, Muslims and a lot of the Hispanics that are voting for Trump are probably business owners. And then two, when you get married, right, like finances and things become way more important, especially if you're having kids. I think a lot of people are under the idea that like under a Republican government, married people and business owners get treated better, right? There are bigger tax breaks. There's more encouragement for people to get married. There's whatever it may be. And so I think the incentives change because
also religion.
Simply, yeah. Well, I mean, kind of religion. Right? Like, I don't know if
people are more likely to get married, and especially get married at younger ages and stay single for less of their life. Religious people are, and they obviously do tend to be more conservative. So that's another one in addition to the business owner stuff or whatever.
Well, I'm saying for but I'm saying for the reason why a lot like these specific minority groups, these two minority groups seem to be because it would probably be more financial than it would be religious reasons. And then for a lot of married people, I do think it becomes a fiscal or like a financial thing. So like it's we like I feel like we get promised, because I heard this a lot during the initial Trump the 2016, that like a lot of Asian business owners in Michigan were like kind of secretly like, we're gonna vote Trump. And it's like, well, why? Then they would tell you, well, like my mom owns a nail salon, and like so Trump's just better for business, and so obviously we're just voting for the business sake. The social policies probably aren't going to change that much. Yada yada yada. So I think a lot of people end up just voting with their dollar, and they believe that under a Republican government that their business is going to be taken care of. They're going to have more tax incentives. If you like, there's more encouragement to get married, so on and so forth. Which is probably why Kamala has the big push right now for like housing, right? She's like, hey, we're going to get you guys houses, because that would honestly be a fucking, yeah, and that would be a huge win if Republicans went for that, but they don't like giving money out.
So like our friend Lightwood, he just gave us this data from I don't know where, but I'm sure it's a reliable source.
It's Pew Research.
Pew Research, fair enough. Thank you so much. He gave us a Pew Research poll talking about the partisanship of men and women, right? A breakdown of them, you know, whether you're Democrat or Republican. But like these things are this poll bothers me. It fucking bothers me for the obvious reason that like they don't take race into account, right? Let's not like this is only useful if you're let's say a conservative who underestimates the impact of race on our politics, right? That's the only type of people this thing would be useful for, because like it. Like women of these different backgrounds have entirely different relation to politics, in relation to the parties, and so it matters vastly. Like white women don't have that pressure of having. I don't know. I want to. say this properly. Because not that the Republican Party doesn't victimize white women, it absolutely does, and they shouldn't be voting for them in the first place, right? It's just that the Republican Party isn't inherently against women in the same way it's inherently against Black people. So we don't have that pressure to not vote for them in the same way. There's cultural pressures to vote for them. There are societal pressures to vote for Republicans that simply don't exist for Black women. So like if you don't break this down by that, what you'll see is that like the numbers will get skewed because there's more white women than any other type of women in this country.
Look, I'm not going to tell a woman what to do. I'm not going to tell her how to vote, unlike you, but sure.
What? Okay. All right, thank you for that.
He said shouldn't.
Oh yeah, women shouldn't do this. Sure. What else? Like they shouldn't go work. They shouldn't. What? Brian, tell me all the things that you think women shouldn't do. Go ahead.
They should make me a sandwich as well.
I see. I knew it. I knew it.
At the end of the day,
what's that new thing going around where it's like if it's called if women are supposed to be in the kitchen, why is it called cooking and not cook queen? You know, I'm just saying, you not seen that?
I have not.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It's a good one. Listen, sometimes the lowbrow humor is good. You just gotta
it killed Gibbs.
That's just like
I thought it was like hilarious.
Neanderthal brow humor. Oh my god.
Listen, does everything have to be highbrow all the time? Like sometimes I think the biggest problem with
unsophisticated, Gibbs.
I'm just saying sometimes I think the biggest problem with America today is people can't laugh. Like you got everything so serious all the time. Like we all so wound up. We got to be all complicated. Sometimes the stupid things are funny. I have a fart joke. Hey, it's okay. Like
Okay.
I agree.
I think racist jokes are pretty good too, but now we can't say them because of TOS.
Well, here we go.
No,
So,
I don't know.
Going back to
there's a lot of stuff.
Well, I want to let some other people into the topic. I'm going to go to Ghosty and then our friend Corey, right? Sitting pretty there, watching the Americans and our Canadian spy go back at it between each other. So I want their opinions. So I'm going to ask our friend Ghosty about her opinions on incrementalism versus like more revolutionary change. And also Corey, like how do you feel about that within the Canadian context? So Ghosty first.
Can you like clarify a little more what you mean?
Sure. Our friend Katja was talking much earlier. Was talking about how it's problematic when people who are looking for bigger changes, like maybe like refuse to vote.
Okay. I see what you mean. Okay. So I do think like revolutions probably make a bigger impact. It's just like a stronger stance. It's more. It's just like straightforward.
Like people are gonna have to be like starving for Americans to get off their ass and like actually do anything that might put their safety at risk. So that's all I'm saying.
True, but I think in general, like that would be a better way to force change than incrementally, because like it seems like we might take one footstep forward and then like more two back, or people just forget and they stop caring. So like if you really want to like pressure politicians, like you're going to need a lot of people to be very loud and make it a big deal and hold people accountable. My only thing is I'd also agree with like Katya at the same point. Like I don't know if right this second is the point to do it. Like I feel like it might just be too late in this particular election. So like it's just like I don't know.
Yeah,
am I contradicting myself?
So then when would you?
As I said earlier, that people forget until it's too late. So that's a problem that I think that we should, work on, like trying to, like stoke more political involvement and more like civic engagement, which isn't an instantaneous thing. But if people are caring a bit earlier, then more can get done instead of this, like, Friday morning quarterback situation that we forget on Sunday.
I think like us as Americans, like Democrat and Republican, need to work together on some kind of revolution to change how our government is run or how the primaries work or just like how all these systems are functioning, because clearly nobody's happy with it. So I think maybe the problem is the like division. I think we actually like agree on a lot more things. Like it doesn't seem like it. We're always here on Mondays like arguing, right? But sometimes we do make bridges, and I think when it comes down to it, like we actually do agree on a lot of like broader issues. But the parties kind of like divide us, maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
I just don't know how to start. Like, I just don't know how to do it. Like,
it's hard when like some people at this point like are practically living in other sets. Like everybody has a different set of facts. Like there's like a bunch of motherfuckers, especially now, but just in general, who straight up believe in like non-reality, like shit that's not even happening. To the point where it's like, okay, we need to bridge a gap, but it's hard to bridge a gap when we can't even agree on what is occurring. Obviously, because we look at data, we like us here, we care about politics. We're the like minority who does this. We're obviously way more likely to be able to find the facts. But to people, when we've got a bunch of people who just echo chamber, epistemic bubble,
but it's not echo
chambers. It's really freaking hard.
But it's not echo chambers. Here's the thing, right? Like Ollie kind of brought this up earlier, and I brought it up. He hit the nail on the head. He said one party has been kind of open about what they want. The other party has sat there and lied to us for like however long about Biden's mental competency, and it was just a blatant lie. The whole time they got us in the situation of Kamala, and we can go over there, and then we can see the economy. Then we look at the economy, and I'm going to speak for me now.
The economy's doing
it's terrible. It's fucking shambles.
To give him credit, we're talking about facts. We're talking about facts, right? We're talking about like living in a world of facts. Like, why is it the case that the Democrats in Congress attacked Robert Hur when he presented the Hur report? Why did they relentlessly attack him when he was right the whole time? And you can watch the congressional hearings. They were baseless attacks. They were saying, you were appointed by a Republican, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. Nothing on the actual substance of the report, which turned out to be completely correct because Robert Hur is a man of integrity. And when you read the report, it's very well written. And he outlines a lot of issues with Biden's cognition that they said was a complete lie. It's a lie. It's bullshit. The Republicans are just lying to you. And then the debate happened. How many other things do you think Republicans are lying about that they're actually not?
Yeah, I think that's what people are waking up to.
I just think that people are making mountain out of molehill with the specific, like the Biden.
We call that copium.
Thing.
They pulled him from the candidacy.
I don't personally care is copium, bro.
They pulled him from the candidacy.
Let's hear from Ghosty. Let her respond.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's not like that important, but I feel like I guess what I hear is like a lot of complaints, which are like mostly all valid, but like not many solutions from people.
Yeah. It's so we're all
because we can't get to a solution because we're too busy defending our complaint, right? So like I'm saying, like when I brought this up, Katya's response is kind of like, well, I mean, so we're kind of in this position. It's like, wait. So are you just like completely invalidating the complaint by saying like I don't have a solution? We can't even get to the point where we agree on the complaint before we can talk about a solution.
I can agree on the complaint. I feel like it's got to be like as I've said, the world we're living in today versus the world we want to live in tomorrow, right? Like we could do both at the same time, but
not really, because if the world that you're living in today you're kind of exemplifying that you have no standard, right? There's no reason for the world of tomorrow for them.
This election, because
yes, I know, but this election. Yeah. Wait, I know, but this election is where the problem happened, right? In this election is where you were lied to. In this election is where you feel where like you the vote.
So I can do this election.
I know there's nothing you can. I know. Wait, I know there's nothing. I know there's nothing you can do in this election. So therefore, your principles go out the window, and the vote goes to whatever goes. Since that's going to happen, the people aren't going to enact change within her presidency. No one's going to enact change because you are already apathetic and gave the vote. And then in the next election cycle,
your vote doesn't do as much as working within like the general system. I mean, if you don't
People
vote,
don't work within the
not
general
taken into
system. People vote for
account.
the president, and then they go home, and then they jack off for 4 years, and then nothing happens.
That's
Right.
why I
That's
think the
easy.
main problem
That's
is
kind of
actually
depressing.
We need to get
education.
further
I
involved.
think
We need to be
like,
educated. Yeah, you're right.
we need more education about the political system from like younger ages, and like starting to understand local elections and just how
Yes.
from building from the bottom to the top. And none of us, I mean like most people, the most like general American population like doesn't care about this stuff or doesn't even understand it. So like, but I think they don't want people to understand it, right?
You
Because
know what
that
the
gives them
general
more power.
population
Wait,
does
wait,
care
okay.
about?
I
Because everyone's
agree.
talking about the economy. Wait, general population cares about the fact that when they go to the gas station, the little bags of chips are now $1. So when we hear that the economy is great, the general Americans care about the fact that the average rent in a regular hometown is like $1,500 for a 1-bedroom apartment. And if you go to the shitty parts of town, it's $900 to $1,100 for a shitty studio. That's what the general American cared about. And all I'm saying, I'm doing fine. I'm doing okay. But in a world where we get told like, oh, democratic policy is going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to be this, and they don't uphold any of the real shit outside of the social things that honestly don't require anything. They just pass a law for gay marriage. That's like, what I'm saying is it doesn't require any like money. It doesn't require them doing anything other than signing a piece of paper. We get our social policies, but we get none of the other shit that's promised to us from the party. People can't afford their rent. The roads are shit. They can't afford food.
Okay.
These are actual problems that we've been dealing with. On top
Our
of that, we
budget
had
cuts
the
gonna
4 years.
help
And Republicans
that.
have
Our
solutions
budget
for these
cuts gonna
We had the
help
4 years
that.
of Biden. We had the 4 years of Biden, and
Right, and a lot
entering
happened.
what happened?
Yeah, for historically
where was
divided
my
Congress,
benefit?
he's gotten past more bipartisan shit than like pretty much most recent people combined. Like literally the bipartisan efforts that have gone on during his presidency. A lot of this stuff is long term. A lot of this stuff, specifically like the infrastructure bill, it's allocating money that we're gonna do this. We're continuing to do this shit. Like plans are in motion, but like you pass that for example, pass the infrastructure bill. It's not like there's gonna be like the people on the ground working the next day, shit happening immediately, because obviously
What about the next year?
Slows down.
What
Some
about
of
the
these
next year or
bills,
the next
literally
5
some of these bills
years?
stuff starts in like 2028 or whatever the fuck. It like the dates that they're like, you know,
A
allocated
lot of this
for
is like
haven't
state
happened
issues
yet.
too. A lot of this
Yeah,
is like
exactly,
state
that too.
problems, right?
Look,
Like
we're about to be unburdened by what has been this coming election. The rules of
Amen.
Biden will be will be washed away like when
By
the,
the God
when the
Emperor.
water flowed through Isengard. But I want to point out something that I thought was really interesting that I agree
Isengard.
with. Right, Ghost, you said the problem is education, and we need to perhaps like listen to educated people when it comes to learn more from educated people. Well, my understanding is, so I have a doctorate, and I think Gibbs is a double doctorate. So I think we are the two most educated
Mhm.
people on this
By
panel
far.
by far. So I
Can
think
you-
that
can you
we
tell
are
me
uniquely.
about GLP-1 agonists.
And so we are, well, hold on. When it comes to
My
our
God.
when it comes to our fields, right? We are by far the
Trust the science.
top. Yeah, we are the top in our fields when it comes to providing education. And so I agree. I think people need to listen to us more. And so because of that, when you go to vote this November,
kind of a twist of what I was saying, but
poll,
go ahead.
no, it's an explanation because I'm explaining it.
He's because of that doctor.
It's because of that doctorate. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but for the layman,
It might not make sense to the layman, but just hear me out. So,
Sure, I'll listen to your advice on like legal stuff and like
Hold
getting
up, wait.
into law school and stuff.
legally,
like that, but as
you
far
should
as
not vote for Kamala
politics-
Harris.
Okay.
So
Oh yeah, true.
You're
Citing
doing-
me
I don't-
shit.
Lactoid, you said you shouldn't tell what women to do. Now you are telling them what you
No, I said legally, like you, the general you. I'm not talking to women specifically. Don't.
Yeah, generally,
yeah.
yeah, okay.
That's
So
okay.
I would never tell
Oh,
women
wait,
what to
are
do.
women
Alright,
not
let's
part of
hear
the
from-
general population,
let's
Lactoid?
hear
No,
from-
women are better than the general population. You guys are.
Oh, true, base.
Let's hear from Corey, and then we'll go to our finale.
Yeah, when the incrementalism versus, I guess, revolutionary. I guess sort of like Lactoid. I'm sympathetic to both. And I think it depends on like, at least in my opinion, like where you are, probably like socioeconomically. Of like, I can understand Lactoid's position. Like he can deal with incrementalism because like he's not, as far as I can know,
He's a
not
big city lawyer, very rich.
he's
Yeah.
not homeless, right? And he's got a motorcycle, right? As opposed to someone who is homeless, it's like, yeah, okay, sure. If they have an few extra dollars, it's like that really doesn't serve
They
anything.
don't. The homeless people don't vote. You think homeless people vote in any?
Homeless voting
I'm
coalition,
being
bro.
hyperbolic and using the most extreme example. Hopefully, you can imagine a step above a homeless person, where it's like, let's say someone living paycheck to paycheck, and like, yeah, if it's a few extra dollars on the paycheck, like that doesn't really affect that much their quality of life. And so I can understand why they would push for something more revolutionary or dramatic, as opposed to someone who's wealthy or like, yeah, isn't living paycheck to paycheck. It's like, yeah, some incremental change I can deal with. Like, I don't know what the true answer lies. I sort of view it somewhat like climate change, I guess, in terms of there's a tipping point of like, for some issues, like you cannot afford to ignore. And like, I think climate change is a good example of that. Of like, if we don't prioritize like long-term thinking, there's like no turning back. Now, what that actual like issue is and where we are with that example, I don't actually know. But I think Trump is a sign of something. Okay, whether it actually requires something revolutionary, I don't actually know for sure. But I view Trump differently.
I wanted to let you finish, but I just when you said paycheck to paycheck, just to be clear, I hate this phrase in particular because I think it was like 20 or 30% of people who make more than $200,000 a year live paycheck to paycheck, right? Like the problem with paycheck to paycheck spending
means
the example that I'm trying to invoke.
I know, but I think it sort of unintentionally made an example that I'm trying to invoke, which is the financially irresponsible, right? The people who make money but they blow it regardless and they live paycheck to paycheck. Yes, the financially irresponsible probably going to vote more Democrat than Republican. Yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
I mean,
This person doesn't.
All
This
those
person doesn't.
compensator trucks are pretty expensive.
Lactoid
Make it
doesn't
affordable.
understand how expensive hookers and coke can be, right?
That is the number one expense of Democrats, I've heard, yeah.
Yeah,
What?
like
F1
I'll respond to Lacto real quick and then so I got Lacto. You were kind of nodding your head when I was like, oh, people can't afford their rent, blah blah blah. So like at $15 minimum wage, I just want you to know, like a 40-hour work week is them making like $527 a week. Like, no one. I don't know how much you can live off that with the rent prices and the food prices being what they are. So all this economy talk. Yeah, you get a roommate. Yeah, I understand.
I agree. Inflation's out of control. Yeah, let's hope the same party that caused it.
The issue. I was gonna try to like run Gibbs and Lactoid through the same test like we were running Katya about like why like the principled vote, like why you shouldn't vote. The issue is like I can look at Gibbs who hates tax money going and being like, hey, like isn't us giving billions of dollars of our tax money to Israel a year like enough for you to not want to vote for someone? But he's gonna be like, well, yeah, I get the border that I want with Trump, so. I'll deal with the other shit that I have to deal with anyways. And then same to Lactoid. Now I don't know specifically why. I think Lactoid just is Republican and wants the Republicans to win. But I don't know specifically why you're voting for Trump. But I feel like you get some type of benefit from it. As a Democrat, I have like my one topic that I'm really really like pressed about. But then like I don't really get anything if I vote for Kamala. These guys feel like the Trump party feels, or the Republican Party feels like they're getting what they want, their one thing, as long it's like it doesn't matter to them the negative, the tax money or whatever it may be. It doesn't matter because they're getting their one thing that they care about. I don't feel like I'm getting any of the one things like that I care about, and so it's like it's tough.
Just to explain, like
I think I am. I mean, maybe we just live in a different world. I don't know.
I voted Libertarian the past 2 elections, right? So
yeah,
I don't know what makes the Republican. I mean, if you want to call me Republican, I really don't care. If you call me Libertarian,
socialist.
The titles don't socialist really. I mean, Scott calls me something like whatever the titles are. I don't particularly care. I'm not a big fan of gatekeeping. I think all that stuff is a little bit larpy to really care about what titles people associate with you, as long as they're not misrepresenting your beliefs, right? I think it's a good question, right, Ali? And again, I think we've had this discussion a couple of times where it's like I understand because as somebody who has voted third party the last 2 times, I understand the sort of like principled position of like, look, I'm not going to compromise on this stuff. But I think that there's also this other position that we've also talked about, which is, sometimes compromise might be the principle for some people, right? And that side's sort of been in consideration for me lately.
But but at the end of the day, you're still getting what you want if Republican, like you're getting.
I'm getting a lot of stuff I don't. No. It's more like it's like the shinier of two turds is the idea. Like I'm getting a whole bunch of I think Kamala is dangerous. I think the whole court packing shit's dangerous. I think that the precedent she said of being appointed is dangerous. I think that her VP statements on hate speech is dangerous. I think there's a whole bunch of stuff that is dangerous about her from a civics perspective. I think that her economic policies that she's proposed are dangerous, et cetera, right?
Yeah, you have enough negatives on her side.
Enough negatives, right? That outweighs. Now, I've said that before. I'm not hawkish on immigration, which is something that Trump is very big on. So,
yeah,
I mean, that's something that I'm it's not a big source of agreement. But
I'm just saying it's harder to tackle that vote because there's a reason you're getting you're at least willing to admit that you're getting less negative on one end for you than it's just a weight of negatives.
Well,
let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah, to touch on that. So, like, I echo a lot of what Lactoid said there. There's issues I care about quite a bit that Trump, is gonna, remedy almost in day one, or he says he will. Versus I know the Dems on all these issues are like things I don't want, like there's unequivocally, right? So when I look at this, though, the thing that I really want people to understand is that Republicans, and this is kind of why Republicans are willing to vote for Trump, is that Republicans are willing to make a deal. We will compromise on stuff. Like, it's like, hey, okay, I don't really like Trump, but if I have to choose between Kamala, I'm going to do this, right? And Trump is willing to make deals with factions within the Republican Party to get their one issue done. And so you talked about Israel, right? Like, okay, I said, as an added capitalist, I can easily see a way to economically benefit me to come to some kind of agreement where you're happy, or at least less happy. Sell weapons.
No.
Hey,
you know what?
Maybe we move them away from Iran. And I say this jokingly.
Kamala's going to do that anyway, though, too, Gibbs. Seriously.
But hold on. Yeah, sure. At least I'm saying we'll do it, right? Like with Ghosty here, she was saying this earlier, talking about us being the arms dealers. You know what? Hey, at least I'm willing to say, we might do that. We might not. But I'm willing to consider things, and we're willing to make deals and stuff. Like we even talked about, I'm a Republican, right? I'm pretty big on the border wall. I want that. But I'm willing to compromise on the timing even. If we can agree, you're going to give me something real secure, and I'll give you whatever you want on the, I'll give you pretty much anything you want on the immigration status. You want the barriers moved? Yeah, let's get a lot of them. But at least know who's coming, and let's get a wall. We'll make deals. And we're open about that, but I think the Dems have been held hostage by factions that won't make deals. It's either we're going to burn it all to the ground, or you're coming with us. That I think is appealing to a lot of people.
Hold on, no. To be clear, I'm one of those people because I'm not going to vote for genocide. Absolutely not. Yeah. No, but
right.
I don't think you're trying to insult me or anything.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying that's why there's factionalism.
I know. But my pushback here is to say that that happens on the Republican side too. That there are individuals who have their single issues that without them they're not going to vote. I mean, I think that the vote for Trump
extent though is what I'm saying. Sorry, I think it's much smaller portions on the. I'm not saying there's not people on the Republican side that are like that, right? But I think that it's much smaller. I think they're willing to it's okay, yeah, that might be a big one, but I'm still getting 5 of my secondary ones, right? And so it balances out. I mean, at least with the Republicans, I versus with the left, it seems like there's many more people that have a single issue, and y'all kind of. It's harder for y'all to work together. It seems like in some regards. I don't know. That's just my outsider's take. I don't really
Well, the issues usually involve some type of oppression, so it's all really hard to just be wavering on hey, we want our rights.
Yeah, if you're Lebanese and the Democratic Party is assisting in the bombing of your people, then it's going to be a problem.
You're kind of
truth be told, I mean, just obviously beyond with what Lactoid has said about how he's scared about stuff like the court packing or that one statement about the hate speech or whatever. I mean, that's how I feel about the precedent set with the trying to overturn the election that was not in a private party, that was actually the general election that culminated in a riot that Trump was totally fine with happening, and then continued to try to figure out schemes to try to get back into power that are extra legal. That's scary to me, as well as a lot of the stuff people he hangs around with, people he supports in state and local government, as well as JD Vance, say about women's roles in society, as well as just kind of rights for women. And I mean, you know what? I think a lot of that's scary, as well as for LGBT people. And That's what I'm like not fixing to compromise on. When I like literally, if it was, you could talk to me if there was some insane.
Yeah, but we
gulf.
do compromise on that. Like we do states'
No.
rights. Like if you can have California, the rest of the nation, like each other state, can decide their own future.
No,
and
it
y'all are
doesn't
going.
involve you.
And
It's
y'all are
like a
going. No,
personal
we want to
choice.
have
It should be up
California
to the
everywhere.
Individual.
There is a massive compromise when we're talking about the LGBTQ thing. I mean, keep in mind, in 2008, Obama was running. He said he doesn't believe in marriage between like gay marriage. Marriage is between a man and a woman, right? And now here we are.
And he changed after he was elected.
Yeah, well, hold on. He changed like decent amount of time after his
before the next election.
Yeah, just before the next election. So we're talking about like what 2011. Like we're talking, and then it's like, you know, and now
actually 2012.
Okay, 2012. So we went from 2012, like finally the Dems come around to gay marriage, and now Kamala's talking about free trans surgeries for detained illegal inmates. Like we have like the fucking the range of motion on the compromise here has swung entirely to the opposite side. Donald Trump is not even against gay marriage. In fact, Donald Trump like personally went in and rewrote.
He hangs out with people who are. He appoints Supreme Court justices who are like. It's not just about.
But this is what we're saying. We're giving you the state to have it. Why do you have to be? But this is what we're compromising on. We've got to say, hey, that's fine. You want to do that? Here are the areas you can do that. Here are our areas. Like, why can't people have like your states' rights?
Then we should
pretty sure gay marriage is codified.
Separate.
Yeah, like I don't. And, like not only that, we're talking about like code.
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's like you want California everywhere, and you won't be happy.
No, I don't actually, because
everything.
Here's the thing: if you're talking about shit like abortion, then that should be like, what does it have to do with you? Unless you're like the father or something, bro. Like, if it's happening in a different state,
I mean, you think abortion?
What about the border? You're nowhere near the border.
Yeah, you don't care about the border. Like, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys care about abortion, but you don't give a shit about like shit happening over here.
Some of your no, I don't care about the border. Oh my god. Like, where did you pull that one out of?
I mean, you haven't seemed very sympathetic to most of the border problems we've been having. Like, anytime I brought up something, you're like, oh, well, local news.
Border problems.
I just looked into this, right? So in 2022, like a bipartisan bill codified like the right to gay marriage. And Trump went in that was bipartisan, and Trump again went into the Republican platform and rewrote it to be in favor of gay marriage. To be fair, like on the LGBTQ issues, because that was one of the things you listed as like not compromising on.
Gay marriage. There's more than just gay.
Well, like
marriage.
what? Like what?
Like we're talking about a lot of these people. I mean, that Trump hangs around with are not big fans of like having anti-discrimination laws for gay and trans people, and not having stuff.
He's always been pro LGBT.
Neil Gorsuch.
He has a long history.
Neil Gorsuch, a Trump appointee, is the author behind the Bostock decision, which is like the Supreme Court decision that made it illegal to discriminate against trans people in employment. Right? That was Neil Gorsuch.
Great, and I thought that was a good decision of Neil Gorsuch's. Is he the only person?
But still, Trump appointee,
Trump
right?
Has any sort of opinion?
Sure.
Did I say every person?
Oh, okay. So wait, the argument here is that okay, maybe if the standard is
it's only the people she doesn't like. Like
you are gonna find some people around.
You're not willing to compromise.
An aggregate, okay?
This is literally holding hostage. This is what I'm talking about.
Sorry, what?
You're literally holding everybody hostage because you won't compromise on anything.
Nope, I absolutely will. I'll compromise on stuff that actually affects other people.
Well, to be fair, all politics affects other people. We're having arguments over this stuff because it affects.
I mean, the word politics means Polish.
Wait, you're a fucking libertarian. What are you fucking talking about?
Well, hold on. I know this more than anybody as libertarian. That voting and politics stuff is voting is inherently an aggressive act. You are deciding for other people what you're doing. The government, every law of the government affects other people. Like all policy is like implemented to affect other people. That's the whole point.
That was just like nothing. That was word salad.
Shut the fuck up.
I think the problem is that like politics are so tiring. We get to the point where it's like, oh, I can't wait until election season is over, right? Yeah, and then it's over, and people fucking.
Yeah, we
just to be clear, I told Ali to shut the fuck up, not you, Katya. Just to be clear, okay? Because he was memeing on me. I just want to make that clear.
Oh wait, yeah, that was a me.
Yeah. You were memeing on me. I just want to make that clear. I wasn't.
Sorry. And then he talks over another woman. Okay, Ghosty, please go ahead.
But yeah, like politics are just so tiring for people, and they get so to the point where it's like, oh, I can't wait till election season is over, and then we like put it out of our minds, or at least like most people do, and then we don't focus on these issues again until election season comes up, and then it's the same like rushed like action of trying to fix shit within like a couple months instead of like trying to deal with it all the time. But people don't want to deal with it all the time because politics are so stressful.
When do you vote on things?
I think about it every time I pay.
I want to be
the tax.
educated. I want to be educated on this. So like
every day.
in like for like us who want to vote on issues all the time, how do you vote on issues all the time when the president's elected?
Well, how do you do that?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like locally and state elections?
How am I involved? No, like the big decisions that get made. How am I?
Oh, how do we get involved? I don't know.
Just before you do,
you vote for them during the election.
We got a super chat. It was.
Let me calculate.
Brutal.
Jesus.
No, but
You lost it.
I was.
Go ahead, Prime. It's best not even to say how long ago it was. Just
Yeah, just read the chat. Who cares?
Sean, thank you for your $10 of Canadian fun bucks. That says super chat for a super guy. Oh, thank you for that. That's really kind of you, Sean. Thank you for continuously giving me super chats, despite Corey like waging war against the super chats and won't let me read them. He like threatens me. He's like, if you read them, like this.
You should see the DMs that I send him.
So a lot of the times, like as someone who votes rarely, you go to the election post and there's a bunch of propositions you're voting on and a bunch of things you're voting on. Outside of that, when do you go vote for these things? Like you guys keep saying, like let's get through the election cycle and then within the presidency, let's work on things. Where do I go work on things?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like what can we do? I guess like really.
Well, Katya was like you were a big like pro on like get him the election, then work on within the presidency. How do I work on like the policies within the presidency?
By working in like more in your
by
local
not voting
areas,
for the politician who doesn't support the policies I want because you have to earn the vote. That's the
locally.
only way you can do that because I can't enact. I can't. How do I change
but
policy?
there needs to be evidence that actually makes people change their minds.
If they lose elections. It's probably a big thing. It's probably a big thing to make them change their mind if they lost the election that they were working so hard for and cost them a lot of money.
That's like a big gamble because if then they win the election without you, you're done.
You were talking about solutions earlier. Now I'm asking you for solutions because you told me let's vote. And right now it doesn't matter about the problems that we have and we need to think about solutions. Fine, I vote. What are the solutions I have?
Well, for which solutions are we talking about afterwards?
My voice on Israel Palestine. I want my voice heard. We want our voices heard. We vote for Kamala. She wins. How is our voice heard?
Well, basically, that's going to be a lot more advocating, a lot more trying.
They were plugging their ears when we were advocating at the DNC. How is my voice heard if I vote for her?
I mean, it's hard because of all the financial stuff.
I know. Give me a solution, though. How is my voice heard if I vote for her and they were plugging their ears at the DNC? Give me the solution.
Honestly, like, I don't have one for that issue because of this issue hasn't been moved in 50 years. Where am I?
Any other issue? The issues that you care about. Give me an issue that you care about. That if you vote for and it's not her. Like, give me an issue.
So an issue that I have an issue with, or specifically, is stuff like how elections are run, first past the post, this, that, and the other. And these are issues that a lot of people don't even.
So we vote for Kamala after her being anointed. How do we fix the issue that doesn't happen again?
Right. So you need to figure out how to keep advocacy for that stuff up, and then work in your local area to elect local politicians who will, and state, representatives who will bring that up as an issue. Because I mean, you can either get there through legislation or through constitutional amendment, one of which requires obviously state governments, and then the other which requires, national governments to be behind this. And basically, I mean, that would be like stuff like the Electoral College or first past the post, trying to get rid of that either in your state or in general. It would take a lot of coalition building between different sectors of people who are dissatisfied both in the right and the left.
So it's just not going to happen.
Working with third parties.
What if?
Excuse me.
So it's just not going to happen.
So nothing's ever going to happen ever.
No, that's why people. No. That's why people are taking a stance and hoping.
But that doesn't do anything really either.
No. Wait.
Imagine politicians give you their constituents what they want, which is what I guarantee Trump wins. Imagine,
hope.
crazy how great that would be, right?
What do you think?
Sorry,
What do you think
Did
the
you
Never
get it when he was
Trumpers?
first?
What do you think the
I
Never
went
Trumpers are
against-
doing? The Never
did. I
Trumpers
did
are
get what I
withholding their vote. The Never Trumpers are withholding their vote in hopes that the numbers show enough that Trump feels either Trump loses or that he recognizes that he lost all the votes and he didn't earn the votes he needed to earn. Same thing because in terms of an election, when we have a cycle, this is a competition. At the end of the day, they are competing
rather
to win.
have her, but people on the left who are
Okay.
not withholding their vote don't say that they would rather have Trump.
So I know what?
There's a difference here.
What happened?
The Never Trumpers say that they would rather she win.
No,
but
they're
the
not saying
people
that they'd rather she win. They're saying they do not want
they're
Trump to win.
voting for her, yes.
No. They're saying they do not want Trump to win. They're not saying they want Kamala to
The
win.
ones
There's a
who are
difference
voting
in
for her
that
are.
opinion. No, they're not saying that they want Kamala to win. They are just against Trump. There's a difference.
They're voting for her, but they don't want her to win. Can we explain this to me? Because
No, I get what he's saying. I
Are
get what
you
he's saying.
serious?
You're negative
This is very-
Are
voting.
you listen to the word
Yeah.
I'm saying? They're not voting for her because they want Kamala to be the
they
president of the
don't want
United
Trump
States.
to win. Somebody's
Yes,
going
that's
to
the
win.
only reason they're voting for Kamala, not because they're
Hold on,
pro Kamala.
but you understand? Let's let Ghost give it a shot. But yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, this might be kind of stupid, but what if, like, this might be kind of unrealistic, but I guess, like, what we need is a way to hold presidents accountable after they're elected, though. So, like, what if there was a way to vote presidents out somehow?
Impeachment?
Like,
No,
yeah,
Which is
recall.
so hard. It's crazy.
no, I
You know
know.
who votes for impeachment? Your state politicians, which is what I'm saying. Work within local and state.
No. She's asking for something more direct, right? Like they have that in Canadian land. They have that in the
No
UK, right?
confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, you can recall your politicians, like a vote of like no confidence. Yeah, they do that, and something I appreciate about UK politics is that they'll do that at a drop of the hat. They have no problem throwing out their leaders, holding them accountable while they're in office in a way that actually works. And the impeachment process, like it's broken. Can we understand that? That's completely broken.
ridiculous.
If your side, if the president's party is in power legislator, they're not going to throw him out. So it's not a viable way of doing this.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Because I feel like voting is the only way we can hold presidents accountable, but it's hard to do because it's either.
It's not hard to do. Don't vote. They don't. They're not. They feel like they don't win, and then they deserve to not win.
But
They
what
did
about
not
the people
earn
who
the
do?
win.
What about the people who do win? How do you hold them accountable for not
You're
doing
never
anything?
Yeah,
You're never gonna reach Trump, bro.
Ghosty, it has a.
You don't vote for them next
point,
time,
right?
You
Like
you
I
reach
voted.
Trump.
The next
I
time.
voted for Joe Biden.
Wait.
Right. But like I was unaware that he was a genocidal maniac. Turns out he's a genocidal maniac.
Wait.
But I can't do anything about that at this moment, right?
Look-
Other
Look what
my only
happened-
plan before was just not to vote for him. But yeah, that's
Look what
not
happened
the
when
same.
Trump lost. When Trump lost, you guys have all made it a huge point that he went on a tirade, he went on a this, he went on a that. That's because he lost and he felt like he deserved the win. And he thought he earned the votes, but he didn't get the votes. And he lost and he went on a tantrum. So clearly not winning, clearly not getting the votes, you may not see it on the person's face, but if you were running for president and you lost that's gonna hit you and you're gonna have to go home and be a little introspective and think about what the fuck happened with all the money behind you, with all the support behind you, with all the PR. What happened?
It's Trump, then it's just a rigged election.
Well,
That's another
No,
problem.
no.
Well, I
It's
mean,
like-
that's why they're voting for him. You understand, because he's resilient. Listen, I don't want to support the guy, but they see him as resilient. The guy lost, fought against the loss, kept
But you don't
fighting.
think you
He's
would
old.
reward the group
He's-
that
he's-
voted for him?
He keeps
Ollie?
winning. He keeps winning the votes. He keeps winning the votes. He keeps getting the fucking candidacy. The guy got shot and dodged it. They love the guy. You got to understand. There isn't the same love and
He jumped
affinity.
out of the way.
I mean, it
He
doesn't matter.
He did get hit by the bullet. So I mean,
This is
that's-
just TDS. But like, hey,
Yeah,
but
but,
Ollie,
like,
let me ask you a question.
He's
Ollie.
saying that he didn't jump out the way, bro.
Ollie, can I
You're
ask you?
smoking
Let me,
crack.
Ollie, can I ask you a
It was
question?
me when the Matrix.
Do you think that like we agreed Trump's got like it's kind of like business acumen what he sold and so on. Trump like if a group like just give me a hypothetical here, like say the Muslims. Let's say the Muslims decided they were going to vote for Trump,
a hypothetical group like the Muslims.
Let's just
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
let's just say,
Let's just say,
Hypothetical
specifically in
Muslims, not
Michigan.
real.
Let's just say,
specifically in Michigan, y'all decided to vote and somehow swung the state, and he wins. Do you think Trump, who is pretty mindful of his base, if you remember the whole DACA situation, they revolted against him, he turned.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump, who seems like he sits to his base, would reward said group and bring him into the fold if they were to change an election for him? Because that's the logic
Unfortunately-
you should be using, I think.
Unfortunately, this is once again I don't understand the Republican. I guess I understand it. The parties are owned at this point by fucking whoever's funding, which would be AIPAC. They're owned, and unfortunately, I don't think Trump's really gonna back off on the whole. If tomorrow Trump said, "Hey, you know what? Maybe Israel's gone too far. We should look into that." The Palestine people are voting for Trump tomorrow if he says one statement. And
he's already isolationist. He wants to decrease funding for all these countries.
But we've seen him say, I support you guys to the fullest. I mean, his daughter now is Jewish. His grandkids are Jewish. They love Israel. It's a whole thing.
His son-in-law helped put us in this exact situation.
Yeah.
With the Abraham Accords.
He's going to the shrines. He's wearing the hat. He's praying. As a Christian, I don't understand why you would vote for him.
But Admiral Gibbs, I think if it wasn't for if we were talking about something that wasn't Israel Palestine, I think you actually might be a bit more correct here, because I believe it came out and it's coming out in that book War, right? That new book by was it Woodward, right? That Trump during emergencies in the past, right? National emergencies, natural disasters in the past. Trump has not wanted to send aid to those areas. Trump has his aides, the White House aides have been trying to get him to send aids to areas that are Democratic, or states that are Democratic, and he's he doesn't want to do it, right? And then they got to explain to him, well, there are some, even in Democratic states, there are places there that vote Republican that you got votes from, right? And he's like, oh, okay. The thing that he's accusing Joe Biden of doing now is the thing that he was actually doing previously. If indeed that the Muslims, the hypothetical Muslims, right, not the real ones, the hypothetical ones, voted for Trump, then maybe they would get some goodies. But not in this case, because
Democratic area. Then
hold on.
AIPAC and
Trump has said that he would consider ruling out foreign aid to Israel.
Sorry, he would rule out.
When did he say that?
That ain't happening.
I just posted the article in the group chat.
Ain't happening.
The article's from the Onion. Is the article from the Onion?
No,
I don't know. It's called the Middle East Eye.
shot.
I'm just saying.
That's a rule out ending aid to Israel to halt war on Gaza. Oh, he said he doesn't rule out. Okay, not that he would do it. He doesn't.
It doesn't rule out. That means he would consider it. Prime.
Yeah, he's trying to pander. He's trying to pander.
Hold on. That's what you want.
I like Middle East. I've used their articles before. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'd take a look at this.
But then he said he's the best candidate for Israel fucking 2 minutes earlier. Okay.
I sent a picture and a video.
So this was in April. Former U.S. president did not rule out withdrawal military from Israel, ongoing war in Gaza.
His answer did not address the question, but
he sharply criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, so did Biden. That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he did not address. Would you consider withholding aid? His answer did not address the question, but included criticism of the Israeli soldiers had condemned the war. So he doesn't. So he just doesn't say. He's they asked him to rule it out.
He's not ruling it out.
He doesn't rule it out.
I think that Israel has done one thing very badly, public relations. I don't think that Israel's defense forces or any other group should be sending out pictures every night of building falling down and being bombed with possibly people in those buildings every single night.
So Trump is just saying they need better PR. They just need better.
When they should hide it better.
Asked whether he would rule out conditioning aid, to which he said, "Oh no," he said no. Okay, he directly said no. Excuse me. He directly said no, he wouldn't rule it out. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It seems like a concession.
Would he do it?
I don't know, but he wouldn't rule it out. I mean, here's
No,
the thing:
but
Trump
would
is
he
a
do
maverick.
it?
If the
Trump's
Muslims
running-
in Michigan vote for him, I think he might. I think
Yeah,
he might.
exactly. I'm just saying.
If APAC doesn't give
Democrats
millions
have
of
said
dollars, then I
also
think
that
he
they
Why
might.
don't
wouldn't
you
rule that
Hey, hold
out.
on. Y'all are mad because the Dems don't follow through. Why don't you just try it and then see? You know, you've been trying to see with the Dems for a while, and it's not been working for you. Why don't you try and see? You know, you're already not happy. Just
If it was
come on.
why don't
you'd
you
have a
try
better
it?
argument, but
Why don't
not
you
I'm
Trump.
trying
Hell
to see it.
no.
I know what I'm going to get under Trump. It's better than what I'm getting under Kamala.
Yeah,
I tried
if
to
you
see.
like
I tried to see.
democracy,
I lived it the last 4 years with Biden.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
so
Y'all can have a taste of the good life.
Thank you.
You
for
know
that.
what? Yeah,
All right,
I would love to know what it's like to, not have two brain cells to politically rub together.
we have run out of overtime. So we'll end things here. This was a lot of fun. To the audience, thanks for being here. Consider supporting the channel. I didn't do a like an ad read here. But consider helping out the channel. We have what do they call Amazon gaming sub, Twitch Prime sub. Oh my god, blanking here. Twitch
It's in your
Prime sub.
name.
Consider using that here on this channel. Consider supporting us. You get ad-free viewing, and you get emotes, and you'll be keeping us around for another day. Super chats are appreciated and read whenever Corey gives me the okay.
Which is never.
Which is never. So how about the channel? Consider supporting us so that we can keep doing this. I do need your help to make that happen. Thank you for the few people who did resub, and we thank our resubbers as well. Thank you for people who are resubbing to the community. All right, we're gonna give an outro to all these wonderful people. Thank you, Lactoid, for coming through. This was really enjoyable, friend.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I want to end actually just by asking a question that I've asked several people. I don't know if I've asked it here before. If I did, you can stop me. But I've asked this to several people, and I haven't really gotten a good answer. And I want people who are more ethnically
Inclined.
educated to answer this as opposed to myself, because maybe I'm missing something. So Kamala Harris is black, right? We all that's the position we're all taking.
We
Make
do,
sure it's-
not the Republican Party, but
Okay.
we do.
And Kamala Harris is Indian as well, because she ran as like Indian, right? So in the past,
That's how biracial works. Yeah,
right? So like fully Indian and fully black, right?
half of each.
No, but fully in the sense that like
Oh,
she can run as an Indian and she can run as a black woman, and like both are accurate, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Isn't it okay? Isn't it true then that we've had a unbroken string of white presidents because Obama is white?
Yes, indeed. He can use his white side. No, absolutely, he can do that. He can use his
Okay.
white side.
All right,
100%.
that's an answer.
Yeah.
But then we've also had a black president.
We've also had a black president, but we've had an unbroken string of white presidents in this country.
Yeah. If only white people felt that way. If only that's how it worked. We'd have a lot more color in the White House. It doesn't matter. I mean,
Well,
they're half white, so they're
Lactoid
good.
gives Obama the white pass, so it's fine.
I give it to you.
Thanks for that.
I just wanted to ask, right?
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
Can Obama say the C word though on Twitch?
I wonder. I think he can say it, right? Because can Kamala say like slurs against Indians? I'm pretty sure she could.
Let's all try a slur against the group, right? And see what happens. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for coming through. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, as always, this is fun, and I'm always grateful to be here. The question was, well, I guess I'm also 100% white and 100% Chinese. So if or when I run for Prime Minister of Canada, I don't know if there's ever been an Asian. I don't think there has been actually. But regardless,
You're French too.
I'm not accepted in that community. I'll like that. No, I'm fully anglophone. French Canadian, actual Quebecois hate me probably. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Ghosty, Ali, Katya, Gibbs, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Hey, does being hated by Quebecers, do you think that would like give you a boost in the Toronto region, right? Like in everywhere else?
Almost certainly, it would kill me in Quebec. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That negative partnership can be very powerful.
I've been to Quebec. He's like not joking about that shit. That shit is crazy.
Our language politics. We have the language police here. I'm dead serious. We spend millions of dollars on the language police. Like we have the police go in and inspect like the menu. The English writing is bigger than the French writing. You are fined for that.
Damn.
This is Lactoid's dream state. I mean, like a big government like that regulating the fox. You would love it.
And it took like decades for Taco Bell to come here because Taco Bell didn't want to translate Taco Bell into French, and they were forced.
Wait, so is it McDonald's over there?
KFC here is not KFC. It's PFK, Poulet Frit Kentucky.
The poutine's good though. So that's a plus.
What's Taco Bell in French?
I think they got like some sort of reception. I don't know. It's actually called like cloche de taco, which would be like the French version. But yeah, like I'm dead serious. I cannot emphasize
literal language
gonna go to
police,
Crest
right?
de
Everything
Forto
that Lacto has ever dreamed of. Having literal language police come into Lacto's place of business and to regulate
the language of my fucking menu. Jesus
literally
Christ.
your P's and Q's, Lactoid. Look at it.
They're minding
it's
all
not
of
in
them.
order.
And we complain, here's the thing, right? Like, seriously. So shit like this happens, and then in the UK, I don't know if you saw, there was like a mentally challenged 18-year-old girl who was arrested because she posted Snoop Dogg lyrics that contained the N-word. Because her friend died in a car wreck, and like, you know how kids will sometimes like, you know, post their like in remembrance like song lyrics. Well, she posted some Snoop Dogg lyrics, and she got arrested because she used the N-word. She was like had to go through litigation. And the prosecutor kept on her the whole time. Eventually, the court ruled that it wasn't offensive enough, and then so she shouldn't be put on house arrest. Shit like this happens, and then in Canada with the menu regulating. I mean, are these countries?
This is Quebec.
Or Quebec, sure, but in Canada, it's still within Canada, the borders of Canada.
Unfortunately.
Is the West really better than North Korea at this point? Like, at what point?
Yes.
But like, is it though? But like,
I mean,
at what point? At what point do we say, you know what? Maybe they are third world hellholes that are like in the same regard as like Kazakhstan and North Korea and shit. Like where it's like they're actively.
It depends on what happens. If you're talking house
maybe
arrest
Russia was
versus, like
right.
years
I don't
in a
know.
work camp, I'm sure.
But can you get a Kinder Surprise in the United States?
You
I want to see that.
Fair. Good point. Fuck.
Can you get one in North Korea?
I don't think you can get much in North Korea.
They have like forced labor death camps in North Korea.
Can I do the next outro? Because my headphones died and I can barely hear you through my computer speakers.
Okay. Katya, I want to say thank you for being here. We are happy that you're safe since you're in the storm's path. So we're happy
for both hurricanes, actually.
Yeah. So
I'm honestly just so freaking exhausted because literally it took me so many days to prepare and get everything off the floor because I thought my house was gonna flood, and thankfully it didn't. But then we had to put everything back. And oh my gosh, just like a lot of walking through.
You cut off a little bit at the end, but we heard what you said. I did want to say, Katya, though, I'm really grateful for you. You are like fantastic. You're a fantastic guest. You're so opinionated, right? And you put up a good fight. No matter what side of it you may be on, that's exactly what we're looking for here. So like you're a fantastic addition. We've missed having you, and like as soon as you come back, you make your presence known. So honestly, thank you, Katya, for being here.
I really appreciate that. I like to make my opinion known. I like being in like a situation where we can have like banter and we could talk about these issues and we can all make our opinions known. I mean, that's the fun of debating and all that. So y'all are all great. I'm glad to be back. You know, it sucks I had to cancel different things so many times because of these storms, but now I'm back.
No worries.
Hopefully there's not going to be another one.
As long as you're safe, that's number one. So we're happy to have you here. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs, our beautiful friend. I'm not sure if I thank you already, but Admiral Gibbs. Well, I should thank you twice, Admiral Gibbs, for all the things you do. You brighten up my day, friend. Thanks for being here.
Oh, yeah, I love coming. It's one of my favorite days of the week for sure. I also want to talk about the language police because what a wonderful tie-in. And one thing I like to do more than talk about how wrong and dishonest the Dems are is talk about how great Texas is. And guess what? Do you know what other country had a language police? Mexico. Santa Anna wanted to institute Spanish only in Texas. And that was another cause of the Texas Revolution. And guess what? Texas said, no, we're going to keep our own culture. So, yeah, I'm adamantly against this 1984.
What was the other cause for the revolution?
Well, they were trying to guns. It was guns.
And there's another one. There's another reason in there.
100% guns. It was guns. If you argue about slavery, well, that's really interesting that you bring that up. See, slavery was not very conducive in Texas, and there's a reason why Texas had the least number of slaves of any state in the House. South, one, because we have ranches, right? And I don't know if you know this, but if you put a slave on a horse, what's going to happen? I'm sorry. Your argument holds no water. It's like it sounds dumb, but it's true. Right?
You win for tonight, my friend.
I mean, hey, I'm glad I won something. I don't know if it's a good thing to win, but hey. But yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. If you hate what I have to say or love it, I don't know. 5 minutes, Admiral Gibbs.
Gibbs is the fucking greatest. This is why I like people like yell at me about Gibbs. Gibbs is the fucking greatest. He's the best. That's a really good line. Holy shit! I want to find a way to work that into something. That's really good.
Good luck. You can have it.
All right, Ali. I'm sorry I'm putting the pressure on you after that standout performance. Gibbs should always outro last because he does things like that. Let's go. Our friend Ali, thank you for coming, Ali. You were also super opinionated, super into it. Like I love to see it. Like I say it to you all the time, but it's really great when you are on that level. So I appreciate you, friend.
Thank you. I love being here, guys. It's always a pleasure arguing with you. Just like listen, I don't care what you're voting. I don't care if you're not voting, but if you are voting, I do think you should tweet your politician, email them, whatever the fuck it is. Stop giving so much money to this goddamn country. Use the money for American shit. If you're worried about your tax money,
so true.
At least have the tax money be used domestically and not funding, the murder of children and destruction of buildings just so another country can gain more land. I'm just saying, fuck Israel. Have a good night.
Absolutely, fuck Israel. But let's go to our friend Ghosty now. Ghosty was late to getting the panel. She had DM'd me earlier. Said that it's because her jeweler was not on time. Right? She has a South African jeweler wanted for smuggling in several countries, who was there to deliver her conflict diamonds. And she was joking in her DMs about how funny it is when her blood diamonds actually come delivered covered in blood. But she said, no worries. She'll be sure to wipe it all off before she puts into one of her grand necklaces as she goes to one of her galas. So, Ghosty, thank you for making it here. I know people don't understand how tough it is to be a rich person with very little morals. Ghosty, I appreciate you still make the time to come on to this community.
Yeah, no, sorry for being late. I do love being here. And I feel like I was a little more quieter tonight. I just wanted to listen to everybody's arguments about especially immigration and just like all of it. I don't know. It's just more in a listening mode because you guys had pretty good ideas about that. But yeah, politics are just
Even gas in his drones and well, those good ideas.
Well, some of the ideas. Okay. Let's not go too far. But no, yeah, I'm Ghosty. It's spelled with a 6. I'm on YouTube. I do weekly live streams and stuff. So thank you for having me, and it was a pleasure being here with you all.
Thank you, friend. We're always happy to have you. All right. So we'll leave it there. We will send you guys out to. Where I want to send you guys out to. I should. You would think that in all this time for these long ass outros, like I would have like figured out a place I was going to send you, but I haven't. I see a cute girl, and that'll be good enough for me. So I'm going to send.
Oh, and say hi to Lactoid.
Of course.
I don't know who this person is, but we're all going to find out. Is it Atovia? A relaxing ASMR chill stream. But be kind to her. I'll send you out there, and we're just patiently waiting for the outro because I never know what to do for this 10 seconds. But bye. Okay. We are out.
All right.
Thanks, friends.
No, she is very
Also,
pretty.
So
Yeah,
just like
she's
because
hot.
I saw a little eye roll, and not that I think you're like all like gung ho on Israel. Can you explain to me this
No,
like
no.
political? No, not even but the political like why is it that like I feel like that statement is true? The politicians will lie about everything except for their love of Israel. Why is that? Why is it like what is this like connection from our politics? There's really like that we love them so much and we're giving them like this much like just cash.
I think
I
that
just don't understand it.
there's like okay, I think there's like the U.S. support of Israel. I'm not super educated in this, honestly.
Mhm.
I got a little bit burned out a little on this topic. I'm not gonna lie, but
That's because of me.
no, not
That's
because of
that's
you.
why I'm not asking you.
Well,
That's why I'm not
fair
asking
enough.
you your
Like,
opinion.
My
I'm not
opinion
asking
is
you
so
your,
in terms of U.S. interest. Okay, so
Yeah.
I do agree. I do agree that I think APAC does have an impact on U.S.
So
politics.
bye, everybody. Good night.
Like
Bye.
Take care, be well. Always a
Um,
pleasure.
I do think APAC does have an influence on U.S. politics, but I also think that Israel has a history with the U.S. In terms of being an ally, as opposed to other countries in that area. I think Israel, I mean, like
A colony.
Mossad, I mean, Mossad warned us about 9/11 like days before it happened, and our CIA like didn't even have that information, right? Like they are like pretty good at what they do, just in terms of like from a security perspective.
Or did they?
Yeah, like are they?
No, I think they are. Frankly, I mean, Mossad is incredibly it's scary and good. I mean,
Yeah, they knew about our 9/11, but not theirs.
Well,
Kind of like what I'm.
no, I mean, again, different
You get
events.
attacked every day.
Different events have like different information behind them. I think that Israel is particularly creative in how they are able to deal with threats, like the pager bombs. Like if you look at the story behind what we know about that, it's fucking crazy. Apparently, and I don't know all the details, but apparently it's not like they intercepted some shipment and put bombs in them. Apparently they started a shell company manufacturing pagers, and then like whenever like they'd have an order come in for like pagers, they would just make and send regular pagers. And then Hezbollah put in an order, and then they sent the bomb pagers. Crazy, like the level of planning and like time. And by the way, I know that you disagree with me on this, but I think that like the bomb pagers specifically targeting like Hezbollah, brilliant. Like I think a brilliant and a very targeted assault to what I deem to be a terrorist organization.
Wait. But if you flip it, if you were to flip it, right, and like let's just say Hezb did this, right? Because what happened with the pagers was they got the pagers and it was supposed to be a timed small event. But they were worried. They then got worried that Hezb might learn of the pagers, so they kind of just detonated them at a random time, which was around a bunch of civilians. Now, I get that you're looking at it and you're like through the lens of like them being an ally, right? But if the other side had done that, you would be like, that's a pretty fucking terroristic like thing. And
No, not necessarily. So if just to be clear, like I wouldn't agree with it. I would think it was an attack on our ally. But I wouldn't find it to be terrorism if like they did something similar to the IDF, because the IDF is a military target, right? Hezbollah and Hamas, in my opinion, they're not particularly focused on military targets. They're just sort of indiscriminate, which is I think what makes them terrorists. Now,
Hezbollah than Hamas, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree with that, but still to the
Mhm.
point where I would categorize them as that. Now, the pagers, in my mind, like, so they knew that Hezbollah was trying to move away from phones because they were worried about being tracked. So they developed the pagers, and they sent out a message from like the boss, like right before they detonated it, right? And so everybody who was part of Hezbollah took out the pagers and lifted it to their face to read it.
Yeah.
And then the bombs went off. Wild. Right, the level of just capacity that Israel has. I mean,
Both hands on that.
remember,
Yeah, both
it's
hands.
a small country. I mean, we're talking about less than 10 million people, right, or like around there. And
Mhm.
they like just the level of capacity that they've been able to demonstrate. I think the U.S. sees them as a valuable ally, in a lot of regards. And then I think finally there's this. I think this is probably the least important part for like the U.S. geopolitical interest. Because I think the U.S. geopolitical interest is mostly focused on like just what they offer in terms of being an ally in the region and adding a level of U.S. presence. But just they happen to be like a more liberal, like bought into like the global kind of capitalism system of a country as opposed to Syria, which is in Russia's
The regimes
pocket.
around it. Sure.
Yeah, as opposed to all the regimes around it. So I think that is part of it as well. I think all of that together, and given the fact, also another thing that's important. I mean, the U.S. has a fairly large Jewish population too, right? I mean, a lot of people here know Jewish people. I know, I'm an American, and I know several Jewish people. I know a lot more Jewish people than I know Palestinians. Like that's for sure.
Mhm.
And so I think there's probably going to be more empathy towards Israel for that reason as well, for a lot of voters and a lot of people who live here.
But there's a lot of people that on the Republican side even that are sick of Israel getting money. Like every day I go look up my newsfeed,
Yeah.
and there's people talking about how Israel's not a real ally. And I mean, I would disagree with them not being a real ally or not, but like the people on the right, like there's a large segment that could easily be persuaded. Hey, maybe we stop.
I agree we fund them too much, but just keep in mind, like I think that we fund a lot of countries
I'm
too
not
much.
saying that.
Well,
Right,
I am.
well-
I'll say it, right? Like, look, I think that we fund a lot of countries too much. I think we should withhold aid from Ukraine until they become serious about peace.
Well, I'd be willing
I
to make a
think-
deal on these things. Like I think that I would. I think personally, I'm in favor of the Ukraine war. However, if you show me
know, we
a
talked about
cost
this.
benefit,
I feel
but
like
if
you
you
guys
show
are
me a
kinda
cost benefits
downplaying-
analysis, I get something I want more. Fuck them.
I think you guys are
It's
downplaying-
really that simple.
You guys are downplaying what I'm saying. So like,
We're not though.
we can have diplomacy with other countries, and we can have other countries that are our allies, and that's all fine and dandy. And like we do it with we have a bunch of allies, right? But this ally specifically, it seems a little different to the point where honestly, like we don't say who's another ally? Fucking I don't
The
know.
UK, I think the UK is very close to us in
Yeah, but
similar
we don't
ways.
say
Yeah, I think it's-
we don't say the United States of England.
But
Well,
I
'cause
think
they
I think
don't
I,
have-
I, I think if the UK
we don't think that like England's bought out America. We what is it? APAC's the only foreign pact that is operating as an
but
American.
here's the
entity,
issue.
like, blah, 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 blah,
The
blah.
issue is like I understand, but like I understand APAC has a lot of influence in U.S. politics. But the other thing to remember is there's a reason why.
lot of influence.
I understand, but the reason why APAC is a thing, as opposed to like the British caring all too much about putting that much effort into U.S. influence, is because the UK isn't constantly under threat in the way
Right.
Israel is, right? And so if the UK was under constant threat, I mean, we went to war with the UK, right? I mean, we have absolutely backed them up too. Like
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
shit hits the fan, right? It's just our perception is like among
So-
all of our allies, there's one that's literally having rockets fired within his territory, right?
So my issue with that argument, honestly, and this isn't like I'm not trying to do a pro-Palestine argument. I'm just
Sure.
like discussing like the geo. Like, okay, if I'm looking at it in terms of like, oh, they're our ally and they're getting fired at. Well, okay, but they wanted to be there, and Britain put them there. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know how you get to complain about like terrorism
Well,
and
I mean,
barbarian.
just had a Holocaust
You're in the world.
anecdote.
Hold on, wait. You're in the world, and you're like everyone hates us. So let me go move to the least stable, most war contentious area available, where the people are gonna like me. So we put them there. They get put there, and then as Americans, we're like, well, our allies being shot at, we need to help them and save them. But then I don't even really know how they're like our
Well,
allies.
just to be clear,
in any way.
we didn't put them there. There's a lot of history behind that.
England
Well, England,
England
it's more complicated than that. Like the Zionist project goes way back before
Obviously.
that. And there was
Yeah.
like Zionist organizations that pressured Britain to do that, like because there was a lot of Jews that were living there because they'd been moving there and buying land for decades, right?
Yeah.
As part of the Zionist project. And
I'm
so,
just saying, I don't know how much you get to complain about your neighbors if you move there.
well,
Well, I mean,
so regardless of
Hold
like
on,
whether
you argue that it's unstable. Like Israel's one of the most stable countries in the region. Like you're arguing for stability. Okay, well, cool. Well, let's be stable. Syria clearly wasn't stable. Iraq wasn't stable after we had.
Listen, they're either the most the most attacked people
Lebanon's
and they
not-
need us,
Lebanon-
or they're stable. We can't.
He's
we
talking about
can't-
internally stable.
Lebanon's
They're
so
internally
unstable, they don't
stable.
even have trash services. half the time, bro. Like,
because my final argument against it is that like not for nothing, but like Israelis overwhelmingly think they're better than Americans in like every fucking regard. So like it's like we're calling these people our allies. They kind of shit on us. They claim they're the best. They have the best
UK
army, the
does that
strongest
too.
military. Yeah, but we don't kiss the UK's ass. We
We
kiss
would
this-
though. We
Yeah,
would
but
if they were in the
don't,
same
but we
situation. I
don't,
think we
but
would.
We don't. We don't.
But we would go-
What is happening?
We've gone
So
to
these
wars
people
like for to help the UK. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, several times.
Yeah, but we don't support them in the same way.
And
we support
France.
Israel, and we don't have
a bunch of
politicians.
bitches.
We don't have
France.
politicians.
We had a draft. We sent troops to Afghanistan. We had a draft for South Vietnam. Like the U.S. is not opposed to like spending manpower and resources to prop up countries that we find to be favorable to our
In
world
fact, we like
interests.
to do it. It's like our
Yeah.
favorite thing to do. Y'all bitch about everybody bitches about it
once
all the
again,
time.
we have diplomacy and we do things all over. It's just with this specific country, it seems like a lot of adoration.
Yeah, we invented gunboat diplomacy. It's great.
And it's like
I-
no one can really give me a reason why.
Well, okay,
It's just
I think that if
it
any other,
is.
I think that if any other, seriously, I think if any other U.S. ally that has the same record of voting with the U.S. on UN decisions, has the same record of like participating with the U.S. in terms of projects. If any other ally that had those same accolades had 200 missiles fired on it by Iran, the response would probably be stronger from the U.S. I think the U.S. would probably be like, no. Like if a
Look,
NATO,
if
if a
that
NATO
happened in the
ally,
UK
like for example, remember when everyone was
Well,
freaking the
what's
fuck
the
out because we
pretext?
thought a Russian rocket had like landed in Poland, and it turned out to be like a Ukrainian rocket. I mean, everyone was freaking the fuck out because it's like this is a huge fucking deal. If a Russian rocket landed in NATO territory and they invoke Article 5, like shit's
It's game time.
on. What's game time?
I mean, we have Ukraine. I don't see politicians being so gung ho on Ukraine.
Well, but Ukraine. Keep in mind, we're dumping tons of money in Ukraine. They're not
Yeah.
even. They're not even an ally. They're not a
Yeah.
NATO ally. They weren't even
I
an
know.
ally before the Russian invasion.
Yeah, and
Like
I'm
they
saying I
had
don't
no
see-
ties with us, and yet we
Yeah.
are dumping money into them. And
Oh,
so if Israel, who's an
Yeah,
ally
we're
with
dumping
us,
money- we're dumping money into them, but I'm saying, like, once again, I don't see this strong allegiance of, oh my God, we need to protect Ukraine's right and sovereignty.
oh, among Democrats, that's so. And even
No.
among most Republicans, like that's such a movement right
if we're
now.
Gonna be fair, if we're gonna be fair, I think it has a lot to do with how much funding AIPAC has, and the fact that AIPAC gets to operate as an American entity when no other foreign like PAC does. You don't think that's strange?
No, I know. I think that right
that
now,
they're the-
I think right now, especially among them, it wouldn't surprise me if among Democrats, support for Ukrainian funding was higher than it was for Israeli funding. I bet you that's the case. I don't have the numbers in front
Oh,
of me.
for 100%.
That's
yeah.
probably the case, though. Like among Republicans, it might be slightly in Israel's favor, but even
Yeah,
a lot of
the
Republicans
civilians.
are like, "Yeah, go, kill the Russians."
What about the politicians?
And there's
The
a lot of
people who
Republicans
are
that hate
speaking?
Israel. Like tons of Republicans hate Israel. Like I hear every day how the USS Cole, like they're not really our ally. They work against us. Like all this every day. There's so many Republicans that are like, why are we funding them when we got these hurricanes coming? Why like all of them. Like
We gotta
there's
fight the hurricanes and stuff.
Bro, yeah, but let's nuke them. I'm just saying, like, there's a large contingent of Republicans that every day are saying the exact same things you're saying. Like,
Mhm.
Republicans would make a deal on pretty much either one of these two issues. Like, honestly, like, I feel like
Lots of them say it for sketchy reasons, so perhaps.
Like, we
the
openly-
Dems, I don't know.
We openly call Israel and for a long time, Israel has essentially been a U.S. ally. Ukraine just doesn't have that relationship, but we're still willing to put money into Ukraine. And politicians, right? But how many times has Biden gone up and talked about how important it was to like defend Ukraine's sovereignty? You have all these politicians coming out in droves talking about this. I think that it's very much a case of just like the U.S. sees a geopolitical interest here, and the politicians get behind it. And I think that is the case with Israel to a large extent. I think Israel has a longer history with the U.S., which probably explains and is under attack a lot more among all of our allies, which I think explains kind of the attitude towards Israel by the U.S. And, if another U.S. ally was kind of in the same circumstances, I mean, I think it'd probably be roughly the same. I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, if South Korea was getting rockets fired at, like in Seoul, sorry, I'd be kind of a big deal, right?
What other? No, I agree with you. But like, what other U.S. allies do we have in the Middle East?
Oh, we have so Jordan is a U.S. ally, completely bought. I mean, the largest CIA installation in the Middle East is in Jordan. That country is fully. I think Abdullah. I think the king of. I think King Hussein. I think he even was participating in shooting down some of the rockets, if I'm not mistaken.
He also fought against ISIS for us too. Like personally flew against them.
Well, I don't know if the king did, but
no, he flew. He flew fighter for
I think it was probably allegedly ceremonial. I don't. Yeah. Oh, so we have Jordan. We have Jordan. Egypt is a U.S. ally. Saudi Arabia is everything but a U.S. ally. I mean, the Gulf states are pretty much with us at this point.
Wait.
Kuwait.
Saudi Arabia is on the ally status.
Well, Saudi Arabia is pretty close. Hold on. Keep in mind, they have been. They were at war. They were at war with the Houthis in Yemen.
That's just
basically a war with Iran as well, right? One of Iran's proxies.
Sure, but that's just a case of enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. They hate us. I mean, you might have heard of Osama bin Laden. You know.
Okay, hold on. That was okay. I understand that Al Qaeda was operating. Sure, but I'm saying that the government of Saudi
in general, the whole Wasabi movement in general is against us, and it started there.
Yeah, but the Saudi monarchy is
Saudi Arabia.
The Saudi monarchy.
You think OPEC's our friend?
Well, hold on. Just to give Ollie a little bit of credit here, Saudi Arabia hosted our jets for the Iraq War. Israel didn't.
Enemy, bro. Like, if you listen,
whoa.
If we can take
our ally didn't. Now, to be fair, what
do you mean?
To be fair, I think Israel was probably. I think that was probably an agreed upon thing beforehand because we didn't want to make it look like Israel was involved in that because it would have turned the rest of the Middle East against us. I get that. Regardless, Saudi Arabia let us station our troops in Saudi Arabia. They sell us bucket loads of oil.
Listen, I'm going to work with this.
And they fight the Saudis. They blow up. They fight the Iranians. They blow up Houthis, right? I mean,
they have a massive. They have a massive interest against us in several aspects, though. Like, I mean, yes, we can work with them. I absolutely think we can work with them, and we can keep them in our sphere.
Their people don't like Israel. That's all it is. That's the one thing they have against us.
They don't like us either. Like they're like
because of Israel.
We can tolerate them and Iran. I mean, like, bro. They don't like us because the British. I mean, it's the whole thing.
No, even Jordanians are like skeptical of the U.S. on polls, but their government is like our lapdog. Like they will do. They're not going to.
We can work with them. They're better than Iran. I'll tell you that.
Okay, regardless. And then Turkey is a NATO ally, but they are.
No, Turkey's against us too.
But they're part of NATO, so they are kind
allegedly,
of with us.
Bro. They're Russian spies.
Okay,
that's why they don't get the F-35.
Well, no, they got the. They didn't. I'm pretty sure they're getting the F-35 now that they approved Sweden and Finland. We were withholding that because they weren't voting for Sweden and Finland because they were trying to get shit out of it. I'm pretty sure. I think we sold them the F-35, so you can look it up.
We'll find out here, but
anyway, we got a lot of allies in the Middle East.
They don't have it yet.
But our biggest non-allies is Iran is the biggest threat, and then Iraq is not with us. They're basically in Iran's pocket. Syria is with Russia. Lebanon is essentially controlled by Hezbollah, which is Hezbollah is bigger than the Lebanese military. So I mean, it's essentially a Iranian power point. And then the Houthis in Yemen are also opposed to us. And then I think that's
and who knows what's happening in Egypt? Nobody knows what's happening in Egypt.
Egypt's pretty solid right now.
They're trying to chill. They ain't trying to have war come to them, which is why they're not accepting refugees.
Yeah, they're that's another thing that people don't talk about. I mean, Egypt is more hawkish on the border than Israel is when it comes to letting Palestinians.
Yeah, that's true. You just went muted there. I like it.
I was muted. You can hear me.
Yeah, you cut out at the end.
Yeah, you said more hawkish than
Israel. Egypt is doesn't let in Palestinians at all.
Would you say that's been effective? That border wall of Egypt. I think it's been.
Is there a wall?
I don't know if there's a wall, but there's definitely
I saw
troops.
Aiko make a good point in the comments. He said, I mean, you guys probably aren't going to care about this, but people like me care about this. Like, if we put up a wall, what about the migration paths for the animals?
When we say wall, we want security. We don't need to. Listen, I'm okay with hiring Skynet out and ensuring survival, and they can have drone swarms. That watch. for
But-
illegal
but
Just
to be
migrants.
like
fair,
drop a net over
Gibbs-
people. Or...
I mean, I was going to go with something else, but
Gibbs
sure.
is going to want the Mexican deer to be tagged before they come on American soil.
No, I
So-
want them on. Yeah, I want the Mexican deer. Come on over.
Also,
We
like
can eat
China,
those.
China has a
Cougars
wall,
do.
and their animals are fine. So why?
You're talking
Yeah.
about the Great Wall?
Yeah, the Great Wall. Are you telling me that like animals can't pass that? I mean, they obviously can't.
That's, that's mostly like eroded and like.
Whoa! There's parts of it that are not.
Yeah, but in terms of like height and like, okay, are you advocating for that type of wall at the border?
The Great Wall. If we had like a new Great Wall, that could be a tourist attraction. Actually,
No. As in like
on.
the dimensions, like just transport more or less like replicate that at the border. You think?
it would be expensive?
No, but
It
you
would
think that
be
would be tall enough?
extraordinarily expensive.
I would be willing to give the money to that.
That's not my question. Do you think that would be effective? Like just
It wouldn't be big enough, is what he's
Like,
saying.
like, frankly, I'm
we have
not.
to
I'm not even
modernize it.
necessarily in favor of a wall, but that's.
Mm.
Here's Gibbs to call you a socialist.
He is a socialist. He hates Texas. Clearly, no, because I don't know. I don't got nothing else after that. But the
Yeah.
wall is the best. Is the answer. Is the answer for sure.
I don't know.
But yeah, drones would be the C. So when we say wall, we just want like a hybrid system of something where you funnel them in through certain areas, and then we can even increase, more ports of entry. It was just like it's just so frustrating because this is such an issue that like is clearly able to be solved. Like the numbers for Project Lone Star have been just a wild success. It's just like rampantly successful, and Biden Harris over here just been fighting against it the whole time, and then now that it's been proven to be effective, they're claiming, oh well, it was us the whole time. It's just lies. I don't know.
So everybody
I
in my
think
chat is saying instead of a wall, what if they built a moat? Would you be okay with that with alligators, Gibbs? Would you be okay with that?
They already have that. It's called the Rio Grande.
Yeah, but like a river that literally goes exactly on the border, like a big river that just has crocodiles and like alligators and shit. And
Yeah,
then-
I specifically want to get the crocodiles from that battle in Japan because some of them are still alive. We could get them and we can have them breed in the river. So like they've already had
Gotcha.
human
Gotcha.
and they're ready for a taste and they're experienced killing soldiers. So they'll be doubly effective against civilians.
Lots of people are already like the river is one of the main reasons like people don't survive migration trips, right? Lots of people trying to cross the rivers. I think that's one of the most like dangerous aspects of it.
The other suggestion here has been laser sharks. That is
And laser sharks.
multiple
I think
people
laser
are
sharks is a
advocating for
Gibbs
laser sharks.
idea.
I think that'd be
That's the
cool.
Austin Powers, Dr. Evil plan.
I personally am
that-
not in favor of the laser sharks idea. I think it's a little bit cost ineffective, but that's
I like the Red Alert 3.
So just the sharks, the
mind control
lasers
giant
too
squid.
expensive.
All right,
The
I gotta get
lasers.
out of here, guys.
I'll catch you later, Ollie.
Yes.
Good
Take
talking.
care, Ollie.
Now.
All right, I gotta bounce too.
All right, guys, it's been fun.
All right.
Likewise. Take care,
Bye.
everyone. Be well.
Be well. That was a good one. He just got us with the Star Trek reference at the end. All right, what we're gonna do? We're gonna switch over to Starfield. We're gonna see what's going on with House Faroon, and we're gonna hear about some snake cult.
Well, we're gonna raid on out, and we're gonna raid on out into Ranger and Rogue because we haven't raided on out to Ranger and Rogue in a little while, and he's a good guy. Starfield. Some people are wanting Starfield. Well, here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do for you guys. If you guys want to watch Starfield, I'm gonna go ahead and put Admiral Gibbs's link in chat, and you can just go ahead and pop on over and check out Admiral Gibbs. Otherwise, we're gonna raid on out over to Ranger and Rogue. And there is Admiral Gibbs' tag. And go ahead, twitch.tv/Admiral Gibbs. Thank you guys so much. All the bit subs, all the support, all the chat. I love it. Thank you guys so much, as always. And have yourself a great evening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Literally like some Nick Cage, Lord of War type stuff where you just profiteer on